Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 221 9 Nether Terraces. Xiao Shi sat cross-legged with Shi Dian in his hands, harmoniously blending with Xiao Chen, as if he was practicing quietly in his confidant, which made Xiao Chen feel a little bit of anticipation in his nervousness. Looking up, the magic cloud is deeply locked, Juyu Terrace is as high as a mountain, and its momentum is majestic. Such peaks and giant mountains are not uncommon in the dark hell. The shape of Juyu Terrace is like a volcano standing there, as if it has a soul, and you can even feel its pulse. The mountain is dark red, as if it has condensed the blood of thousands of souls, with an indescribable ferocity and depression. Why do I feel that this is a living monster? Niu Ren could not help but shudder. It's not a good place, let's be more careful. Xiao Chen and the others had already arrived at the foot of Juyu Terrace, and they didn't see why it was called Taiwan. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a huge mountain that was cut off by someone with the power of heaven. Brush. Spreading the immortal wings, Xiao Chen will soar into the sky. Wait, bring us up too. Niu Ren also wanted to go to Juyu Terrace to have a look. Xiao Chen led Niu Ren and the Black Dragon King to rise up, carrying the evil spirit, passed through the ribbon-shaped magic fog, and appeared on the top of the mountain surrounded by black clouds. When they reached the top, Xiao Chen and Niu Ren gasped. The giant mountain was actually empty, like a black hole like a crater, but it was much more eerie than a volcano, and billowing black clouds came out of it. Does it lead to the gate of hell? No, this is hell. Fatty Niu Ren felt the eerie cold surrounding him, and took a step back involuntarily. Xiao Chen also frowned deeply. King Chu Zhong asked him to come here, what can he find? Staring carefully at the bottomless black prison, bursts of gloomy whistling sounds came from below, as if there were evil spirits whimpering and wailing. Cough, cough. The gloomy old cough suddenly sounded behind Xiao Chen and the others. On the top of this misty ring-shaped giant mountain, it was so eerie and terrifying. I'm X. The little fat man Niu Ren jumped up in shock, turned around and took a few steps back, almost falling into the bottomless black prison. Clang. The holy dragon sword hidden in the back of the Black Dragon King even jumped out, and the blazing holy light illuminated the misty mountain top. Xiao Chen was also cautiously on guard, and his keen spiritual sense failed repeatedly in hell, which showed that the masters hiding here were very powerful. An old woman in her dying years, as thin as a straw, wearing a shabby shroud, her pale yellow skin has no blood at all, like an old zombie who has just walked out of a cemetery for many years. His long gray hair was sparse, moving like weeds in the wind, and his eyes were like two will-o'-the-wisps, emitting a pale blue light from the deep-set eye sockets. The bridge of the nose is almost sunken, the lips are dry, and the wrinkles on the face are like the bark of a 1,000-year-old pine tree, dry and wrinkled, without any moisture. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a mummy. Especially seeing such an old woman in hell, it is even more impossible for people to associate with a good place. The most frightening thing was that when the old man walked over tremblingly with a mourning stick in his hand, the mourning stick was actually entwined with several ghosts, making faint wailing sounds. Who are you? The little fat Niu Ren was a little nervous, and he seemed not very confident. Quack, I am your ancestor. Although the little fat man was a bit hairy, he was not bad at courage. He cursed angrily and said, I #@ dare to take advantage of your master Niu, I am your uncle. Woo. The mourning stick was drawn out, leaving a pale light and shadow in the dark space, and slammed on the little fat man Niu Ren, causing him to fly out immediately, almost falling into the endless abyss. Niu Ren, who was as strong as a little fat man, didn't even have time to dodge. The Black Dragon King roared, and the holy sword suspended above his head turned into a beam of light, and slashed forward with a swipe. The sharpness of the sword light made one's heart tremble. Although the young Dragon King is far from being able to truly display the power of this holy sword, it is a sacred weapon of the Dragon clan after all, and the old woman did not beat it, leaving an afterimage on the spot and disappearing. The holy sword pierced the air, and returned to the sky above the head of the Black Dragon King in an instant, and sprinkled streaks of auspicious colors, enveloping Niu Ren and the others. "Oh, how dare you sneak attack me, you damn old woman!" The little fat man grinned his teeth and stood up with great pain. Fortunately, he was not really hurt. Quack! The old woman's laughter was as unpleasant as a night owl's cry. Xiao Chen stopped the Black Dragon King and pulled the little fat man Niu Ren. He saw that the old woman had no intention of killing, otherwise Niu Ren might be in danger just now. "Boy, don't be unconvinced. I didn't take advantage of you. Although you are not a real barbarian, you are their descendant. I feel the same blood in your body as mine. You must be a descendant of my line." The little fat man had the urge to curse, but he swallowed the words and said depressedly, "Who are you? Don't try to take advantage of me. I'm just a ghost woman now, assisting the king of Chuzhong to manage some things. I used to be a barbarian when I was alive." "Oh," the little fat man Niu Ren nodded depressedly, "maybe this old woman is really his ancestor. I am in charge of taking care of Juyu Terrace. I reported what happened here to King Chuzhong. Naturally, I have already known about you from King Chuzhong." Xiao Chen stepped forward, bowed deeply and said, "Please also tell the old lady about the details of Zizuan Yanmu's biography." "Do you know why this place is called Juyu Terrace?" the old woman asked. "I don't know. This place was once connected to the Dark Realm and the 9 Nether 18 Hells. Although the passage has been sealed long ago, there are still a few gaps that are not sealed. It is difficult for powerful fierce spirits to pass through, but it is still possible to send some news. Jumping from here is like falling from a high platform and entering the bottomless 9 nethers. Officials. They passed on the purple diamond Yanmu last time. I hope you will take away a little beast with an indelible soul mark." "Isn't it KK's distress letter?" Xiao Chen asked suspiciously. "Jump down from here, communicate with the yin spirit over there in front of the sealed gate, and you will know everything." For the sake of the little snow-white beast, Xiao Chen wouldn't frown even if he went to hell or 9 netherworld. After thinking about it seriously, he felt that the old woman didn't need to lie to him. "Okay, I'll go to Juyu now. Wait a minute, let me remind you first, it's easy to go down, but hard to go up. There are endless evil spirits in the 9 nethers, you have to think about it." It doesn't matter. Xiao Chen even went to hell, so he is still afraid of evil spirits, and he didn't know how many ghosts he encountered along the way. "I'll accompany you." Niu Ren stepped forward. "No, I can do it by myself." Xiao Chen knew that there might be some danger this time, and he didn't want Niu Ren to take any more risks. "You can't go." Even though the old woman smiled, she was gloomy, covered in mist, and said, "Didn't you come to the barbarian holy mountain to find a natal beast soul? I am your ancestor, how could I watch you return without success?" He went to Shiyu, "You can stay here. Old ancestor, I like you very much, little fat man, and I am going to take you to attract the strongest beast soul into your body and fulfill you." Speaking of which, the old woman floated up to the little fat man silently, and pinched Niu Ren's chubby cheek dotingly. Being kneaded by the old woman's ghostly claws, the little fat man's hairs all stood on end, and he speculated depressingly, is this really his ancestor? Xiao Chen jumped off the Juyu Terrace without hesitation, and the endless darkness quickly engulfed his figure. "Hey, wait for me." Niu Ren wanted to chase after him, but the old woman stopped him and said, "It's useless if you go, follow me to refine your soul." Niu Ren was forcibly dragged down the Juyu Terrace by the old woman, and after hearing about the situation of the ancient beast soul king, he became impatient and jumped up in fright. "I can choose the bull's head and horse noodles. Is there a mistake? What, is that the strongest beast king soul? Don't lie to me, even if you kill me, you can't choose bullhead horse noodles." "What, bullhead is the most suitable for me. ... Looking at the distraught little fat man, the old woman sneered and said, "Legends are always legends, and sometimes the truth is far away. Do you know that the power of this bullhead was one of the strongest fighting spirits of our barbarians back then? Several barbarian sages have sacrificed and fused this bull king soul. It is not like the legend. Bullhead is not a servant of the underworld. If you are not my descendant, I will not bother to talk to you, let alone introduce this sleeping heroic soul into your body." In a deep ancient cave, bursts of palpitating soul fluctuations came out, and the powerful force made the little fat man feel suffocated. "Those messy beast souls on your body can just be fed to the bull king's soul." The old woman sneered and said, "One day, if you succeed in cultivation, you will definitely worship me in the sun every day." The battle spirit of the bull boss in the bull's head and horse face, the little fat man wants to cry but has no tears. The terrible wind is howling, Xiao Chen is sinking towards the 9 nether 18 prisons, and the endless souls in the dark and lightless abyss are howling. If it wasn't for the radiance of the colorful sacred tree, Xiao Chen would have been overwhelmed and torn to pieces by the numbing endless soul shadows. I don't know how deep this Juyu is, but after falling for 2 full hours, Xiao Chen finally landed on the ground. The yin energy at the bottom is extremely heavy, making people feel extremely palpitating and oppressive, and even the tens of thousands of souls have not chased down. The ground in the middle of the mountain is full of white bones, it is not known how it was accumulated, the breath of death is the only thing here, there is no other fluctuation. Xiao Chen used spiritual sense instead of vision, looked at, in the endless darkness, observed carefully, and walked forward along a passage of bones. An hour later, a sealed door appeared in front of it, glowing with blood-colored light, and the miserable red was extraordinarily spooky and terrifying. A faint phantom emerged from the gloomy blood gate, and an old voice resounded in the terrifying underground, saying, "You are here." "Who are you?" Xiao Chen stabilized his figure, calmly watching the hazy ghost in front of him. Just an old ghost who has been in the 9 nethers for endless years. It doesn't matter who I am. You came just in time, just now that little beast with an indelible soul was still talking behind the ceiling gate. What, you mean KK is behind the door? It's still there just now, wait a moment, I'm here to communicate with the yin spirit on the opposite side. The blood mist filled the air, the old ghost was surrounded by blood, and red blood was continuously flowing down the gloomy blood gate. Everything in front of him seemed strange and terrifying. After a full hour, the old ghost let out a sigh of relief and said, "A yin spirit found it." In an instant, Xiao Chen sensed that familiar breath through the blood gate, and he had already heard the voice of the little beast in a trance. Xiao Chen's concern was chaotic, and he wished to see the little beast immediately, and his mental fluctuations rippled away in an instant, passing the thoughts in his heart through the cracks of the sealed gate in an instant. "They're lying to you, I live a good life here." This was the first time Xiao Chen sensed the little beast's mental fluctuations, as if it was really speaking. That soft, lazy, very immature, as if gently breathing in the ear, makes people feel itchy. He was a little sad, but also a little wanting to laugh. This little thing must be lazy at the moment, maybe he just woke up from a sleepy dream. "KK, come back quickly. I want to eat Zizu and Yinmu ginseng fruit, but after months of searching, they only found 8 pieces. I haven't eaten enough yet." Nenen's voice was full of regret and dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen was so shocked that he really didn't know what to say, it seemed, it was not what he imagined at all. Not only is the little beast not in danger there, it also seems to be living comfortably. "I am afraid that there are not many purple diamond yin trees in the underworld, and the yin trees that can bear fruit are even rarer. It must be the purple diamond yin tree that is more than 100,000 years old." There's another chapter tonight. Chapter 222 Kong's on. "KK, tell me quickly, how can I rescue you?" At this moment, Xiao Chen's heart is extremely excited, the little beast has not completely disappeared in the world, there is still hope, and there is still a future. "I miss you too, but I still want to eat another ginseng fruit." Hearing this immature and innocent voice, the old ghost next to him had a conflict of vomiting blood, gave a deep bow to Xiao Chen, and said, "Please let him raise his hand high." At this point, things have become very clear. The Zizu and Yinmu letter from last time was indeed a distress letter, but it was not Kiki who was asking for help, but a ghost official who once belonged to King Chuzhong was asking for help from King Chuzhong. The major forces in the Dark Realm often clash. As a former ghost commander in the underworld, he was sealed there by accident. The ghost commander's life is very difficult, and he often goes to war with others. And Kiki, a little beast against the heavens, suddenly broke into his territory and stayed there, causing the Guishuai who was in the battle to be devastated. Even if he wanted to kill him, Kiki's soul was indelible. Vaguely, he even deduced the racial identity of the little beast, and he was so frightened that he didn't dare to make another move. What makes Xiao Chen sad is that Kiki's physical body is really gone. This time, it's just that her soul has been driven into the Dark Realm, unlike the last time she fought against the Golden Lion King with her physical body. Although the little beast is young, it is full of spirituality. Its instinct tells it that it needs to accumulate endless spiritual energy to go back, otherwise the negative power in the dark field will prevent it from returning to the world. Therefore, it cannot be said that the little beast stayed in the 9 nether 18 prison entirely because of its greed. Purple diamond yin wood ginseng fruit is hard to come by. It is the only spiritual essence in the dark field that can condense aura of various attributes. Kiki has already enjoyed 8 of them. Without a physical body, how could Kiki come back? Xiao Chen looked worried. The little snow-white beast didn't care about it, it actually yawned, and murmured coquettishly, "I'm sleepy. I miss you very much, I will go back as soon as possible, on the colorful auspicious clouds." A slight snore sounded in a trance. When Xiao Chen left, he had mixed emotions. He was very happy to learn that KK was still there, but he was also very sad when he thought that the lively and cute little beast had no body. Woo! Thousands of souls are struggling, overwhelming the earth. It was easy for Xiao Chen to come down, but it was really difficult to go up again. Fortunately, there was a precious tree surrounded by brilliance, otherwise he would die tragically in an instant. Thousands of souls are like moths rushing towards the flame, looking at the shadowy and boundless souls, listening to the shrill screams, it really makes people feel scalp numb. But for Xiao Chen, it was almost numb. He had seen too many souls in hell in the past 10 days, and experienced the process from horror to habit. It's so noisy. Xiao Chen hadn't encountered danger yet, but the two weapons sleeping in his body were furious. They were awakened, and the evil spirit rushed out through Xiao Chen's palm, instantly causing many ghosts to completely dissipate in the world. For them, everything can be killed except themselves, ruthlessness is their nature, and ruthlessness is their essence. It's just that at the moment when the two ancient weapons were showing their power, for some reason, they suddenly restrained their ferocity, and fell into a very quiet and dutiful silence. Xiao Chen was keenly aware that the stone diamond in the hand of the little stone man in his chest emitted a soft ray of light like ripples, rippling out of Xiao Chen's chest, and the souls around him gradually calmed down from their rage as if they heard a requiem. It was the first time for Xiao Chen to see Shi Zuan appear extraordinary. Tens of thousands of souls seemed to be asleep, and there were motionless soul shadows everywhere in the boundless darkness. Xiao Chen spread out his immortal wings, quickly soared into the sky, and walked through the area they blocked. After more than 2 hours, Xiao Chen rushed up to Juyu Terrace smoothly, and Shi Zuan became ordinary again. When Xiao Chen saw Niu Ren again, he was a little stunned. The little fat man Niu Ren wanted to cry but had no tears. He was forced to fuse with the fighting spirit of the Bull King and gave birth to a pair of small bull horns. Woo, old ancestor, you didn't lie to me, right? Is this really one of the strongest fighting spirits? I won't become the legendary bull-headed uncle, right? Quack. The old woman laughed heartily. Don't worry, you are my offspring, how could I harm you? From now on, your cultivation path will be smooth, and your achievements will be limitless. People won't misunderstand that I am a devil, right? Devils have horns. The little fat man was very depressed. Don't worry, no one will suspect that you are a devil, no matter how you look you look like a calf. The old woman smiled happily. I'm not alive anymore. The little fat man Niu Ren hit his head on the stone wall, there was a bang, bang bang, his head was safe, but his horns smashed a huge boulder weighing several thousand catties into pieces. Regarding this result, Niu Ren was stunned at first, and then had the urge to vomit blood. If it wasn't for the fact that the old woman might be his ancestor, he really wanted to go up there and do his best. Just kidding, don't worry, this pair of horns will gradually disappear as your cultivation level increases day by day. Be content, this is the true Holy Spirit of the Bull King in ancient times. It was finally time to bid farewell to hell. Xiao Chen, Niu Ren and the Black Dragon King were sent to a desolate gobi by the old woman, and she waved her hand eerily and disappeared. According to what the old woman said, if you walk into the endless gobi, no matter whether you lose your way or not, as long as you firmly move in one direction, you will be able to walk out of the underworld and appear on the holy mountain of the barbarians. This is the only exit that has not been sealed yet. The vast gobi was endless. Xiao Chen and the others walked for 13 consecutive days, and finally saw a ray of dawn, a little light flickering ahead. It's the end of the underworld, we're about to enter the underworld. Niu Ren shouted excitedly. However, he quickly touched his two horns depressedly, and sighed, they will definitely make fun of me, my famous name in the first life. Shut up, Xiao Chen interrupted the little fat man's complaints. At that moment, endless mist surged behind them, and a hurricane swept across the great gobi, sending dust and sand flying all over the sky, and even stones the size of millstones were swept up into the sky. It is extremely strange that such a phenomenon will appear in the dead gobi. Then, a huge coercion came from the direction behind them, and the overbearing aura was undisguised, as if I was the only one in the sky and on the earth, as if the whole world was under his control. A living ancestor was born. This was Niu Ren's first thought. Xiao Chen's face was extremely solemn, he knew that this must be a super giant with an unimaginable background. In the distance, the 5 divine lights came at an extremely fast speed, like a large meteor shower passing across the sky, their power was earth-shattering. Under the multicolored divine light, there is a huge mountain thousands of meters high flying along, and a large shadow appears in the sky. 5-color divine light, Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaimed. Niu Ren was so shocked that he was speechless, and murmured, "This trip to hell. I really opened my eyes. Could it be that I really saw a generation of demon saints who were invincible in the world in ancient times, who could wipe everything and destroy everything?" The 5-color divine light wrapped the huge mountain thousands of meters high, and flew over Xiao Chen and the others. A powerful and unparalleled divine sense swept down, but it didn't stay on them for a long time, and went away in an instant. Xiao Chen said to himself, "Is this the ancestor of the little peacock king in the southern wilderness beast fighting competition? Didn't he leave his chaotic green feathers to his descendants? Why are all 5 feathers here now? Could it be that his cultivation has broken through again?" Kong Zan, a peerless strong man who looked down on the world in ancient times. The divine light of blue, yellow, red, black, and white is called the nightmare of the gods, and it is difficult to find a rival in the world. Later, he suffered a big loss in the west of Middle-earth, but after escaping from that catastrophe, he became stronger and stronger. There were almost no people in the world who could kill him, and he even wiped out 3 Buddhas in a row. In a sense, the name Kong Zan is synonymous with man and strong man. Ambilight streaked across the sky, making the entire desert brightly lit. Xiao Chen and the others were already close to the exit of the underworld, and Kong Zan obviously wanted to go out from there. It can be clearly seen that there are dozens of purple shady trees on the giant mountain that he brushed away, and 2 purple ginseng fruits bear on 2 of the shady trees. "My dear, Yinmu is a sacred product. I found so many. This ancient demon sage is so strong that he can easily sweep away a huge mountain from the underworld when he needs Yinmu." Niu Ren was so shocked that he really didn't know what to say. For such ancient invincible giants, it seems that there is no difficulty in this world that can stop them. Although the passage between the underworld and the young world is very wide, it still seems a bit narrow to pass a giant mountain. With a sound of brushing, a red light flashed, and less than half of the giant mountain was cut down, shaking the earth violently. "Oh," Niu Ren sighed, "I want to become stronger. Look at his demeanor. To become stronger, we must become stronger." Xiao Chen saw the heavenly Zhu Xian sword, and saw the 5-color divine light of a generation of demon saints. He couldn't calm down in his heart. He felt a serious sense of crisis. The legendary existences have appeared frequently. This world is probably going to be stormy. Monthly ticket, recommended ticket. Chapter 223 3 years, the clouds move. Xiao Chen walked through the desolate Gobi, and finally came to the exit of the underworld, where there was a hazy brilliance, and the breath of the world rushed towards his face, making Xiao Chen and Niu Ren, who had been in hell for more than a month, feel like a world away. "Hey, there!" Xiao Chen saw purple crystals flickering on the half of the giant mountain that fell down by Kong Zan. Brush. Unfolding the immortal wings, Xiao Chen rushed up the 1,000-meter-high giant mountain. A purple diamond shade tree is no more than 10 feet tall, so it is impossible to be crystal purple. The yin tree grows in the underworld, grows 1 inch in 100 years, 1 foot in 1,000 years, and only 1 foot in 10,000 years. Those 10 feet tall are as red as blood agate, and those 3 feet high are crystal clear like purple diamonds. The older they are, the more spiritual they become. But upon closer inspection, Xiao Chen discovered the problem. Although the height was not more than 10 feet, the main trunk stretched out sideways. The whole body is shimmering with purple light, and the main body is almost transparent and crystal clear, like a diamond. It is impossible for Kong Zan not to have discovered this top-quality purple diamond shade tree, but in his eyes, maybe a precious tree is nothing. Yinmu is rare in the world, but Kong Zan swept away a huge mountain and collected no less than dozens of trees, including 2 ginseng fruits. The supernatural power of melting soldiers and refining the body unfolded, and Xiao Chen took the purple diamond yin wood into his body, which is definitely a holy product in the Chengsheng continent. Whether it is refining medicine or sacrificing peerless magic weapons, putting a little bit will increase the success rate by several tenths. The 10-foot purple diamond yin wood is definitely a rare treasure. The brilliant purple wood rose from the ground and gradually sank into Xiao Chen's body. When the huge purple roots were all separated from the soil, there was a crisp, ding, sound, and there was a crystal light shining in the soil, and a purple diamond yin wood ginseng fruit was brought out. At this time, the little fat man Niu Ren had already charged up on the Black Dragon King, and when he saw this scene, he was surprised and said, "Zizuan Yinmu ginseng fruit." Yes, it is indeed a glossy purple fruit, which actually grows on the rhizome. How is this possible? Why do ginseng fruits grow on the rhizomes? Don't they bloom and bear fruit on the branches of yinmu? Niu Ren was dumbfounded. There is absolutely nothing wrong, this is undoubtedly a rare ginseng fruit, but the place where it grows is a bit weird. Xiao Chen smiled. No matter what, it was an unexpected opportunity to harvest a purple diamond ginseng fruit. Fatty, I'm sorry, I want to leave this ginseng fruit to the little beast. It doesn't even have a body. I don't know if it will come to this world smoothly. Niu Ren already knew about Kiki's condition, so of course he would not plan on this ginseng fruit, and said with a smile, if Kong Zan knew, he would regret it. Those dozens of yin trees only had 2 ginseng fruits, and the one he dropped had only 1. Speaking of this, the little fat man said with emotion, the supernatural power of the peacock is unimaginable. Even in the underworld, it is very difficult to find a shade tree. But he found dozens of trees at once and pulled down a huge mountain. I guess he may want to transplant it to his cultivation place. Walking out of the passage, Xiao Chen and Fatty appeared in an oasis at the foot of the holy mountain. They trekked dangerously, and finally came to the foot of the mountain. They returned to the Pure Land 2 days later. The flowers were blooming, the trees were swaying, the grass was fresh and tender. There is no hustle and bustle of the world, no intrigue in the world of mortals, and it seems that the soul will be purified here. My Niu Ren is back again, haha. The little fat man escaped from death and merged with the legendary fighting spirit of the Niu King, shouting happily at the entrance of the village. Ching Ching, icy muscles and bones, picturesque eyebrows, light jade body, graceful like a butterfly, ran out of the village briskly, white clothes better than snow, moving with the wind, long hair fluttering, just like Luotian, she is like 1,000 years of poetry condensed, and like the aura of heaven and earth turned into an elf, she can be called the perfect darling of heaven. Watching her fly from the fairyland like pure land, as if fairy Lingbo is flying across, this kind of beauty has nothing to do with any complicated desires, it is completely a beautiful enjoyment. Dai Mei condenses the beauty of the charm, and the autumn water contains the essence of poetry. Xiao Chen couldn't help saying, Ching Ching, if you go to the world of mortals, the emperors on the mainland will probably start wars for you. Ching Ching wrinkled her nose lightly, her bright eyes shone with sly light, and said, Uncle, are you praising me, or are you scolding me for being a disaster? It is indeed a woman of disaster level. Niu Ren said naively, I have seen 2 or 3 women who are all over the world, Zhao Liner and Yan Qingcheng, but I always feel that they are still inferior to Ching Ching. It is my favorite Lu Ruyan, who is charming and charming. Even if she is a superb stunner, she will look a bit vulgar in front of Ching Ching. Hee hee. Bai Yi Shengxie was clear, bright and ethereal, walked around Niu Ren briskly, and said with a smile, little fat brother usually sees you as a fool, but I didn't expect that your mouth is also very sweet. Then she turned to Xiao Chen and said, Uncle, you look good. There are black roots growing out of the white hair. It seems that your lifespan has increased. Tempering his body with the blood of the earth, Xiao Chen's physical condition has indeed improved a lot. What's more important is that those acupoints that have been deified are constantly overflowing with traces of essence, slowly improving his physique. Time flies, half a year has passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiao Chen has been in the Pure Land for more than a year. During this period, he calmed down, continued to practice painstakingly and enlightenment, and his cultivation became more and more refined. He has stabilized at the 3rd level of the realm of recognition of Tibet, and no longer fluctuates as before. He already knew from Niu Ren that Hai Yunzu was going to marry into Zongtuhu's family, and the wedding procession had already left. Xiao Chen was silent about this, he really wanted to make a move, but right now he didn't have the strength. Cultivating silently and advancing alone on the lonely road, this is the only thing he can do. Uncle, Ching Ching, a smart elf, came to the forest and found Xiao Chen, and lightly fell from the towering ancient tree, and said with a light smile, Uncle, you are almost becoming a log, and you are always practicing all day long, and I haven't seen you say a word for 3 days. You can't go on like this. Cultivation is also a cultivation of the mind. This kind of closed cultivation will have the worst effect. Xiao Chen was stunned, and at the same time sighed a little. There really are geniuses in this world, he is already very talented, but if compared with Ching Ching, he is still a little worse. 18-year-old Ching Ching has a deeper cultivation than him and Niu Ren. The little fat man once fought against Ching Ching unconvinced, but was defeated miserably and fled in embarrassment. Xiao Chen doesn't know what realm the ethereal and lively Ching Ching has reached. He only knows that in terms of talent, perhaps only Lan Nuo can compare with it. Uncle, you are so stupid, and you are in a daze again, hee hee. Ching Ching smiled lightly, then took out a small jade bowl as if conjuring, and said, "This is porridge made of black Ganoderma and black sesame seeds. Uncle, drink it quickly, this way your white hair will turn black soon." Xiao Chen smiled, took the jade bowl, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. "Drink it quickly," Grandpa Turtle said. "It's very effective. From now on, I'll cook a bowl for you every day." Qing stepped on the leaves and flew away lightly. Inspired by the Qing dynasty, Xiao Chen often travels among the tribes of barbarians and forest tribes. The barbarians are simple and friendly to him. In the evening, among the barbarian tribes in the wasteland, many tents were lit with lights. Xiao Chen and a group of barbarian boys were eating meat and drinking alcohol around a bonfire in an open space when the little fat man Niu Ren hurried over. "Xiao Chen has good news for you. Just after Hai Yunzu finished worshipping heaven and earth, his short-lived husband was killed, haha." Xiao Chen put down the wine glass and the deer leg, wiped off the oil on the corner of his mouth, and asked, "What's going on? Hey, have you heard of the reward of 300 million feet from the #1 killer organization in the longevity continent?" The little fat man showed off triumphantly. A group of barbarian youths sitting in front of the bonfire were all big and three rough, and they all had straightforward personalities. One of them said, "Brother Niatu, please speak quickly, don't keep it up." Niu Ren was rather depressed. After horns grew on his head, all his acquaintances began to call him Niu too. He grabbed a piece of preserved deer and drank a large bowl of wine. The little fat man said, "It is said that this killer organization with a bounty of 300 million has existed for endless years, and it has a deep grievance with the Zongtu family. According to legend, the first generation of killers once assassinated the ancestor of the Hu family. This ancient killer organization, the younger generation has a talent, named himself Jin Sanyi, and he killed the seventh son of the head of the Hu family in the southern wilderness, that is, Hai Yunzu's husband." Happy, the barbarian youths next to him yelled that they admire the brave man the most, and they all clinked glasses and drank heavily. The bounty of 300 million has a long history, and the exact date of its establishment has long been impossible to verify. It is an organization that is almost legendary. In its heyday, even the masters of the realm of immortality dared to undertake it. Moreover, it is said that there were several major cases that shocked the world. The assassination of the White Tiger's sacred emperor was one of the major cases. Niu Ren sighed. It is rumored that even though her husband is dead, Hai Yunzu still married into Hu's family. This woman is really incomprehensible, she is a widow. Speaking of this, Niu Ren turned his head and said to Xiao Chen, "How about? I will contact some brothers, let's go on the way to snatch Hai Yunzu, or get rid of it." "Yes, snatch it, I heard that it is one of the southern wilderness twin pearls. Snatch it and make it a wife for brother Xiao or brother Niatu." Several barbarian youths next to them are afraid that the world will not be chaotic. They are usually aggressive, and they want to try their skills when they hear such news. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "Our cultivation base is enough to beat their younger generation, but if we come out, we will be wiped out. I am afraid that the Hai family and the Hu family are waiting for me to go back. Now is not the time. If I don't strike, I will definitely make them miserable. This matter must not be reckless. Time is like water, time is like water." Xiao Chen spent his 24th birthday in Pure Land. He has lived here for 3 years, and this place has become his home, and the tribes of barbarians and forest tribes have become his second hometown. His head was full of white hair, which had turned black again. For more than 2 years, Xiao Chen would drink a bowl of steaming black sesame porridge every day, and was deeply moved, but Xiao Chen found that there was nothing to repay. Qing lacks nothing and needs nothing. He would not narcissistically think that this elf-like woman fell in love with him. Qing, supernatural and refined, like the bright moonlight, with aura all over her body, she took care of him because of her kind nature. If someone else lost here, she would do the same. Kindness does not mean simplicity. In fact, Qing is a headache for Xiao Chen. For the uncle he picked up, Qing often teases him. The peers of the nearby tribes are also very helpless, and they are often cleared up to make some kind-hearted pranks. Aquarius seal, turtle shuju, fly to escape, ... Xiao Chen practiced the thaumaturgy learned from the old people over and over again. He is about to leave here, and practice is also a mind training. He needs to enter the world of mortals. "Uncle, are you really leaving?" Qing was swinging on a swing among the flowers, and sighed, "Oh, I don't have anyone to play with me anymore. Why don't I discuss it with Grandpa, and then go to Middle-earth to find you?" Lu Bu among people, Kitu among horses. 2 years ago, the legendary Lu Bu once appeared on the battlefield of Middle-earth riding a horse with a red rabbit. A year and a half ago, Bai Qi, the god of killing who killed hundreds of thousands of soldiers, reshaped his body and returned to the underworld with 200,000 soldiers. 9 months ago, the Lantern Ancient Buddha entered the territory of the Great Shang dynasty in China and once promoted Buddhism. 8 months ago, Master Tongtian sent many disciples into the territory of Great Sha. 7 months ago, Yuan had sent Yun Neutron into the territory of the Great Zhou Kingdom of Zongtu. Half a year ago, the evil king who had disappeared for thousands of years appeared in Nanwang. 3 months ago, the patriarch of the demon cult, who had been almost forgotten by the years, appeared in Middle-earth. 2 months ago, the Confucian sage Confucius led 9 of the 72 sages to appear in China. A month ago, Tai Chi Zhang Sanfeng appeared in the world of mortals. 20 days ago, Zhuang Zhou transformed into a butterfly and reappeared in the world. More than 10 days ago, Shaoli flew a saber, shattered the void, and beheaded 7 angels in the western part of Middle-earth. In the past 2 years, many legendary characters, for unknown reasons, have appeared one after another. And that seems to have only just begun. Xiao Chen felt that it was time to enter Middle-earth to practice. Goodbye, I will miss you all. Leaving behind half of the purple diamond yin tree, which is 100 times more precious than gold, Xiao Chen left the Pure Land and was about to go to the vast Middle Land. 1 chapter today, 2 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 224. Fellow Taoist, please stay. Yi bids farewell. Xiao Chen bids farewell to the Pure Land. The simple and peaceful 3 years are destined to leave an indelible impression in his memory. In the southwestern border, the mountains stretch for tens of thousands of miles. Many ancient tribes of forest and barbarians live here. It is one of the most mysterious lands on the mainland. The Pure Land is not in the southwest, it is very close to the Middle Land. If Xiao Chen spreads out the immortal sky wings and flies with all his strength, one day is enough to enter the Middle Land. However, he did not fly, but chose to walk on foot. He does not know when he will be able to set foot on this land again. He is a person with strong emotions, and he is somewhat nostalgic. Climbing the difficult and dangerous ancient plank road, and walking through the mountain roads opened up by the ancestors of the ancient barbarians, Xiao Chen seemed to be able to see the traces of ancient times. Walking on the swirling Great Plain, the endless plain is extremely lush, and it is full of vitality from a distance. It is said that the ancestor gods once lived in seclusion here, making this land the most fertile place. No matter what kind of plants are planted, they will grow extremely vigorously. Crossing the valley of the burying god, looking at the collapsed giant mountains, Xiao Chen's uncontrollable emotions surged. How fierce the fierce battle here was back then. 10 days later, Xiao Chen walked out of the endless barren veins and entered the land of Middle-earth. The vast Middle Land is vast and boundless. This is the true central location of the longevity continent. Since ancient times, there have been outstanding people and countless outstanding figures have been born. There are also 5 hegemonic countries in Middle-earth, which are Sha, Shang, Zhou, Brahma, and Rome. The 5 huge empires occupy 80% of the vast Middle-earth, with a vast and boundless territory. Taking Great Sha as an example, the north-south border is 50,000 miles long, and the east-west border is 40,000 miles long. Any hegemonic country is already far larger than the human world, which made Xiao Chen extremely surprised. Sha, Shang, and Zhou were dominated by Oriental races, Rome was dominated by Western races, and Vatican was mostly mixed races. The population of Buddhism accounted for more than half of the country. In addition to the 5 hegemony countries, there are many vassal states, as large as tens of millions of square kilometers, as small as a city and a pool, and there can be hundreds of small countries, but they can only survive in the cracks between the 5 hegemony countries. Among the many vassal states, very few are completely independent. The most famous are Qin, Han, Sui, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. Although the 8 ancient states cannot be compared with Sha, Shang, Zhou, Fan, and Rome, they still have tens of millions of square kilometers. The above is enough to explain the vastness of Middle-earth, but this is only Middle-earth and cannot represent the entire longevity continent at all. However, no one can tell what kind of unknown world lies to the north of the northernmost ancient God Desert, the westernmost to the west of the Million Copper Mountains, the easternmost to the east of the vast East Sea, and the southernmost to the south of the thousands of deserted islands. According to legend, it is difficult for even the gods to enter those unknown areas. After entering the land of Middle-earth, the mountains and rivers are no longer precipitous, not as desolate as the southern desolation and the southwest frontier. Although there are still many giant mountains and rivers in Middle-earth, most of them are beautiful and full of aura. There are huge mountains with misty clouds and mists, like fairy mountains falling into the world. A series of big rivers roar like jade dragons. Pieces of plains are vast and vibrant, like stars falling to the ground. Shanshan, Shenyuan, Linggu and Yuhai are like a hazy picture of the sky, great rivers and mountains, picturesque and magnificent. Shaochen entered the southwestern part of Middle-earth, which is within the territory of the Great Merchant Kingdom. This overlord country is now at its peak national strength, and all directions are safe and peaceful. After walking through the deserted forest for many days, Shaochen suddenly saw a huge city standing in front of him. Shaochen felt very cordial, and finally entered the prosperous human society again. This is a big city on the southwestern border of the Great Merchant's Kingdom. The city is full of traffic, shops, and hawkers are heard endlessly. The flow of people is endless, and it is very prosperous. Shaochen went straight to a restaurant, chose a seat by the window on the second floor and sat down, listening to all the anecdotes discussed by the people present while eating. This restaurant is located in the busiest area of the city. There are many customers coming and going from north to south, and the news flow is the fastest. Among them, practitioners are naturally indispensable. Hey, do you know that something big is going to happen on the longevity continent? What's the big deal? I am afraid that the major events in the cultivation world will involve several great dynasties. Tell me. Yuan sent the disciples of Chanzhou down the mountain, and Tongtian sent the disciples of Zhejiao to be born. It's very lively now. I've also heard that the lineage of the Buddha has appeared frequently in the world recently. In the past, these legendary figures may not have appeared once in tens or hundreds of years. In today's world, there are 7 or 8 great teachers. If all of them send their disciples into the world, there will be chaos in the longevity realm. Lvbu among people, Kitu among horses, you all have heard. This guy is said to be an extinct general in the world, but his fighting spirit is immortal. Even if he enters the underworld, he is an invincible giant and no one dares to provoke him. Not long ago, he reshaped his body and reappeared in the world. One of my uncles once saw with his own eyes that Lu Biyu was riding a red rabbit horse, holding a Fengtian painted halberd, wandering around an ancient battlefield in the territory of the Great Zhou Kingdom. Broken. The power is unimaginable. It is said that Bai Qi, the god of killing, also reshaped his body and came out of hell with 200,000 soldier souls. This lord may be even more ferocious than Lu Biyu. You said Bai Qi and Lu Biyu, the eternal battle spirits, if they face the strong ones in Shengjiao in Buddhism, do they have any chance of winning? It's hard to say. Bai Qi and Lu Bu's skills may not be as good as those cultivators, but their soul power is unmatched, and they can move all directions with anger. For example, if Bai Qi really goes crazy, with 200,000 soldiers, souls wrapped around him, I'm afraid even a few true Buddhas can't hold it together. Shaochen listened quietly while eating. Many characters have appeared in legends in the past, but now they are very likely to reappear in the world. It is impossible for a passionate young man not to be excited. He is very much looking forward to the appearance of Tongtian, Kong Zan, Chu King Shangyu, Zhang Sanfeng, Bodhidharma, Xie Wang and others. While the cultivators upstairs were chatting enthusiastically, a middle-aged Taoist in his 30s walked up to the second floor. His eyes were dull, his complexion was sallow, and a long beard under his jaw was also dull. He looked a bit like a god. He listened to everyone's high-spirited discussions while eating wine and vegetables, and then suddenly said, "Everyone, the focus of the mainland is not far away right now." What focus? The middle-aged Taoist smiled and said, "The Tianluo kingdom in the south is close to the Middle Earth, and there is a palace of longevity emerging there. Many powerful cultivators have obtained strange treasures from there in the past few years." There was booing, and someone said in dissatisfaction, "You don't need to say that, everyone in the longevity continent knows. But the innermost palace can't be broken at all. It's been noisy for more than 3 years, and it's hard to get anything. I went there myself, but we can't even fly up, just to see it." The middle-aged Taoist smiled, with a sallow complexion, dull eyes, and a look of dejection, and said, "Now, I heard that Kong Zan, Tongtian and other legendary existences have all rushed there, ready to break the last restriction." What? Above the restaurant, there was an exclamation immediately. The middle-aged Taoist priest smiled and said nothing, and began to eat and drink on his own. The big shots have finally appeared on stage. No, I have to go and see what I say. Must go. The crowd was so excited that they all wanted to see what treasures would be born after the legendary heavenly palace was broken. After all, it had been 3 years since the sky of Tianluo Kingdom bloomed with thousands of auspicious colors day and night, which touched the hearts of many people. By the way, Taoist, has this heavenly palace been seen by Tongtian Supreme, otherwise how could he be alarmed? Taoist Sheng smiled and said, of course, that is the heavenly palace where the ancestor god Yachao's sacrifices were made. The palace left by the ancestor god. Everyone was stunned, and then many people dropped their bowls and chopsticks and set off immediately. Only Taoist Xuan and Xiao Chen were left in the big restaurant. Xiao Chen was not in a hurry to leave. Since the big shots were about to take action, even if there was a treasure, it would not be his turn to get it. So why is there any rush? If you want to watch the excitement, you can stroll over slowly. The Taoist priest with a sad face glanced at Xiao Chen, continued to eat, and left in a hurry. After dinner, when Xiao Chen wandered around the city, he suddenly found a middle-aged Taoist priest, who was trying his best to publicize the Swearen's palace of the ancestor god to some cultivators, and then led most of the cultivators in the city on the road. Xiao Chen also followed. What's the name of the priest? Poverty Shen Exabao. Why does it sound so awkward? Someone whispered. Some even thought it was familiar, saying, why is it so familiar, I seem to have heard of this name before. Someone next to him said, you forgot, in ancient times there was a degenerate god named Shen Gongbao. The disciples who sat down with Yuan and Tongtian suffered countless deaths and injuries because of him. The strength is not very good, but whoever meets him will be unlucky. Master Dao, your name is so strange, it doesn't have anything to do with Shen Gongbao, does it? That's the ancestor of the family. The Taoist priest replied with a smile on his face. What, a descendant of the declining god? I at %. Immediately, half of the people turned their heads and ran back. Fellow Taoist, please stay. As soon as these words came out, a group of people who had just ran out for tens of meters stopped immediately and retreated involuntarily. Such a strange thing made many people dumbfounded. Immediately, they thought of the bad god in the ancient legends, how many ancient strong men were killed by saying, friends of the Tao, please stay. For ordinary cultivators, it is even more terrifying than the 4 swords of jade immortals of Master Tongtian. There is another chapter tonight. By the way, if you don't remind me that there is a second chapter at the end of the first chapter, don't wait. Make an advertisement for someone. Super Dimension Classroom, he lives in the city and is just a small person. But he has bodyguards such as Immortals, Juggernauts, Holy Magisters, and Ace Masters. Chapter 225, Heavenly Palace with Nest. Everyone was dumbfounded, couldn't it be that the god of decline had reappeared in the world? How could the phrase, friends of Taoism, please stay behind, be more effective than the one in ancient times? It actually caused a group of people to regress. Pindao has no malicious intentions. Please go to the heavenly palace of the Tianluo kingdom. It is just an order. To open the palace of the ancestral gods, you need the power of many cultivators. God of decline, regardless of whether he was Shen Gongbao himself or Shen Exabao, Shen Gongbao's descendant, everyone agreed that they couldn't walk with him. Seeing how bad he was, getting involved with him would not end well. Many people wanted to escape, but under the words of, friends of Taoism, please stay behind, for some reason, it was difficult for everyone to take a step forward. At the beginning, Xiao Chen felt dizzy in his head, but the moment the Zon Gong turned, he woke up again, and he knew deeply that the decayed Taoist priest in front of him was very evil. Not ordinary people. However, even though Xiao Chen came to his senses, he didn't just leave, and followed the crowd to move on. Shuaishan made a formula in his hand, muttered something, and then suddenly shouted, the 5 elements break the dust. Everyone felt their bodies sway, and then submerged under the ground, and the khaki light around them shone, and everyone seemed to be traveling through space, moving forward at extreme speed. The Earth escape technique is not a great supernatural power, and many cultivators in the realm of knowledge can open it, but if you bring hundreds of people forward together, it will be a bit scary. After walking in the Earth for a day, the people return to the surface again. At this moment, they have entered the territory of Tianluo Kingdom. This is a vast prairie, stretching as far as the eye can see, the vegetation is lush and the land is full of vitality. At this moment, there are tens of thousands of cultivators gathered on the grassland. And in the sky, a piece of palace shrouded in glow, suspended there quietly, surrounded by white clouds, fluttering gently under the illumination of the colorful clouds. This is the noisy Tiangong. In the past 3 years, many cultivators from the mainland have rushed here. Ancient treasures such as Dragon Slaying Blade, Demon Sealing List, God Sacrifice Altar, Longevity Tree, etc. have been born one after another. Dozens of rare treasures have been taken away by powerful cultivators. Since then, no one has gained anything, and no one has been able to break through the ancient temple in the center. Even on the ground, it can be seen, where billions of stars are condensed, bright and bright. Shuaishan sent everyone here and then disappeared. There were so many people on the prairie, most of them couldn't fly at all, and most of them came here to watch the excitement. And in the sky, there are also many figures suspended, among them are not only human races but also many alien races. More than a dozen fallen angels with black wings on their backs, surrounded by black mist, quietly suspended in a corner, coldly scanning the heavenly palace above. On the other side, there are 7 or 8 huge monsters, which turned out to be pterosaurs tens of meters long. The scales and armor all over their bodies were shining brilliantly, and their dragon energy was released, forming a huge pressure. Slightly ahead, there are 3 savage beasts, with an imposing manner, even standing on the ground, everyone can clearly sense the pressure. Few of the people below can recognize their identities, but those who recognize them are all surprised. A gigantic monster 10 feet long, shaped like a jackal, covered with black scales, surrounded by blood mist, and full of evil spirits. Some old cultivators recognized it, and it turned out to be the legendary Yazi. Yazi, the virtue of Emil must be repaid, and the resentment of Yazi must be repaid. Reporting is inevitable. Because of the main kill, it is often engraved on the murderous soldiers. Beside it, a 9-foot-long wild beast, shaped like an angry lion, was surrounded by smoke, and its whole body was covered with scales and armor. This savage beast was also recognized, and it turned out to be the legendary Suan Ni, who was often carved on the incense burner. Beside them is a 10-foot-long savage beast, with a dragon head, a horse body, and lin feet, shaped like a lion, with white scales all over its body, fierce and mighty. Most people recognize this beast. It turned out to be the legendary Pixiu, also called Tianlu, to ward off evil spirits. It was often carved into jade pendants and hung on the body. Yazi, Suani, and Pixiu are all legendary savage beasts. They are so evil that they rarely appear in the world. Some people even say that they are the sons of Zulong and the offspring of Zulong intermarried with other tribes. Being able to alert such a powerful savage beast to come here is enough to show that the rumors are true, and the Tiangong here is very likely to be the palace of the ancestor god Yachao. I guess, the Yazi, Suani, and Pixiu in front of me can't be the dragon sons in the legend, they are probably their descendants. That's not necessarily the case, stop talking nonsense. A great coercion enveloped the people below, and those who whispered below immediately shut up. And farther away, there are some huge monsters flying over, wrapped in dark clouds. It is difficult to see their real bodies, only they know that they are definitely not human race. It is obvious that they all have the ability to transform into humans, but they just don't bother to do it. Those who dare to come here are definitely the superpowers of the orc race, and some of them are probably ancient monsters. The divine light flickered and the fire was bright. Xiao Chen saw an acquaintance. It turned out to be a multicolored phoenix. It was the phoenix girl whom she had seen in the southern wilderness, and beside her was a cute little phoenix, wobbly following her. They didn't get close, but just watched from a distance. Obviously they didn't come here to win the treasure. Xiao Chen guessed that Phoenix Girl wanted Little Phoenix to learn more. It seems that because of the relationship between the phoenix and the divine feather, the multicolored phoenix woman felt her heart. Her beautiful eyes swept down 2 rays of light. She looked towards Xiao Chen's direction, she nodded slightly, and at the same time a voice sounded in his mind. I know what happened in Tiandi City, they dare to despise my divine feather, I will help you out once in the future. After saying these words, the Phoenix Girl flew to the side with the swaying little phoenix. Although there are many foreign races, they are not too far ahead, and they don't seem to want to risk their lives for the fight. Those who are really close to the heavenly palace are some human cultivators. There are quite a few Taoists and monks, of course, more of them are laymen dressed up, and there are even a few cultivators who look like military generals, actually riding in the sky on a celestial horse. However, because it was too far away and the figures were vague, it was difficult to see the true faces of those people. My ex, just now I heard that the undead evil king of the southern desolation also went up. That is a ruthless character. It has not appeared in the world for 1,000 years. You didn't know. Even Taoist Zhang Sanfeng, who was indifferent, was alarmed and had already flown up. Could it be that there is really a relic of the ancestor god of the Chao clan? Otherwise, how could so many big figures be alarmed? Just now I saw the ancient Buddha burning lamps fly up. There is absolutely no mistake, and it is no different from the Buddha statues in the temple. Tens of thousands of cultivators below were talking about it. This is definitely a rare event, and many big names have appeared. Look, who is that Taoist who flew up? I don't know. What's in his hand? It's shiny silver. Could it be the legendary original token? While everyone was talking, a cultivator holding a square seal in his hand, like a fairy, flew into the sky with a few people. Oh my god, why do I feel that the seal in that Taoist priest's hand looks like the terrifying heaven-shattering seal from the First World War? It looks exactly like the one in the legend. Shenxia shone, and another group of cultivators flew up. 3 hours later, the sky was already filled with figures. At this moment, the gorgeous clouds passed across the sky, and the 5 divine lights shone across the sky, approaching the heavenly palace. Even the strong men who were also suspended in the sky had to retreat to make way for him. The super ruthless character has arrived. Could it be Kong? Shish, you're getting impatient, and you dare to mention this man's name. Xiao Chen knew that it must be Kong Zan, the 5-color divine light fighting the world alone, who had seen this fierce man in hell. The 5-colored divine light had just settled in the sky, and 7 rainbows soared from the far sky, like a shocking rainbow, illuminating the entire sky. That couldn't be, the legendary 7 treasure tree. You're getting impatient, don't hesitate to shut up. Hush, shut up, the master who controls the 5-color divine light and the master of the 7 treasure tree are old enemies. Sure enough, Kong Zan, who rode the 5-color divine light in the sky, snorted coldly, and everyone who was shocked suddenly felt like a thunderbolt. When Xiao Chen saw the 7 treasure tree for the first time, he immediately thought of the 7-color sacred tree in his body. They were somewhat similar, they were all 7 colors, but their essence was different. Before the master arrived, the treasure tree flew over, which was enough to show that his status was prominent, and he was truly a peerless powerhouse that all the strong would shy away from. Up to now, no one has any doubts anymore. This Tiangong is definitely the palace left by the ancestor god Yuchao, otherwise ordinary treasures would never be able to alert such a big man against the sky. Gather your thoughts and break through. The long voice, I don't know who it is coming from, it is constantly resounding in the world, like Huang Zhang Dalu, which makes people vigilant and shocks people's hearts. Everyone felt that the power of their spiritual consciousness rushed to the sky, not because of strength or weakness, but because of the share of everyone's desire and power. This is the key to breaking through the palace of the ancestor god. A holy radiance, like a galaxy rewinding, rushes towards the heavenly palace. A rumbling sound spread across the sky, as if a huge portal was opening. At this moment, the divine light shone in the sky, and the figures of many strong men moved, rushing towards the heavenly palace together. One person is riding a Pegasus horse, not angry and majestic, without soldiers in his hands, but his evil spirit soars to the sky. The dazzling 5-color divine light, which claims to wipe out everything and is unstoppable, rushed towards the ancient temple immediately. There is also a huge butterfly, lightly, shattering the void, flashing in front of the gate of Tiangong. And the wonderful tree of 7 treasures traveled through space and appeared directly in front of the palace, sweeping out dazzling 7-colored divine light. At this moment, above the sky, 4,000-meter-long giant swords suddenly manifested out of thin air, and their murderous aura charged straight at Xiaohan. Chapter 226 The Big Five. Tongtian, a name that makes the gods terrified, the 4 fierce swords are completely forged with the blood of the gods. At this moment, the 4 vicious swords of the master Tongtian appeared on the sky and struck down, which immediately made everyone in the sky terrified. The 4 swords Zushan, killing Xian, Juexian, and trapping Immortal were all 1,000 meters long, smashing down like 4 mountains, and the unparalleled sword energy directly shattered the void. Tongtian is crazy. The powerful cultivator, at the first moment, ran away. Like desperate, wanting to stay away from that space, the power of these 4 swords shakes the world, few people can catch it, if you want to survive, you have to retreat. But more people don't have that strength, and it is impossible to escape the space covered by the 4 swords, and they can only wait for death. The overwhelming power caused many ordinary cultivators on the prairie to collapse on the ground. The 4 swords in the sky shattered the sky, as if they wanted to turn it into chaos. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the expected tragic scene of blood-stained sky did not appear. The 4 Tongtian swords did not slash at everyone, but they were controlled just right, and only shattered the palace of the ancestor god Yuchao. The heavenly palace, which had not been captured for 3 years, turned into ruins at this moment, making a rumbling sound, and the rubble continued to fall into the sky. To be so disrespectful to the palace of the ancestor god means that Tongtian dares to do this, and other people dare not be so unscrupulous even if they came here for treasure hunting. In this regard, no one dared to say anything. Tongtian disrespected heaven and earth, and only respected himself. In the distant past, he directly challenged the ancestor god Yuchao. It is nothing to do so. The four swords quickly shrunk and walked towards the rubble and stones floating in the endless void, undoubtedly wanting to grab the treasure of the ancestor god. Not everyone is afraid of Tongtian. A colorful butterfly appeared in the ruins lightly, without fear of the four swords of Tongtian, flying in the ruins like dancing among thousands of flowers. At the same time, the seven treasures tree soared into the sky and entered the ruins. Kong Zan turned into 5 rays of light and rushed over. There were quite a few people outside the arena, but few dared to rush over. The people who entered the ruins were all legendary ruthless characters, madmen who killed thousands of miles in a rage. Now rushing to compete with them is purely courting death. Obviously, Tongtian already knew what kind of treasure was sealed in Yachaoshan Palace, and without stopping for a moment, he slashed with 4 swords, turning many knives and swords that were regarded as spiritual treasures into dust. With a crisp sound of ding, Juexian's sword struck an artifact, but did not destroy it, instead causing the fierce sword itself to tremble. The other 3 fierce swords immediately surrounded and trapped the artifact, and the 4 swords wanted to protect it and fled away. It was a simple and crude stone dagger. If you don't look carefully, you can't see the appearance of a dagger at all. It is no more than half a foot long. It looks like a knife but not a knife, like a sword but not a sword. There is no energy fluctuation. Even if Tongtian knows what kind of treasure is sealed here, he can't sense it. It was completely cut out with 4 fierce swords. The Qibao Miaoshu has been watching it covetously, seeing that the Tongtian 4 swords found the stone dagger, turned into a colorful light, swept up, and wanted to fight over it. Zhu Xian's 4 swords vibrated violently, and the chaotic sword energy soared into the sky, sweeping towards the Qibao Miaoshu. The 7 treasure tree moved continuously, blocking the sword energy, and advancing in a roundabout way. Next to it, the 5 colored lights moved together, and Kong Zan charged forward, but the immortal slaughter sword shook violently, shattering the 5 colored lights in an instant, and even Kong Zan's real human body was almost revealed. On the other side, a colorful butterfly flapped its wings lightly, broke through Zhu Xian's sword energy, bypassed Zhu Xian's sword light, and rushed past it. This change surprised all the spectators. Where did the colorful butterfly come from? He could even pass 2 swords of the Master Tongtian, his strength is hard to guess. In Yuankong, the 3 savage beasts Yazi, Suani, and Pixiu all showed shock, and the bloodthirsty Yazi said, "There is actually someone who can contend against Tongtian." Suan Ni's eyes were bright, and he said, "If you know his origin, you won't be surprised. It's Zhuangzhou. Zhuangzi has no self, no merit, no name, and lives freely in the world. Although he became enlightened late, he is considered one of the most likely to reach the realm of the ancestor gods, forgetting himself, forgetting everything, and pursuing unrestrained, free and carefree Sanran. Although its method is only spread in half of the world, it has a great impact on the cultivation world. Wangyang Baihei, with all manners of manners, is the work of the late Zhou masters, and there is no one who can be the first. Zhuangzi is transcendent and refined, and he has truly achieved it, forgetting things in me, and uniting man and nature. In terms of spiritual cultivation, he may be the closest person to the ancestor god in this world. He has truly reached the spiritual level of, heaven and earth coexist with me, and all things are one with me. On the prairie below, Xiao Chen was extremely excited. If there was one person he really admired, it must be Zhuangzi. The cultivation ideology system he built is definitely beyond the times. Even if his physical strength is not comparable to Tongtian and others, but he can make up for it with his spiritual realm, and he will never be much weaker. Zhuangzi also came, and immediately shocked all the spectators. Having broken through the 2 swords of Zhu Xian and Zhu Xian in a row, Zhuangzhou, who turned into a butterfly, retreated lightly, as if he didn't want to take the stone dagger, which made everyone a little puzzled, but in an instant, he understood that this is the real Zhuangzi, who has always been in the world of leisure, not coming for the treasure of the ancestor gods, just a coincidental meeting, just a leisurely tour. The unique Zhuangzhou, who came as a butterfly, ignored the fierce battle in the field, and flew alone among the ruins, as if he was paying tribute to the remains of the ancestor god. Master Tongtian didn't care about Zhuangzi's attack just now. He knew that the other party was not provoking, his nature was natural, his nature was like this, he moved according to his heart, that's all. Moreover, this is only transformed by Zhuangzhou's spirit, not his body. Even if he uses Zhu Xian's 4 swords to kill him now, he will not be able to hurt the opponent's body. Immortal Execution Sword and Immortal Absolute Sword trapped the stone dagger, Immortal Trapping Sword and Immortal Killing Sword flew through the air, and continued to slash in the ruins. No one knew better than Tongtian. He once challenged the ancestor god Yuchao clan back then, and the ancestor god had 2 weapons, which left a deep impression on him. A rough stone dagger and a not-so-round stone ball, although polished extremely rough, even a little ridiculous, are unimaginably powerful, and cannot be searched with divine sense at all, because they do not have any energy fluctuations, and if they are thrown into a pile of stones, it is impossible to distinguish the slightest strangeness. The immortal trapping sword and the immortal killing sword shattered all obstacles, and there was a crisp, ding, sound in a remote corner. A rough stone ball the size of a fist was chopped out, and the unparalleled immortal killing sword failed to leave the slightest mark on it. 2 fierce swords soaked in endless divine blood trapped the stone ball and flew towards Zushan's sword and Juexian's sword. But at this moment, a big hand suddenly flew from the sky, covered the whole world, and grabbed the immortal slaughter sword and the stone ball trapped by the immortal sword. The coercion was unimaginable, causing the ruins in the sky to violently turbulence and continue to collapse. Even the temple built by the ancestor gods was unbearable, and endless rubble fell into the sky. Several powerful fallen angels in Yuenkong showed shocked expressions, and one of them said, "That seems to be one of the giants of the Western tribe." Allah, the god of the Western religion, is definitely a well-known giant in the world, one of the few peerless powerhouses who can fight against Tongtian and Yuan, and the treasure of the Chao family has attracted him, which shows the status of stone daggers and stone balls in the eyes of their ranks of powerhouses. The giant hand shone with water blue light, as if there were endless viscous liquids surging forward. Although the immortal killing sword and immortal trapping sword shook out chaotic sword energy, they did not shatter the giant hand. They were all dissolved by the water blue light. There was a slight friction between the two, and huge lightning bolts were torn apart, and the space continued to shatter. It is conceivable how terrifying it is there. If they hadn't imprisoned their power to prevent it from leaking out, any beam of light that spilled out would be able to shatter the surrounding spectators. Boom! The great hand of Allah stirred and completely crushed the remains of the ancestor gods. The last ruins completely collapsed to the sky, and there were more than a dozen rare treasures hidden under the foundation, all of which fell into the void. Those spectators who were able to pre-control the flight immediately became overwhelmed. They couldn't compete for the 2 ancestral god treasures at all. However, so many treasures were born right now, which the Lord Tongtian and Allah looked down upon. Everyone rushed forward, and the scuffle broke out. Kong Zan sighed helplessly. He knew that with the 4 heavenly swords, the wonderful tree of 7 treasures, and Allah, he couldn't get even one of the most precious treasures of the ancestral gods, so he also rushed towards the dozen or so rare treasures. At this moment, a shadow as big as a mountain slammed towards Kong Zan, and with a bang, it was smashed into the air. Kong Zan was furious, and while he was absent-minded, he was unexpectedly attacked by someone. He shot 2 cold electricity in the 5-color divine light, and shouted, "What can the Fanshan seal do to me?" Brush. The 5 colors of divine light moved together, and a group of cultivators in front of them were instantly smashed into pieces, blood splashed in the sky, and blood was suddenly soaring. The cultivators were in chaos, and the real killing began. All those who thought they had cultivated well began to fight for the rare treasure. The savage beasts Yazi, Suani, and Pixiu directly confronted several fallen angels. The magic cloud rioted, and the black mist filled the sky, and they fought fiercely with the fallen angels. And several huge pterosaurs also fought with more than a dozen human cultivators, and the roar of dragons shook the sky. The ordinary cultivators on the ground were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen such a big scene. Xiao Chen watched quietly. Although he could fly in the air, he didn't want to fight for it at all. He knew that the ruthless people above were definitely not something he could fight against right now. At this moment, the stone man in Xiao Chen's body trembled, and Shi Zuan even had the urge to leave his body. He was extremely surprised. Could it be that Tongtian and the others missed some treasure? Looking at the endless ruins falling to the ground ahead, Xiao Chen strode forward. In the sky, Allah fights against the immortal slaying sword and immortal trapping sword, and the 7 treasures tree fights against immortal execution sword and immortal execution sword. They completely seal the sky, otherwise it might affect the earth. The light of chaos is shining, and the contest between the 3 powerhouses is extremely fierce. Boom! The immortal executioner sword and immortal executioner sword directly pierced through a space tunnel, passed the 7 treasure tree out of the sky, and then killed Allah. But the Qibao Miaoshu broke through the space in an instant, traveled back, flashed a colorful light, and imprisoned the 4 swords that were just joined together inside. At the same time, Allah's other giant hand shattered the space, and also blasted from outside the sky, and they all fought against the leader of Tongtian. With a long howl, a Pegasus horse came from the sky, and a general in golden armor rushed into the space imprisoned by the colorful divine light with a mighty wave of energy like an ocean. This person is like a heavenly knife, directly tore in. Although there is no weapon in his hand, the murderous aura released from the outside has condensed into thousands of swords, shaking the left hand of Allah. The cultivators who did not participate in the battle watched from a distance, gasping for breath. This person is very like the legendary martial saint Sun Wu. In the human world, Guan Yu is enshrined in the Wusheng temple, but if the true martial arts is traced back to the source, the real Wusheng must be Sun Wu. With a punch, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered, and Allah was pushed back. He stretched out his giant hand and reached into the four swords of Zhu Xian, trying to grab the stone dagger. Zhu Xian's four swords shattered the void, wanting to travel through the space. But the three masters showed their skills together, and even the leader of Tongtian was invincible. The space tunnel was cut off and manifested in the void again. It turns out that martial sages are not exempt. A sneer came from the four swords of Zhu Xian. Sun Wu's murderous aura was soaring all over his body. Standing in the tangible murderous aura, he could only show a hazy and burly shadow. The indifferent voice came out. Soldiers, the way of life and death, the way of survival, must be observed. I am in charge of the soldiers of the world, and I will choose one of these stone soldiers. This soldier is not that soldier, your hand is too long. Although Allah did not show his real body, but only showed two giant hands, his cold sneer echoed clearly in the sky. Sun Wuduan sat on the Tianma, and said indifferently, "This is an ancient treasure of my Oriental family. How is it different from me? You have crossed the line." With an earth-shattering loud noise, the void where the four peerless masters were located burst into a dazzling light, and then turned back into chaos. The four fought fiercely in the chaos. Zhuangzhou, who had turned into a butterfly, descended lightly, passed through the crowd fighting fiercely for the rare treasure in the sky, away from the battlefield, and came straight to the ruins on the ground. The stone drill in Xiao Chen's body flew out, and found a severed arm that was half the length of a thumb from the ruins. It was a big arm broken off at the shoulder. Chapter 227. Where is the Tao? There is no forearm, and the big arm is intact. Although it is only half the length of a thumb, it is as heavy as Mount Tai in Xiao Chen's heart. Without the slightest fluctuation, without any sacred power, the severed arm submerged into Xiao Chen's body silently, making a crisp, ding, sound, as if magnets attracting each other collided together. It merged with the broken stone man in Xiao Chen's body. Although it is incomplete, there is a hazy brilliance between the stone legs and arms, and the missing parts are filled by the brilliance like water waves. A stone man sits quietly in Xiao Chen's body. The colorful butterflies flutter, gently rippling a few soft rays of light. Zhuangzhou stayed away from the battlefield, flew down to the sky, flapped his wings lightly, and came in front of Xiao Chen. As if in a dream, Xiao Chen felt a little unreal when he saw this legendary holy man who was so talented and brilliant that he could look down on the eternity. He was so close to Zhuangzi. With little ripples, Xiao Chen found that the ruins in front of him disappeared, the vast prairie disappeared, and he stood in the void, only him and the colorful butterfly. Why? An emotionless voice sounded in Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen didn't know why this person who was infinitely close to the ancestor god at the spiritual level would ask him a question. Without thinking too much, he answered honestly, "No name, the beginning of heaven and earth." The butterfly flapped its wings lightly, and the indifferent voice sounded clearly in the void, "Really? What is nameless is called Tao. Tao has no form, so it cannot be named. The origin is the origin of Tao. Exhalation and distribution come out of nothingness, which is the origin of heaven and earth. Do you really understand Tao? Is that your Tao?" Facing this question, Xiao Chen was speechless, and after a moment of silence, he opened his mouth. "This. Heaven and earth are born with me, and all things are one with me." "And what about you?" Zhuangzhou was very indifferent. Zhuangzi is the person who is closest to the ancestor god in the spiritual realm, and he seems to be giving advice on purpose. Xiao Chen quickly calmed himself down, thinking silently. However, Zhuangzhou's realm is too ethereal for Xiao Chen to capture. But at this time, the indifferent voice came again, "Where is the Tao?" Xiao Chen fell into the dark world like falling into the abyss, unable to catch a ray of sunlight. His expression was in a trance. At the top of the sky, the heavenly four swords, the seven treasures tree, the giant hand of Allah, and the martial saint Sun Wu have sunk into chaos. The fluctuations there are extremely terrifying, and a random splash of chaotic power may shatter a group of cultivators. However, the four peerless powerhouses didn't want to do evil. They sealed that space, and the power to destroy the world was completely imprisoned in the chaos. They melted. and below them, the cultivators are engaged in a fierce battle for more than a dozen rare treasures. Although the power is not comparable to Tongtian and others, it is not inferior in terms of tragedy. Yazi, the legendary dragon son, looks like a jackal, with black scales gleaming all over his body, and blood mist lingering around him. Rush and kill among several fallen angels. Fallen angels are naturally powerful in battle. As long as they are adults, they will have a cultivation level above that of demigods, and they are regarded as gods by some weak races. The black wings spread, endless mist surged, and the sky was pitch black. Roar. With a loud roar, the sky and the ground shook. Although Yazi's body was huge, his speed became faster and finally turned into a beam of blood. The 10-foot beast's body was like a bloody knife, and it swept across several fallen angels in an instant. There were a few puffs, blood splashed, and the bloodthirsty Yazi cut off the bodies of the 2 fallen angels. On the other side, the 5-color divine light shone. Kong Zan didn't manifest his real body at all, and swept away all the cultivators hidden in the divine light. He is much more terrifying than the ferocious Yazi. The 5-color divine light is like a grinder. Wherever it passes, cultivators keep smashing it, and no one can stop him. It seems that he is venting his dissatisfaction in his heart. He can't compete for the treasure of the ancestor gods, and now he is merciless. With a sound of swiping, Kong Zan appeared next to a huge pterosaur tens of meters long. Blue, yellow, red, black, and white lights swept across the sky, and an earth-shattering scream sounded in the sky. The dragon's scales collapsed and flew in the sky, blood gushed out, blood stained the sky, the huge body of the pterosaur split into pieces in an instant, and the huge dragon's head fell to the sky with an expression of unwillingness. A powerful pterosaur was killed in an instant. Kong Zan, who was like a murderous demon king, made everyone keep dodging, and no one dared to approach him. The sword energy surged in the sky, the blood flowed continuously, and the strange treasures that appeared in the palace of the ancestral gods caused many cultivators to risk their lives to compete, and the murderous aura was soaring in the sky. Even the people on the ground are ready to move, tens of thousands of people look up to the sky, but their skills are low, it is impossible to fight for the front. In the end, many cultivators began to turn over the ruins that fell from the sky to the ground, hoping to gain something. Far away in the sky, the handsome and extraordinary Master Tongtian stood on a divine island and sighed helplessly. At the same time, facing Qibao Miaoshu and Allah, it is impossible to block it even if it is stronger than him. Now, another martial saint Sun Wu with unparalleled soul power was killed, and he was even more invincible. He intends to send out the formations that cooperate with Zushan, Juexian, killing Xian, and trapping Xian, but thinking that there may be people who have not made a move in the dark, watching, he decides to stop. It is enough to get one of the 2 treasures. Over the ruins, the Immortal Execution Sword and Immortal Absolute Sword vibrated violently, and in the end they even sent the stone daggers they had sealed off flying away, ignoring them. The martial sage roared, breaking through the chaos, and grabbed the stone dagger on his Tianma. Not to be outdone, the wonderful tree of 7 treasures and the giant hand of Allah stepped forward at the same time. The 4 fierce swords of Zushan, Juexian, killing Xian, and trapping Xian protected the stone ball, and the chaotic sword energy shattered the sky, opening a tunnel leading to the sky in the chaos, and disappeared in an instant. The Qibao Miaoshu wanted to stop him, but finally gave up. The Master Tongtian is not a man to be easily messed with. If he is forced to keep both treasures, he will definitely fall into trouble in the end. The top 3 competed for the stone dagger in the chaos, and the battle became more intense. In the inexplicable void, Xiao Chen was still standing numbly. "Where is your way?" The voice was cold and emotionless, and it sounded again in the void. "My way is far away and needs to be explored." Xiao Chen was thinking hard. The Yellow River Ancient Steel and the Long Island Ancient Steel seem to have recorded the imprint of Tao, and the old people in the Pure Land have also explained different Tao to him, but they are all ethereal, as if they are far away, so it is difficult to grasp. The butterfly fluttered, with a pair of almost transparent wings, rippling at the starting point. The void seemed to be shattered, and a spiritual light also pierced the dark mist in the darkness. Xiao Chen seemed to wake up a little bit, and said, "The way is ahead, we just need to move forward." Zhuangzhou sighed, which made Xiao Chen feel a little bit confused again, and said, "The Tao is at the back, the distance of turning around." He thought of how many times he had fallen into the ethereal realm. The feeling of being one with the Tao and being with the heaven and the earth was mysterious, and he couldn't explain the Tao clearly. "Where is your way?" Zhuangzhou asked again. This time, Xiao Chen seemed to really wake up completely, fell into silence for a long time, and finally said, the Tao is under my feet, and the road I walked is the Tao. His tone was very firm, as if he had completely broken through the fog in his heart, and he knew how he should go on. Very good. Any more? Xiao Chen's gaze became firmer, and he said, the Tao is on your body, if I step over you, I will enter the Tao. Zhuangzi's laughter came out, he was not hostile to Xiao Chen's Tao. Saints never die, but thieves never stop. He also once said such shocking words, set a code of conduct for the world, and became a model for human beings, which has become a kind of imprisoning force. Natural sage, set an example for the world, needs to be broken before it can be developed. The butterfly flapped its wings lightly, the void shattered, and Zhuangzhou disappeared. And Xiao Chen found that he had once again stood on the ruins on the ground, his eyes were firmly looking into the distance, and he had a sudden epiphany, which made him feel extraordinary and realized his future path. He remained motionless, as if he had merged into this world, the sound of fighting in the sky seemed to have faded away, and the tens of thousands of people on the ground seemed to have disappeared, and he was the only one left in this world. Wandering far away, it seems that you have already stood on the high sky, looking down, a roaring river, the yellow water is vast, rushing for thousands of miles, and an ancient monument is looming in the river, floating and sinking. An isolated island, in the middle of the independent sea, dragons howling, a dead city looming, and an ancient monument slowly rising from the city. The map of the ancient steel and sky appeared in Xiao Chen's heart, and the profound skills automatically flowed. In the sea of his heart, there was a mysterious enlightenment. At the same time, the 16 great acupoints were also extremely bright, gushing out strands of life essence, flowing towards his limbs in hundreds of veins. The deified acupoints are connected by dazzling beams of light, the divine veins are condensing, and life essence is gushing like a spring, watering Xiao Chen's almost dry body. As if being baptized by life, Xiao Chen's internal organs, limbs, bones, every inch of skin and flesh and blood were moistened by the essence of life. Like a lonely desert, a long river of life flows through it, being fully irrigated. The practice that had been stagnant for more than 2 years, at this moment, was like a flood that broke its embankment, and suddenly surged and rushed at this moment. Break, 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 breaking through again and again, constantly breaking through, the divine veins manifested, and the life essence in the flesh and blood became extremely vigorous. The lost 200 years of life energy was empty, completely filled by the essence surging from the divine acupoint. At this moment, Xiao Chen clearly heard the sound of something breaking in his body, as if a barrier had been broken. In an instant, he broke through 3 passes from the 3rd level of the Tibetan realm, and was directly promoted to the 6th level of the Tibetan realm. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 228. In the past 2 years, Xiao Chen's progress in cultivation has been very special. In the spiritual realm, he has reached the 5th level of the state of knowledge of Tibet, but in terms of physical strength, he has always stagnated at the 3rd level of the level of knowledge of Tibet. It seems that because of absorbing the essence of the blood of the earth, the promotion speed was too fast, and thus stagnated. But little fat Niu Ren was not affected in the slightest. The old people in the Pure Land deeply explored his body and found that it was not the real reason, but mainly due to the sharp decline in his lifespan, and his physical fitness was not as good as before. Xiao Chen's treasured body was almost collapsed because of this, but fortunately it stabilized in the end. The old people in Xiao Chen were not too worried, because in the deified acupoints in Xiao Chen's body, there was an incomparably huge treasure of Jingyuan hidden. Once it was drawn out one day, the realm of physical strength would catch up with the spiritual realm in an instant. Today, he broke through 3 checkpoints in a row, and his physical strength and spiritual realm entered the 6th level of the Tibetan realm at the same time. His longevity recovered, and his physique was greatly improved. This is a real transformation. The body is constantly changing at a speed that can be seen by the naked eye. The organs that were once aging have regained their vitality. It can be found through internal inspection that the internal organs seem to have been regenerated, and they are shining with brilliance, as if they were carved from crystal jade. The bones are like diamonds, the loose bone is gradually solidified, and the density is getting higher and higher. And the slightly loose skin gradually flattened out, and finally it was as smooth and tender as a newborn, shining with a crystal luster. The rapid improvement of physique is not just as simple as recovery, but a real qualitative change has taken place, surpassing the past by a lot, and the treasure body has gone up several layers. This is a real treasure body transformation. The long black hair spread out naturally like a waterfall. Although it was already black after being carefully nursed by Qingqing's daily delivery of black sesame porridge, it lacked some luster and vitality after all. Now everything has changed fundamentally. Xiao Chen felt that every inch of his skin was full of explosive power, as if he could prop up a world with a wave of his hand. Cultivation is also mind training. It seems that I really want to travel all over the world. This enlightenment made Xiao Chen realize a lot. The word, Dao, is mysterious, and his road is still very long. Zhuangzhou, the man whose spiritual level is infinitely close to the ancestor god, taught Xiao Chen the best lesson. When Xiao Chen woke up from the mysterious realm, he found that all the cultivators fighting fiercely in the sky had disappeared, and the prairie was already empty. Tens of thousands of people had retreated, and only he was left here. Yachao Tiangong has completely collapsed, falling into the sky, and there are ruins all over the place, and the rare treasure has been taken away by the strong. It is a little regrettable that the legendary Xie Wang, Zhang Sanfeng and other masters did not make a move. Looking up at the emptiness of the sky, Xiao Chen pondered silently, and slowly said that compared with Kong Zan, even the fallen angels, Yazi, and Suani, he didn't know how much worse he was. A big realm of 9 heavens, if they have already reached the realm of longevity, then the difference is at least a dozen or even dozens of heavens. However, this did not discourage him. All masters come from penance, and being weak is a necessary process. Without any nostalgia, Xiao Chen spread out his immortal wings and flew towards the distant great merchant's empire. Southern Desolation Heavenly Emperor's city looks a little deserted now, and many young people have already gone north to Central Earth. Characters that only appeared in legends in the past have appeared continuously in the past 2 years, which has made countless young people yearn for it. They may be naive if they say they are chasing dreams, or they may be a little crazy if they are said to be chasing ideals, but many people are indeed like this. They have embarked on the journey to the north one after another in the past 2 years. For 3 years, the headmaster of the undead sect has been sitting in Tiandi City. On that night 3 years ago, he was the one who slashed that amazing and brilliant sword, which solved Xiao Chen's troubles. 2 years ago, it was the same old man who once again slashed with a sword, cutting off the imprint of the god of the broken demon seed in Yan Qingcheng's body, and forcibly helped her through the difficulty with his peerless sword energy. Yan Qingcheng's master, Lu Qingfeng, looked at Master Undead with a solemn expression, and said in a trembling voice, "Thank you, brother, you really." "I'm fine, I want to go to another level, and I also helped Qingcheng along the way." Master Immortal's expression was indifferent, and it was impossible to see that his sword light was once so peerless. It was hard to imagine what level this old man had reached. Lu Qingfeng was a little distracted. His senior brother actually indirectly practiced the Dafa of the demon seed god, and inherited Yan Qingcheng's god seed. It is hard to imagine what kind of realm he will reach once he breaks through. Maybe he will be the second evil king. Of course, the immortal master's continuation of the demon-smashing god's Dafa is already very different from the original magic power. This method does not require an external cauldron, uses itself as the cauldron, uses one's own heart as the furnace, and waits for the root of the god to be planted again. In history, only 2 people have practiced, one is the ancestor of the demon sect, and the other is the undead evil king. In order to make further progress, they chose this journey of cultivation that is more terrifying and dangerous than the broken demon seed god. Headmaster Undead, his whole figure looked hazy, he looked up at the starry sky, and said, "When Qingcheng left for Middle-earth, it seems, also chose the method of replanting the god roots. You really don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the girl." Lu Qingfeng scolded. Closed moon shame flower palace, the flute sounded faintly again, an old woman looked sad, put down the jade flute in her hand, and said sadly, "The seriously injured Qinglong king has been sent away, and he must have recovered, and my grandson Lu Mu. Hi family, Hai Yunzu has already entered Middle-earth. Hai Yuntian is also very talented on the way of cultivation, but he fell into a madness 3 years ago, and has no choice but to embark on another path of cultivation since then. The demon chapter of the Lotus Book has been firmly in his mind, and he has been in retreat for 3 years. Just today, the light and shadow of golden sunflowers blossomed in his retreat. With a bang, smoke and dust rose into the sky, sunflowers blossomed, and the sky was full of flower shadows. Hai Yuntian left the retreat. Although Fatty Zhu was very business-minded, he was not a direct descendant of the family after all, and eventually left the Middle-earth. Hoffman, the second patriarch of the Reagan family, was unwilling to see his peers go away, and was also planning to do something big. As for Dugu Sword Demon, Yu Wenfeng, and Qilao, they were already in the Middle-earth, and before them there was Zhao Chongyang, the only young master in the Southern Wilderness generation who had never fought against Xiao Chen. Shang, the capital of the country, was in Yin, one of the 5 hegemonic countries, with hundreds of millions of square kilometers, vast and boundless, located in the southwest of Middle-earth. 1 month later, Xiao Chen came to the extremely prosperous capital city of Yin and Shang, and practiced in the world of mortals. Xiao Chen felt deeply, and his state of mind was quite different from the past. At the realm of knowing Tibet, not only great supernatural powers emerge, but also various small magic tricks will emerge from time to change the appearance. These are small magic tricks attached to Xiao Chen's cultivation of the treasure body, but they are nothing more than the movement of flesh and blood. Don't worry about being discovered by the Hu family. Xiao Chen has been lingering in Yindu for half a month. On this day, he came to the Wangyu Tower in the capital of Yin. This building is very famous. It is said that the peerless sword fairy Li Bai once wrote 100 poems drunk here. On weekdays, many disciples of high-ranking families and nobles in the capital of Dashang often gather here, and cultivators who pass by Yindu will never miss it. The 9-story Wangyu Tower is one of the tallest buildings in Yindu, and it is visited by distinguished guests every day. Several descendants of the aristocratic family were on the 9th floor, talking loudly. It is said that Tongtian Supreme won a treasure of ancestor gods, who got the other stone dagger. The legend has been collected by Wu Shang. Not necessarily, either Allah or the owner of the 7 treasures wonderful tree does not have the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth. Even if the martial saint's soul power is against the sky, it is impossible to stop the siege of the 2. One of the 3 must get it, so what's so strange about it being obtained by a martial sage? You must know that a martial sage rode 10 directions and swept the world with invincible hands. Taking the enemy's head from 1,000,000 soldiers is like picking something out of a bag, and he is most afraid of group battles. Those people are too far away from us. Let's talk about the outstanding figures of the younger generation recently. The land of Middle-earth is full of outstanding people. Most of the masters born in recent years are in the countries of the 5 overlords. There is nothing to mention. We, the young generation of Yindu, can pick out a master at random, and we can sweep away our peers in southern wilderness, western border, Mobay and other places. Snort. A cold snort came, and a young man on the seat by the window looked stern, obviously dissatisfied with the words of the few people. He said coldly, "How dare a bunch of dudes talk about the world's young masters?" A few young masters from the powerful families didn't take it seriously, they just glanced at him coldly, continued talking without paying attention to him. "You can't say that, there are many beauties outside of Middle-earth, haha." "That's right, Nanwang has the famous twin pearls, they are unparalleled in beauty. It's a pity, one of them has already married into the Hu family, and those tigers are not easy to mess with. What are you afraid of? Anyway, she is a widow. Maybe she will marry again. Haha. By the way, I heard that Yan Qingcheng has also entered Zongtu, and maybe he has already entered Yindu. Hehe. Well, Mobay and Shizhong are also beautiful, maybe they are in this building." Several young people laughed profligately, and kept looking at several private rooms. "The lone wolf in Mobay is here to teach you." The young man by the window was only a little angry, he stretched out his hand and waved lightly, and a saber oar pierced the air, slashing towards the Yindu disciples. Pearls of rice grains also shine. While speaking, a child of an aristocratic family waved his hand lightly, and the dark fire burned, and the terrible spiritual art surrounded the young man in an instant, and the black flame jumped violently. In just an instant, the man named Lone Wolf seemed to have evaporated, without even a drop of flesh and blood left, and was refined by the fire of the underworld. The shopkeeper of Wangyulu seemed to know the identities of several people already, so he didn't send anyone to inquire at all. In the end, he just let 2 young men come in a hurry, and silently took away the ashes. HMPH, it's not my fault, he made the first move. The spirit man continued to talk and laugh with his companion without changing his face. His partner said, "Yin Feng, your dark fire has improved again, and you should have reached the 5th level of the Tibetan realm, right? Hehe, it is enough to sweep the southern wilderness, western Xinjiang and other young masters with such skill. However, those barbarians sit in the sky and think that they are the best in their own small area, so they really think that the world can go. It's really ridiculous." What this person said immediately changed the color of many people on the 9th floor, and naturally there were experts from Nanwang among them. Yan Qingcheng came to Yindu together on the road with Qilao. They are too arrogant. Even though Yan Qingcheng was a woman, she was very angry. Zilao, a beautiful blue-haired man, shook his head and said, "These people are really strong, so don't pay attention to them." And in another private room, Yu Wenfeng, a wild beast in the southern wilderness, was also gnashing his teeth, and two terrifying rays of light shot out from his cold eyes. Why do I feel that someone is cursing us? One of the descendants of the aristocratic family looked at Yu Wenfeng's private room and said to himself, "Don't sit on the sidelines and look at the sky, you can rule the roost in your place, but when you come to Zongtu, the pride and honor you once had will be trampled down." Yu Wenfeng hurriedly pushed the table away, walked out with big strides, and said to several people, "Okay, Nanwang Yuanfeng will give you a try." But at this moment, a clerk sent a note to Yu Wenfeng, and there was only one sentence on it, "Come here and tell me." HMPH, let's fight again later. Yu Wenfeng walked away with a flick of his sleeves. Hee, let's go, don't send it off. Someone is saving you, and they are afraid that you will die under our hands. A child from an aristocratic family beat him mercilessly. "Nanwang, is there any master?" "I have never heard of it." "No, there is one, only one." "Oh, are there any masters among the younger generation of southern wilderness?" The child of the aristocratic family smiled presumptuously. The person next to him explained, "Yes, there is indeed only one, but most of them are dead. There is only one person named Xiao Chen, and the rest are mediocre. It's just that Xiao Chen seems to be a short-lived ghost. If there is no accident, he may have been dead for 3 years. Oh, I remembered. The Heavenly Emperor city was bleeding overnight 3 years ago. This person is still a character. If he is still alive, he may be able to fight against the masters of our Yin capital. Other than that, there is no one else. It's sad, the majestic southern wilderness Emperor city. I'm too lazy to ask for a monthly pass. If you have one, please support it. If you don't have it, please vote for more recommended tickets. I strongly call for recommended tickets. Chapter 229 Strength. It's sad, the majestic southern desolation Heavenly Emperor city. It's not bad that a young master once appeared in the barbarian land, what's so sad about it? On the 9th floor, the children of several aristocratic families attacked mercilessly, and did not pay attention to the masters outside of Zongtu at all. Yin Feng, your underworld fire has indeed reached the 5th heaven, right? Not yet, it's just the peak of the 4 heavens, but it's enough to clean up those barbarians just now. The great merchant kingdom is far from comparable to the Tianluo kingdom in the south. They established their country with martial arts, and all the powerful families are from cultivators, and their descendants are destined to be strong. Maybe some people have a prejudice against the descendants of the aristocratic family, thinking that they are a bunch of ignorant second-generation ancestors. There are such people, but in the environment that advocates cultivation, they are a minority after all. Even if the rest are mediocre, their true cultivation is extremely amazing. Their starting point is higher than that of others, and the cultivation methods they have obtained are not only the treasures of heavenly skills, but almost the same. Coupled with the profound background of the family, it is not surprising that his cultivation base is much higher than others. Just like the reason why ordinary princesses are more beautiful than ordinary women, this is not intended to beautify. The first emperor may not be handsome, but the concubines he accepts must be the best in the world, so how can his children be ugly? If this goes on from generation to generation, the children of royal birth will certainly not be too bad in terms of appearance. For a truly powerful family, their ancestors were geniuses in cultivation, and if their descendants were taught well, their cultivation would naturally not be too bad. This is a matter of a high starting point. It's a pity that the guy named Xiao Chen died, otherwise he might be a talent if he has lived till now. What, your old man has started asking you to look for young disciples? You can go to Dakan, Guhan and other places to have a look. I heard that there are some young masters with good potential. If your Yin family recruits them, they will definitely come to serve like moths to a flame. Forget it, if there are really potential masters, you definitely wouldn't tell me that you would have recruited them long ago. Hey, Nanwang, Shizhong, and Mobei are indeed in decline, and no one is worth paying attention to now. The children of the aristocratic family, with such ruthless comments, sneered at the private rooms on the 9th floor intentionally or unintentionally, and even swept all the seats outside the private rooms with mocking faces. Many people present were indignant, but there was nothing they could do. Not to mention that the cultivation base of a few people is really amazing, even the powerful people behind them are not something ordinary people can afford. Shang is one of the 5 overlords. This is the capital of the great Shang country, and the powerful families here are not to mention the most prosperous and powerful families in the world. Damn it, a bunch of ignorant second-generation ancestors. Yan Qingcheng's jade face was furious, her silver teeth clenched tightly, Ru Shui's skin glowed red with excitement, and her slender hands tightly held the long sword. Zilao can be described as a beautiful man who fascinates everyone, his blue hair is as bright as water waves, and his handsome face drives many girls crazy. However, in Dashang Kingdom, this normally confident man also showed a hint of anger, and it was difficult to keep calm. But in the end he had no choice but to suppress his anger, and said, "Forget it, be patient. I am a top young master in the southern wilderness, but I am only a brother to them. Fighting with them in Yindu will definitely suffer a big loss. If Dugu Sword Demon is here, they probably wouldn't dare to speak nonsense." Yan Qingcheng was very angry. In fact, she wanted to say another person's name, but when the words came to her lips, she replaced it with Dugu Sword Demon. Dugu Sword Demon, maybe. Zilao didn't confirm or deny. Obviously, he also remembered the name of another person. It was a bloody night, and the entire Heavenly Emperor city shook. More than a dozen masters in the realm of knowledge of Tibet died, and 5 people in the realm of demigods were shot to death. All of them were killed by a young man, which shocked Nanwang. Since then, no one has seen that person again. It is said that in the final battle, he had exhausted his lifespan and could not survive at all. Everyone thought that he was no longer in this world. Thinking of this, Zilao sighed. And Yan Qingcheng was also in a daze. Is the person she hated so much really dead? No matter how she resented everything he had done, she had to admit that the growth rate of that person was really too fast. If he hadn't died that night, and lived to this day, maybe with his cultivation base, he could compete with the top young masters in Middle-earth, right? In a private room on the 9th floor, Yu Wenfeng frowned and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but these people are really rampant. If I can't kill one person, it will be difficult to get rid of the hatred in my heart." Opposite Yu Wenfeng is a pair of brothers and sisters. The man looks heroic, with thick eyebrows like 2 long swords, and his eyes are even more radiant, which shows that he is a master. And beside him is an extremely beautiful woman, graceful, like a soft willow in the breeze, giving people a sense of lightness and charm. Her skin is like snow, and it is shining with crystal luster, her eyes are flowing, indescribably moving, extremely delicate and beautiful. These 2 are brothers and sisters, they call themselves Ah Shui and Ah Bing. They are descendants of a few aristocratic families from Shijiang who also don't like Yindu, but they know they can't be messed with. 2 years ago, they had met Yu Wenfeng a few times and had some friendship, so they stopped Yu Wenfeng, not wanting him to die. But seeing that they couldn't stop him, the 2 brothers and sisters didn't say anything more. Boom! After Yu Wenfeng walked out of the private room, he kicked over a table, and slammed straight towards the children of several aristocratic families. Although it was just a wooden table, there was brilliance flowing on it, as if it had been completely metallized. In this way, it is as heavy as thousands of caddies, and it condenses the divine power of Yuanfang. If it is really smashed, even the reinforced iron frame will be broken. Hey, Yin Feng, one of the children of the aristocratic family, sneered. Without turning his head, he waved his sleeves back casually, and a black light enveloped the wooden table in an instant. Silently, the wooden table containing Yuanfang's divine power turned into ashes in an instant. Such a scene made everyone upstairs change color, and the horror of the black underworld fire exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the few people who had good friends with Yin Feng were all very surprised and asked, "Is it impossible to stay in the 4th heaven? Why do I feel that I have stepped into the 5th heaven?" Yu Wenfeng strode forward and said, "Since you underestimate my southern wilderness master, let's fight." 3 years have passed, and the Yuanfang of today is no longer the Yuanfang who transformed into the 9th heavenly realm back then. Others are growing and improving rapidly, and his cultivation base is also improving at a rapid pace, otherwise he would not have rashly fought against a few children from aristocratic families. HMPH, it's just the underworld fire, little Doyle. There was an afterimage left on the spot. Yu Wenfeng transformed into Yin Feng out of thin air, and the blood-colored field shrouded down. The roar of wild beasts rushed out of Wangyu Tower in an instant, as if several thunderbolts were slashing wildly. With a slight smile, Yin Feng escaped with a swipe sound, flew out in an instant, stood proudly on the 9th floor, and said to Yu Wenfeng, "This is the place where the peerless sword fairy Li Bai wrote his poems. Don't destroy the tables and chairs here. You and I will fight on the 9th floor." Snort. Yu Wenfeng just responded with a cold snort, and rushed forward again like a fleeting shadow. You can clearly see more than a dozen terrifying beast souls surrounding him. The huge figure seemed to break through the floor, exuding a fierce evil spirit, just like his movements, tearing towards Yin Feng at the same time. Hee. Yin Feng just sneered, his movements were flowing like clouds and flowing water. Although he was a spiritual man, he had also practiced martial arts, his movements were extremely chic, and he avoided Yuanfang's several attacks in a short time. Brush. With his light wave, the nether fire enveloped Yuanfang from all directions, and instantly surrounded Yuanfang. The black flame could melt steel and iron, and all tangible substances could be turned into ashes. Although this is a kind of spiritual art, but it has evolved into a kind of supernatural power after cultivation to this level. Chi. When Yu Wenfeng was caught off guard, he found that black flames had burned into his blood-colored field, and the souls of the three beasts beside him were burned to ashes. A face-to-face meeting made him suffer a great loss, which shocked him. In terms of cultivation, he was no worse than the other party, but Yin Feng's supernatural power was so strange that he could even refine the soul, which was very terrifying. At this time, Shui, Bing, Yan Qingcheng, and Zilao all walked out of the private room, and the dozens of people on the 9th floor retreated to the sides, quietly watching the duel between the two. Dari Nether Lotus. Yin Feng shouted softly, his expression seemed very relaxed, without any tension. A round of black sun suddenly appeared on the 9th floor, and before it got close to Yu Wenfeng, it had already set his bloody field on fire. The black sun is so evil that it turned into a flower bud and bloomed in the same shape as a lotus flower. The black petals are so black that it makes one's heart palpitate. No, that's the unique skill of the Yin family, which can make the cultivator's aura and true essence burn. Shui and Bing whispered. Then they shouted at Yuanfeng. Brother Yuan, forget it, there is no need to fight between emotions. Hey, Yu Wenfeng didn't panic, and shouted coldly, the magic art of 10,000 beasts, causing chaos in the world. In an instant, endless beast shadows appeared around him, baring their teeth and claws, making a sky-shattering roar, and the whole moon tower trembled. The ghostly flame collided with endless beast shadows. Although many beast shadows were burned to ashes, more beast shadows rushed towards Yin Feng. Lotus blossoms. Following Yin Feng's voice, black lotuses bloomed, and following the puffing sound, Yin Feng retreated calmly, and the black lotus even broke Yuan Feng's 7th-level beast soul, making the corners of his clothes burn, forcing him to retreat quickly. Haha, the light of the firefly dares to compete with the bright moon. Yin Feng laughed. The children of the aristocratic families next to them even laughed unscrupulously. Brother Yin is really amazing. Although he is still in the 4th level of the Tibetan realm, the power of the underworld fire is shocking. He has already become supernatural. With such supernatural powers, he may be able to win against the 6th level of the upper realm. There is no one in the southern wilderness, haha. The few people completely ignored Yu Wenfeng, who was livid, and did not show any affection, and even glanced at Qilao next to him intentionally or unintentionally. When they saw Yan Qingcheng, the fire in their eyes was undisguised, but they didn't take action. These people are definitely not like Hoffman in the southern wilderness. That would be despised by the children of other aristocratic families, and it is not uncommon for the second ancestor to bully men and women, but that kind of method is too vulgar for the children of real aristocratic families. For them, an above-board conquest is the real kingly means. What they pursue is that I can be crazy, but I have the capital to defeat you openly and leave you speechless. Lust is also possible, but each is conquered by kingly means, not coercion. Fight again. Yu Wenfeng was extremely annoyed, and strode forward. You can't. Yin Feng waved a finger indifferently, and said, to tell you the truth, although I am in the 4th heaven, I am strong enough to fight against the strong ones in the 6th heaven. Seeing that you are still a talent, join my Yin family, follow me in the future, and protect your prosperity and wealth for a lifetime. Yu Wenfeng was furious, and stepped forward with one step. Thousands of beasts roared, and endless beast shadows rushed out of him, sweeping towards Yin Feng. The black lotus blooms. Yin Feng drank lightly, and black lotus petals emerged in the air. Chi sounded endlessly, and all the beast souls were completely refined. Yu Wenfeng was forced to fly out by Mingguo. The children of the aristocratic family behind laughed, they really have the capital to be arrogant. Yin Feng turned cold and said, I want to take you, but you are not convinced, don't blame me for killing me. At this time, Shui and Bing stepped forward, grabbed the angry Yu Wenfeng, and said, don't be arrogant, this person is terrible. Even if your realm is not lower than him, your supernatural powers are not comparable. Oh, it turns out that they are brothers and sisters Shui and Bing from western Xinjiang. It's a pleasure to meet you. I have admired Miss Bing's name for a long time, and I have known for a long time that she is a beautiful beauty. Today, when I saw her, she was even more beautiful than the portrait. The children of the aristocratic families behind laughed frivolously. Xiao Chen was sitting not far away from a few people, and had a panoramic view of all this. But he didn't say anything, and none of this seemed to have anything to do with him. Comma 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 comma. There is a second chapter tonight. There are 2 characters in this chapter who are active in the book review area. In addition, religious debate is unnecessary, I will avoid sensitive issues, and those things will not be touched. Chapter 230 Consummation of the Vase. The cold and graceful Yan Qingcheng is naturally impossible not to be noticed. The eyes of several aristocratic children stopped on Yan Qingcheng, and said, "This is Miss Yan Qingcheng, one of the 2 pearls in the southern wilderness. She is indeed a peerless beauty, and she is indeed a peerless beauty." Yin Feng, who was at the front, heard what some of his friends said, put away his killing intent, and said to Yu Wenfeng, "For the sake of the 2 beauties, I won't kill you." Afterwards, several descendants of the aristocratic family shouted at everyone upstairs, "The venue is cleared, we would like to invite the 2 beauties to sit down for a while, please help me." Although the few people didn't act arrogantly to chase people away, there was a hint of arrogance in their laughter. Obviously, if they rebel against them, there will definitely be a battle. "Aren't you too domineering?" A thin man stood out from the crowd, with red light flashing all over his body. It turned out to be a real flame, not a protective energy. "Where is it overbearing? Aren't we discussing with everyone?" "Hee hee, don't worry, we will never use family power, that would be too tasteless. You can treat me like you, and everyone is a cultivator. If you can defeat us, not only will we not hold grudges, but we will also present you with treasures and beauties. From then on, you will be our guest of honor." The children of several aristocratic families spoke very directly. "Okay, I'll fight with you." The thin young man walked out, looking very quiet, not very tall, but very handsome, and with a refined attitude. He pointed to Yin Feng and said, "I want to fight with you, you cultivate the underworld fire, and I cultivate the god fire, so let's compete." Shenhe, the pupils of several aristocratic disciples all shot doubtful light, and Yin Feng's face showed a dignified expression, and said, "Are you from the Fire Cloud Palace in Xizhong?" "Good. May I have your name?" "You can call me Huo now." The thin but elegant handsome man walked straight to the side, keeping a distance from Yin Feng. "Dari He Lian." Yin Feng showed his unique skills when he came up, and it could be seen that he attached great importance to Huo now. The black sun turned into a lotus flower in an instant, and the palpitating lotus petals bloomed one after another, enveloping the fire. "The red lotus shines in the world." Huo now softly shouted. Red flames surged out of his body, and gathered above the top of his head to form red lotuses. With his movements, the lotus petals continued to burst and fly away. It rushed towards the underworld fire, and after colliding with the black fireworks, it made a popping sound. Everyone looked very solemn. Such a confrontation was very dangerous. If a little flame splashed out, the entire floor would be burned down. The power of such divine fire and ghost fire was unimaginable. The 2 kinds of flames that generate and restrain each other surpass the real fire of samadhi, and they will die when touched, which is an extremely terrifying supernatural power. The sound of poo-poo was endless, and everyone had to back away. The black underworld fire made Yin Feng's place dark, like hell, and the fiery red divine fire was shining brightly, making Huoyao's place bright. The flames between the 2 were raging, and finally they flew out of the window and fought fiercely in the sky. Because the flames were so fierce that they were almost beyond their control. If they didn't fly out of the Moon Tower, I'm afraid the Ming Tower would be completely burned down. The monstrous fire dyed the sky on one side red, while the other side was as black as ink. This is a close fight. I don't know who is watching the sky from a well, thinking that the world's masters are in Yindu. Hey! Now it's the turn of non-Middle Earth masters to sneer. Finally someone resisted the master among the children of the aristocratic family. Don't watch it, everyone. This is a battle without any suspense. Please go downstairs. The rest of the aristocratic children didn't care about the battle in the sky, and said to everyone casually. While speaking, several people walked forward, and an invisible field exploded, forcing everyone in front to retreat involuntarily. Yu Wenfeng's face turned extremely ugly. If Ah Shui and Ah Bing hadn't been pulling him, he would have rushed over. On the other side, Qilao and Yan Qingcheng also looked very ugly. They were never looked down upon like this in the southern desolation Emperor City, and they were the focus of attention wherever they went. When we arrived at the capital of the great merchants, everything changed. At this time, the monstrous fire in the sky suddenly went out, and the fire staggered back, his face a little pale. Yin Feng flew in with a calm expression, and the battle between the 2 spirit men ended like this. Obviously Huo now was defeated. "You are very powerful. If you come with me, I will treat you with courtesy," Yin Feng said to Huo. Huo now just let out a cold snort, and then entered the crowd. The defeated general is so rude. A child of an aristocratic family attacked mercilessly. Southern wilderness and western border are nothing more than that. Yin Feng stopped them and said, Huo Nao's cultivation is very strong, I only beat him by one line. Several children from the aristocratic family changed their colors, but recovered quickly, and shouted to the crowd, everyone, please go downstairs, haha. Miss Ah Bing, Miss Qingcheng, please stay still. We sincerely invite you two to stay. Frivolous and presumptuous laughter spread throughout the 9th floor. Ah Shui was immediately angry, dared to molested his sister, he strode forward, and Yu Wenfeng walked out of the crowd again. Yan Qingcheng gritted her teeth and pulled out her long sword. Seeing her like this, Zilao also walked out of the crowd. Ah Shui, Ah Bing, Yu Wenfeng, Yan Qingcheng, and Qilao spread out one by one, facing the 5 aristocratic children in front of them. Haha, I like such a beautiful woman with personality. Hey, the reason why a stunning beauty is stunning is that it has character. If it is a vase, it has no spirituality, so I won't even take a look at it. They commented in public, their words were extremely frivolous, and they didn't have any scruples at all. Ah Bing and Yan Qingcheng were the most annoyed, and they were the first to attack. The invisible field spread out, and the fields on both sides merged together, and the 10 masters instantly disappeared inside, and a fierce battle began. If there is no field, Wangyu Tower will definitely be blasted into dust. The masters of the realm of knowledge and possession are not ordinary strong, and the power they emit can destroy such a high-rise building. The surging power in the field fluctuated extremely violently. Although it was shrouded in black light, and only vague figures could be seen moving, everyone knew that the battle was fierce. Just when everyone was paying attention and guessing nervously, the field suddenly burst, and Yu Wenfeng flew upside down, vomiting blood, and then Ah Shui and Ah Bing brothers and sisters were also shaken out, their faces were extremely pale, without any blood. In the end, Zilao, a beautiful blue-haired man, also flew out. Half of his long water blue hair was cut off, and there was a faint bloodstain on his neck, which almost caused his head to be severed. The field disappeared, and Yan Qingcheng's figure also appeared. Her graceful body was completely wet with sweat. She knelt on the ground with one leg and leaned on a long sword. Her face turned pale, and her eyes were full of angry flames. She stood up with difficulty. The masters of Xizang and Southern Wilderness were defeated. No one thought that the descendants of the aristocratic families in Yinduzhang were so powerful that they completely defeated their opponents. The 5 smiled self-consciously, and one of them said, I'm sorry for causing the 2 beauties to suffer minor injuries, but I am invincible on the battlefield, so I can't show mercy. I will apologize to the 2 beauties later. It seems arrogant, but several people do have the capital to be arrogant. While making Yu Wenfeng and others furious, they have nothing to say. The people in the back also felt very annoyed. They were really powerful and a bit scary. Some people speculated that maybe they were the strongest young masters in Yindu. Zilao opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything. He was indeed not afraid of the opponents, but he was in a melee just now. No matter how strong his personal combat power is, if his teammates are not strong enough, he will not be able to perform well. Everyone, please. 5 people pressed forward. The 2 ladies are our distinguished guests, you can stay here, everyone else please go downstairs. The cultivator is bloody, and no one moves. You are just the 2nd-generation ancestors. If your family is not powerful, would you dare to be so arrogant? Brother, you are wrong. We have never relied on the family, and we have never bullied the weak. You saw just now that we did not strike first, and every time it was just self-defense. If you refuse to accept it, you can come and kill me. We will never use the power of the family. If we can defeat us, we will definitely treat you as a guest of honor. The 5 people spoke casually, their arrogance was obvious. The powerful field was pressing forward, forcing everyone to retreat. Okay, since you don't want to leave, I'll see you off in person. Yin Feng said this, and Mingguo waved out directly. Immediately, the cultivators upstairs were shocked and dodged one after another. Xiao Chen was very calm, he didn't want to make a move at all. What did Nanwang and Xizang have to do with him? He lost if he lost, he had no plan to stand up for them. Coming out of the Pure Land, he just wants to travel all over the world, cultivate his mind and practice in the world of mortals, and doesn't want to cause trouble again. But the other party's spiritual sense was obviously very keen, and it seemed that he could see that his cultivation was extraordinary, and a straight jet of dark fire came, trying to force him to make a move. Brush. Leaving behind an afterimage, Xiao Chen retreated into the crowd, intending to go downstairs. However, Yin Feng locked it firmly. The ghostly flame followed like a shadow, and then even passed Xiao Chen, cutting off the way. The cultivators next to him were startled, and they kept dodging, fearing that they would be stained by the underworld fire. Xiao Chen was not going to leave, turned around and looked at Yin Feng quietly. He was not afraid of trouble. If he was afraid of trouble, there would be no night of bloodshed in Tiandi City. Since the other party intends to test him, Xiao Chen walked back without fear. Boom! The black underworld fire, like a flood, rushed towards Xiao Chen violently. Xiao Chen swiped his hands quickly, his body moved with his heart, and the imprint was born from his heart. The perfect base seal of the forest tribe's supreme profound meaning was formed between his hands, and a shining crystal bottle appeared between his hands. All the ghostly flames rushed towards the crystal-clear crystal vase as if they were being attracted, and the crystal bottle absorbed all the ghostly flames like a sea of water. The nearly transparent vase was shining brightly, and one could clearly see the underworld fire surging inside, and was finally compressed into a black sphere. Everyone gasped. It is a bit scary that the invincible Mingwo, who was indestructible and invincible just now, was taken away so easily. The pros and cons of Mingwo's supernatural powers are obvious to all, defeating Yu Wenfeng, Huo Nao and others in a row. The children of those aristocratic families even revealed that Yin Feng can completely fight against the masters of the sixth heaven of knowledge and possession. And now, everyone looked at Xiao Chen. Looking at that ordinary figure, they never expected that he would be such a powerful master. Both Yu Wenfeng and Qilao frowned, feeling a little familiar in a trance, but they couldn't find this figure in their memory. Soon they got rid of that emotion. The other party's perfect bottle seal is so powerful, and they have never seen it before, so it is impossible for them to be acquaintances. A strange feeling surged in Yan Qingcheng's heart. Although there was no trace of the figure on the opposite side in his memory, he still felt familiar for some reason. Now, Xiao Chen is in great shape, changing his appearance as a breeze. His current appearance is ordinary, which is quite different from before, and the magic formula he uses is also so mysterious that even his former acquaintances would not be able to think of him. I lost my eye. Yin Feng still had a faint smile on his face, and said, "So you are really a master, let's try again." The big sun and black lotus bloomed in the wind, and the black flames like ink instantly turned the upstairs into a dark field like a ghost, rolling like a tide, and submerged towards Xiao Chen. Raising both hands, holding the vase, Xiao Chen naturally and calmly aimed the mouth of the vase at the front, and the dark fire contained inside erupted instantly. Boom! The violent collision, Mingwo against Mingwo, everyone was shocked. So, wouldn't it be that the entire moon tower would be reduced to ashes? But to everyone's surprise, Xiao Chen controlled the treasure vase just right, just defeated the big sun black lotus, without a single sliver of flame splashing out. Yin Feng's face turned pale, and he retreated 7 steps in a row. He looked at the tall young man in front of him in disbelief, never expecting him to be so powerful. Very strong, but don't push yourself too hard, I'm going to kill you, you'd better develop the strongest technique, otherwise it will be too late to regret it. Yin Feng's words turned cold, and his expression became extremely dignified. Blossoming black lotuses bloomed beside him, terrifying black flames were blazing, and a death-like scythe appeared in his hand, which was completely condensed from the essence of the underworld fire, exuding palpitating fluctuations. Not only did everyone behind Xiao Chen change their colors, even the children of the aristocratic families behind Yin Feng also showed surprise. They are indeed very powerful, but they seldom fight hard. Seeing that Yin Feng is so solemn and about to display the strongest unique skill, they know that they have encountered a powerful opponent, and they are ready to fight. If Yin Feng loses, they will definitely attack. The death scythe gradually condensed into shape. It was the essence of the underworld fire. Needless to say, it was powerful and terrifying, and it had been truly felt by everyone. It made many people with slightly lower cultivation levels already feel trembling. But Xiao Chen was still very calm, moving his hands, using his heart as a guide, and his body as a seal. The perfect bottle seal was fully displayed, and a huge bottle appeared above his head. Although the crystal-clear bottle wall did not have the slightest energy fluctuation, everyone dared not underestimate it. The light was shining brightly, illuminating the entire moon tower, and the huge vase was suspended above Xiao Chen's head, setting it off with a trace of sacred brilliance. At this time, Yin Feng had completely condensed the essence of the underworld fire. Holding a huge black scythe, he swung it towards Xiao Chen. The huge black blade looked very eerie and terrifying, exuding palpitating fluctuations of the underworld fire. Everyone knows that even if a little bit of this kind of ghost fire flower splashes on the body, it will probably penetrate a blood hole, melting the flesh and blood and the invisible. Boom! The huge vase above Xiao Chen's head had already materialized, and at this moment, a dazzling brilliance suddenly poured out, rushing straight forward. The whole moon tower is shaking. The huge black sickle was shattered in an instant, and the endless underworld fire seemed to be poured with holy water, all of which were extinguished in an instant. As for Yin Feng, he flew upside down as if struck by lightning, and a disciple of an aristocratic family behind him hurriedly stretched out his arms to hug him. However, the huge impact force was unimaginable, and even flew out with the child of the aristocratic family. Boom! The window shattered and turned into dust. Both of them were blown away by the seal of the vase, and both rolled far away in the sky. And the 3 children of the aristocratic family next to them were also affected. One of them fell on the floor, and the other 2 were also on the verge of falling, and they used their divine power in a hurry to stabilize their figures. Everyone turned pale with fright. It was unimaginable that the Aquarius seal was so powerful, and it knocked out the extremely powerful Yin Feng at once, which made people almost unbelievable. Moreover, several other family members were implicated. With a single blow from the treasure vase, it was like defeating 5 people. Yin Feng vomited blood, and flew back from the window with another disciple from the family with a bad face. The 4 aristocratic children who did not participate in the battle all stared at Xiao Chen, wanting to fight with him. Yin Feng shook his head and said, "Don't try it anymore, we are not his opponents, Aquarius seal." I remembered, the perfect Aquarius seal is no match for him. Then he turned his head and said to Xiao Chen, "I said that if you can defeat us, you will be our guest. Please rest assured, Yin Feng is definitely not a rotten person who doesn't talk too much." The 4 people next to him seemed to have come to their senses, and one of them rushed to say, "Your Excellency is so skilled, I am afraid that even among the younger generation of the Great Shang Empire, you can also be ranked at the forefront. We admire brave people the most. If you don't give up, how about making friends? How does it work for our country?" The people behind Xiao Chen were dumbfounded. What are these children from aristocratic families paying attention to? Yu Wenfeng, Qilao, Ah Bing, Ah Shui, and Huo now all looked at Xiao Chen. The Aquarius seal just now shocked them too much, and its power was unimaginable. And Yan Qingcheng was even more confused, always feeling that this extremely young master seemed to have known him before. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, just shook his head calmly, turned around and left. Everyone couldn't help but make way for him. Such a young master, even if he was silent, gave people a strong psychological pressure. Some cultivators didn't even know that at this moment they were looking up. Yin Feng shouted from behind, "We really have no other intentions, just want to make friends with you." Seeing Xiao Chen going downstairs without looking back, Yin Feng shouted again, 3 days later, the 3rd princess of the Great Shang Kingdom will host the Shujian tea party in the Mingyu Garden on the sea. Please be sure to go, brother." Then, he turned his head and said to the people upstairs, "If you feel talented, you can go there in 3 days." Until Xiao Chen's figure had disappeared for a long time, everyone upstairs seemed to have not recovered. "Let's go." Ah Shui tugged on Ah Bing's sleeve. Until then, the practitioners began to build small buildings. Yan Qingcheng, Qilao, and Yuanfeng, the 3 southern wilderness masters, all had unpleasant complexions. Yin Feng and the other 5 aristocratic children also had complicated expressions on their faces, and they stayed upstairs for a long time before going downstairs together. "I think he will go. The book and sword tea party hosted by the 3rd princess of the Great Shang dynasty, if it is open to the public, will definitely attract talents and beauties from all over the city. And he is a young man after all, so he probably won't miss such a grand event." The second chapter was confiscated when it was written. It was very, very long. Tonight's 2 chapters add up to 10,000 words. Well, let's vote for it. Chapter 231 8-Phase World. In Shang, the north-south border is connected for 40,000 miles, and the east-west border is connected for 50,000 miles. The vastness of the territory is unimaginable. Such a vast and boundless overlord country, its capital is naturally majestic and majestic. It not only gathers most of the wealth of the great merchant kingdom, but also gathers half of the super aristocratic families of the great merchant kingdom. Yindu is one of the top 10 famous cities in the world. There are millions of people inside and outside the city, so it can be called a magnificent city. Xiao Chen has been in Yindu for half a month, but he hasn't visited this huge city yet. There are countless places of interest in the bustling Yindu, and there are many mysterious monuments such as the ruins of gods. As for the bustling places in the city, there are too many to count, such as Jinjin Cave, Fengyu land, arena, food palace, often a single industry gathers together, occupying several streets. And these are all top-notch, such as the Fading Water Beast Palace is famous all over the world. The palace was built when the great merchants founded the country, and it has been passed down for thousands of years. It is said that the first-generation owner of the Fading Water Beast Palace was a beast god. Luyun Gambling City, which has been passed down for thousands of years, is also a prosperous place that Yindu must go to. It is said that the stakes here are extremely high, and once attracted immortal masters to gamble on the magic weapon of life. The main headquarters of Shen Yuluyan Palace and Close Moon Shame Flower Palace are in Yindu. The two palaces in Tiandi City are just separate palaces and halls. Bright Moon Garden on the sea, where beauty and magnificence coexist. And much more. The melodious bells are ringing, and the sound of the Buddha in Wanglong Temple is light. This 1,000-year-old temple is located in Yindu. On weekdays, the incense is at its peak, and the smoke is lingering, like a Buddhist kingdom of bliss. Xiao Chen didn't come here to burn incense and worship Buddha. He bypassed the stretch of Buddhist temples in front and came to the back mountain. The back mountain is full of singing birds and fragrant flowers, and the scenery is beautiful, but this is not unusual in the giant city of Yindu. Many historic sites are interdependent with mountains and rivers, like a fairyland. The reason why Xiao Chen came here is because it is said that there is a picture of 8 trigrams inscribed by the ancestor god Fuxi here. This is not a secret, but all cultivators in Yindu know it, and many cultivators have gained something here throughout the ages. Ascend to the stone mountain with a height of more than 300 meters, a blue stone stands majestically on the flat top, and there is a trace of aura in the simplicity. The more you look at it, the more extraordinary it becomes, and as time goes by, it becomes blurred. The cyan boulder seems to have been integrated into this world, and it has been transformed into Tao, in a trance, with an inexplicable aura. Xiao Chen was secretly amazed by this, and secretly sighed that it was really extraordinary. Unmoved by this situation, Xiao Chen strode straight forward, came to the front of the blue boulder, soared into the air, jumped onto the boulder, looked at it with a normal heart, and looked up at it because of the engraved seal of the ancestor god. Although the ancient scratches have gone through endless years, they are still clearly visible. It penetrates the sky and the earth, and the gossip calculates the world. From these imprints, one can imagine the scene of Fuxi crossing his knees here. In the 8 trigrams, Qian represents heaven, Kun represents earth, Kan represents water, Li represents fire, Zhen represents thunder, General represents mountains, Xuan represents wind, and Dui represents sea. Sitting on the blue stone, Xiao Chen rubbed those notches with his fingers, tracing the trajectory of Fuxi's fingertips that day. Many people have gained something here, of course, it varies from person to person, and everyone's perception is different. Xiao Chen was fascinated leisurely, stroking the gossip marks over and over again, and gradually felt that all the scenes in front of him were blurred, the vast void like a vast sea, endless. He seemed to have come to another space. Stone mountains, blue stones, flowers and plants, Wanglong Temple, and sunset all disappeared before his eyes, and Xiao Chen sat there quietly, almost petrified. As night falls, the stars shine brightly. Xiao Chen remained motionless. He was immersed in an emptiness and illusion in a daze. He only knew to keep moving forward and forward again, but he still couldn't find a way out. It wasn't until a stream of light pierced the void, and gossip marks appeared on the vast sky, that he woke up like a dream, and looked up in this vast and boundless void. The 8 talismans of Qian, Kun, Kan, Li, Zhen, Xuan, and Dui are actually connected to the 8 portals, appearing strangely in the sky. Xiao Chen was extremely surprised, feeling that there are 8 worlds connected behind the 8 doors. He did not rush up, but quietly looked up here. The gossip becomes blurred, returns to the original, and then starts to operate from the initial state until it becomes clear. From non-existence to existence, and from existence to non-existence, such an evolution. Xiao Chen remained motionless and watched quietly. All of this can only be described as broad and profound. The more he watched, the more complicated and mysterious Xiao Chen felt. It wasn't until dawn in the east that Xiao Chen withdrew from the illusion. The mountain is still the mountain, the water is still the water, and the blue stone is still the blue stone. The difference is Xiao Chen's mental state at the moment. He feels that his consciousness has become more and more condensed. He has seen a trace of the Tao of the ancestors from the evolution of the gossip. This night is of great significance to him. Legend has it that many cultivators have gained a lot here. Xiao Chen now deeply believes that he was deeply inspired here. Jumping off the blue stone, standing on the rocky mountain, moving his hands, evolving the trajectory of the gossip, this is what he got from his perception, which is quite different from the gossip in the original sense. Heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountains, wind, and swamps appear in different shapes and forms, constantly emerging around Xiao Chen, until finally there seemed to be 8 illusory worlds lingering around Xiao Chen. The more he practiced, the more enlightened Xiao Chen became. In the end, the entire top of the rocky mountain was shrouded in misty light. Supernatural powers. Xiao Chen was surprised to find that the 8 phases of the gossip had the tendency to evolve into supernatural powers, which might give him another great supernatural power. As the sun rose and the sun set, Xiao Chen quietly sat cross-legged on the rocky mountain for 3 days. The 8 phases of heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountain, wind, and swamp were really like 8 different worlds, gradually changing from imaginary to real, presenting in his 8 directions. On the evening of the 3rd day, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the gossip marks were completely erased from his heart, leaving only the world of 8 phases. Like a glimpse of the past, Xiao Chen disappeared from the stone mountain in an instant, and then suddenly appeared on the bustling Yindu street. The supernatural power of the 8 aspects world has just been formed, and its power is still unknown, but the speed has increased by an unimaginable amount. The 8-phase world seems to be able to penetrate the real space. He only needs to take steps in the 8 illusory worlds, as if leaping and flying in the real sky, which can be described as extremely fast. This unimaginable supernatural power is completely different from Fuxi's Tao, completely different from the true meaning of gossip. This is Xiao Chen's instant enlightenment, and finally evolved into his own Tao, achieving a new supernatural power with unpredictable power. Now that he doesn't need the immortal wing, he can leap above the void. Xiao Chen took a slow step, leaping in the void with extreme speed. In the world of 8 phases, the power of supernatural powers is unimaginable, and now it is just a beginning, and it is already a rare and exclusive supernatural power above the innate. At night, the capital of Yin is brightly lit, the casino of floating clouds, the palace of sinking fish and wild goose, and the palace of shameful flowers in the closed moon. It is the time when the world is intoxicated with gold and the sound of birds and swallows. Xiao Chen returned to the inn, continued to study, and fell into an ethereal state. Legend has it that there is a supernatural power called 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and its power is unimaginable when cultivated to the extreme. Xiao Chen has an ambition to surpass the world of 8 phases of reincarnation. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight enters Yindu, and a new day begins. Today is different from the past. There are obviously more young people on the street. Many talents and beauties rushed towards the bright moon on the sea, fearing that there would be no seats if they were a step later. The bright moon on the sea is a garden full of poetic and picturesque flavors. The moon lake in it is famous all over the world. Today, the 3 most beautiful princesses of the Great Shang Kingdom will host the Shujian Tea Party in the bright moon on the sea, inviting talents from the capital of Yin, and many noble ladies from aristocratic families to attend, making this tea party particularly eye-catching. Everyone knows that the 3 princesses, who are all over the country, are recruiting talents for the great merchant country. Whether it is those who want to stand out from others, or those who want to be proud and respected in front of others, they all flock to them. Early in the morning, the Mingyu garden on the sea was already crowded with people. Fortunately, the garden is huge and there are many attractions, enough to accommodate these people. Half of the super big family members of the Great Shang Kingdom gathered in Yindu. Naturally, the children of these families would not miss such an opportunity. Except for the young general who was away, almost all the young members of the family in the capital came. Yin Feng and the others warmly greeted the children of some aristocratic families, usually looking for Xiao Chen's figure in the crowd, but the sun was already high. Seeing that the Shujian tea party was about to start, they still couldn't find Xiao Chen's trace. Brother Yin is looking around, and your subordinates are all rogue-eyed and rogue-headed. Are you looking for someone? Do you want me to lend you a magic dog? Ha ha. A burly young man with a knife scar on his face laughed wantonly as he walked. Behind him, there were also a few descendants of the aristocratic family. Obviously this group of people was at odds with Yin Feng and others. Bo Shi, don't be provocative, and sooner or later you will look good. An angry person behind Yin Feng responded. Ha ha, depending on you. You have been practicing for a few years. The young man called Bo Shi can be said to be an eagle-eyed wolf, with extremely sharp eyes. Against the backdrop of the scar on his face, he has an indescribably fierce temperament. Watching Bo Shi lead them away, Yin Feng clenched his fists, and the children of the family behind him were also very angry. One of them cursed, "This arrogant bastard." Bo Shi can be regarded as a top young expert in Yindu. Among the children of the aristocratic family, there are few people who dare to provoke him, but Yindu is the most dominant. He has an elder brother who is 1 year older than him, who was taken away by a Buddhist monk not long after he was born. And he also got a nickname because of this, the second monk. Over time, those who hated him called him the second bald man behind his back. At the end, Xiao Chen didn't come. Yin Feng and the others were very disappointed. They really didn't understand. Is this young man so indifferent? Even such a grand event can't attract him. Is this the character of a master? They saw Yan Qingcheng, Qilao, Yu Wenfeng, Shui, Bing, Huo Now and others go in, but at the moment the two beauties are not as attractive as Xiao Chen in their eyes. Hey, let's go. I'm probably going to see your bald and a few other guys showing off their power again today. A few people walked into the bright moon on the sea disappointed. Xiao Chen indeed almost forgot about today's Shujian tea party, and it didn't matter to him. He came out of the Pure Land, wanted to travel all over the world, and cultivated his heart in the world of mortals. He had no intention of serving a certain country at all. After studying the world of 8 phases all night, he walked out of the inn leisurely when the sun was 3 poles, 8 something, and walked casually on the street. It was only when it was near noon that I remembered what Yin Feng had said, that there will be a grand meeting today, and the outstanding young people of Yindu will gather under the bright moon on the sea. Wanting to see how advanced the cultivation of the young and strong men in the capital of the Shang dynasty is, Xiao Chen walked towards the bright moon on the sea without haste. No one stopped him. Today, the bright moon on the sea is open to everyone. He walked through a rose garden, walked through a stone forest, climbed over 2 low mountains, passed through a canyon, entered a grass garden, and finally walked 2 miles. Xiao Chen finally came to the bank of Moon Lake. The moon and the moon on the sea cover a huge area. This is not an unusual place. Every inch of land is worth every inch of gold in Yindu City. Xiao Chen couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. On the bank of Moon Lake, thousands of people gathered, and all of them sat on the ground. Xiao Chen didn't push forward, and sat down far behind. Here, he couldn't see the scene clearly, let alone the 3 princesses who are all over the world. Talented scholars and beautiful ladies recite poems and paint paintings. He is interested in appreciating them, but not in competition. He is also willing to watch the battle between the cultivators, but he is not willing to make a move. Today is entirely to watch the fun. At this moment, Xiao Chen saw a familiar shadow, a golden figure running back and forth by the Moon Lake. Although it was far away from the crowd, Xiao Chen recognized it at a glance. It turned out to be Jin Zi, the descendant of the god who had attended the finals of the Southern Wilderness Beast Fighting Competition. 3 years have passed, and it hasn't grown much taller, but there are more than a dozen golden shadows around it. Isn't that the 9 lives immortal body? Not only has it been rebuilt, but it has also increased the number of undead. Later, Xiao Chen discovered a colorful peacock king flying lightly not far away. Why are they here? Xiao Chen was puzzled. The 2 holy beast kings looked at Xiao Chen in unison as if they had a feeling, showing doubts. At this moment, there was commotion in front of the crowd, and then Xiao Chen heard Yu Wenfeng's angry voice. You insult me in the southern wilderness. Fighting had already started inside. Xiao Chen quickly stood up and walked inside. From a distance, Yu Wenfeng was covered in blood, trembling and pointing at a group of young people in front of him. He said, no one is noble or humble, you are arrogant. If you underestimate the southern wilderness, the heroes of the southern wilderness will definitely defeat all the young masters in Yindu. It is not us, but you who are really watching the sky, and you will surely reap the consequences. Obviously Yu Wenfeng, who has a violent personality, once again fought a battle with the descendants of Yindu's aristocratic family, but he was still defeated and was mercilessly humiliated. Xiao Chen was silent. Yu Wenfeng is a master of grief, one of the top 4 in the southern wilderness that year, but was defeated by Xiao Chen in Juchongtian. Then he came to the capital of Yin after his cultivation reached great success, but he was still defeated miserably at the 5th level of the realm of knowledge of Tibet under the fire of the 4th level. Now, another disastrous defeat, not because his cultivation base is not strong, but because his opponents are becoming more and more terrifying. Arrogant laughter rang out. Haha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Well, today I will make an exception and spare your life, and give you a chance to take revenge on me when you come to Yindu. Remember that my name is Boshi. His name is the second bald man. I don't know who made the booing, and shouted in the crowd. Haha, everyone laughed. Many maids in the distance couldn't help covering their mouths and smiling coquettishly. That place was the seat of the 3rd princess of Shang Kingdom and the beauties of Yindu. Boshi was furious, the scar on his face trembled violently, and a pair of eyes burst into a terrifying light, which made everyone present stop laughing and fell silent instantly. HMPH, it's not that I underestimate Nanwang. The younger generation really doesn't have a strong man worthy of my shot. Bo Shi ignored Yu Wenfeng, who was livid, and returned to his seat. Yan Qingcheng and Qilao stepped forward to support Yu Wenfeng, and helped him walk to the seat. Yan Qingcheng, one of the Southern Wilderness twin pearls, is really stunning. Haha, the Southern Wilderness's reputation is well deserved. Miss Qingcheng, please, I'm a big businessman, I'm so heroic, there must be your real son. ... The children of Yin Du's aristocratic family laughed unscrupulously. In any case, Yan Qingcheng, Qilao and Yu Wenfeng all came from the Southern Wilderness, and at this moment they can be said to share the same hatred, and they are all very angry. I, Yu Wenfeng, have recorded the shame of today. My failure lies in the fact that I did not have a suitable beast soul to match with the magic art of 10,000 beasts. If I find a suitable beast soul in the future, I will definitely come to Yindu to avenge my shame. Yu Wenfeng was furious. Although he is not a barbarian, the magic formula of 10,000 beasts also requires a powerful beast soul as a cauldron. If he could find the soul of the ancient beast king as the cauldron, his cultivation would be much more terrifying than now. After all, the demon art of 1,000 beasts was famous all over the world in the past. Haha, Brother Bo said he won't kill you, but I don't want to let you go because of your harsh words just now. I'd better send you, a barbarian from the Southern Wilderness, on your way. It's not because I'm afraid of your revenge, but because I don't want to do it again in the future. A descendant of Yin Du's aristocratic family walked out laughing, his face full of sarcasm. However, his laughter stopped in an instant, because a flash of sword light flashed, his head flew out obliquely, blood spattered, and the dead body fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked, causing a commotion in the venue. Several disciples of the aristocratic family stood up abruptly, and one of them strode into the arena and shouted, "Who is it? Come out, how dare you hurt someone in the back, come out and fight." Puff, blood splattered, and the head of this aristocratic child was also beheaded by a sword light, and the dead body fell to the ground. Idiot, my sword in the arena is enough, if someone comes, you can't stop it. A cold voice sounded in the arena, but there was only an iron sword floating in the center of the arena. Who are you? Several descendants of Yindu's aristocratic family looked like they were facing a formidable enemy, and their gazes swept back and forth among the crowd. Even Bo Shi, who had just returned to his seat, put away his smile rarely. He had already stood up, feeling that this must be an extremely young master. Yu Jianshu has actually reached such a state of killing people invisible, it is definitely a strong opponent. In the distance, Yin Feng and other children of the aristocratic family were also staring, but they didn't look serious. After all, that person was targeting Bo Shi and his group. Everyone is looking for the owner of Iron Sword. Even the third princess of the Great Shang Kingdom was alarmed, and watched from a distance with several beauties. Who are you? Come out and stand with me. I am the barbarian in the Southern Wilderness that you call. But I want to take your words back. You sit in a well and look at the sky. You don't know how high the sky is and how thick the ground is. The cold voice echoed on the banks of Moon Lake. Haha, Bo Morale laughed loudly and said, I admit that you are a master, and you are only on the same level as me, but I am not the strongest young master in Yindu. In our eyes, Nanwang is really not good. Comma 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 comma. May 12th. Wish, the dead rest in peace, the living strong. Chapter 232, The Iron Sword Crosses the Sky. Chapter 234, The Iron Sword Crosses the Sky. I'm not the #1 young master in Southern Wilderness either. The indifferent voice was ruthless, showing calmness in his indifference. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Isn't such a master the #1 master in the Southern Wilderness? Isn't Nanwang as simple as it seems on the surface, and there are still top masters lurking? However, the descendants of Yin Du's aristocratic family did not want to lose the limelight. Haha, many aristocratic children laughed. Do you dare to be arrogant even if you are not the #1 expert in the Southern Wilderness? Although this is the case, everyone dare not underestimate him. After all, he was beheaded by 2 masters just now. With a wave of hands by the disciples of the aristocratic family, several disciples surrounded and pushed forward, and then several spirit warriors jumped into the air, sealing the iron sword in the sky. Among them, the 2 doormen rushed over first, each showing their magical powers, and went towards the iron sword suspended in the sky, shining brightly, trying to imprison the iron sword and force the people in the dark to show up. Without any extra words, the owner of the iron sword seemed to have no regard for these disciples at all, and directly urged the iron sword to leave. Brush. With a flash of light, the iron sword swung its tail in midair like an evil dragon, turned around and slashed down obliquely. Just as the two doormen rushed over, the light from the supernatural power shattered like colored glass in an instant. Then the iron sword swept across, and there were two puffs, blood burst into bloom, and the blood stained the Fangzhou field red. The two doormen were all cut in half, and the dead bodies fell to the ground. The remaining disciples yelled in unison, and rushed forward together, either slashing with dazzling sword energy, or showing strange spiritual skills, and directly grabbed the iron sword. In the end, it still disappointed everyone. The iron sword was invincible, and it turned into a divine light in the sky. The sword energy surged horizontally and slashed all the disciples. Everyone saw only a brilliant sword light flickering, followed by blood splashing. Blood stained the sky red. No matter how complicated your spiritual skills are, no matter how powerful your energy is, you can't stop the blow of the iron sword. The iron sword swept across all directions, beheading more than a dozen disciples of the aristocratic family's disciples in an instant, leaving a lot of dead bodies on the scene. Blood gurgled and flowed, the grassland was dyed red, and the blood mist lingered in the air. The murderous nature was so serious that it immediately changed everyone's color. This book and sword tea party was originally a talent selection meeting. Although bloodshed had been expected, no one thought that someone would be so bloodthirsty on this occasion and act without any scruples. In the distance, many maids' faces turned pale, and they were too frightened to let out a breath. The three princesses of the Great Shang Kingdom and more than a dozen famous ladies from the capital of Yin were all attracted by the iron sword in the arena. Although they were all beauties of national beauty, they were not delicate girls. "Princess, do you think it is necessary to investigate and teach that kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth a lesson?" Someone spoke to the third princess of the Great Shang Kingdom. Glancing back at the guard, the masked third princess said coldly, "Whoever dares to act recklessly, I will behead him. Such an expert can only be wooed, not reckless." The guard retreated shyly. Not only the three princesses have a heart to cherish talents, but also those noble girls and masters from aristocratic families have the same thoughts, and they all want to win over this extremely young master. At this time, Bo Shi laughed loudly and said, "Do you dare to fight with me?" He strode towards the field while talking. If such a master sends his disciples off the field, it will only increase the casualties and make people laugh. Slow. Someone grabbed him and said, "Bo Shi, let me try his weight." Bo Shi looked back and saw that it was his good friend Xu Shan, knowing that he was afraid that he might make a mistake, and wanted to test the opponent's strength first. "I don't think so. No, this person is terrible, let me try it first." Xu Shan is about 26 or 7 years old, with a very ordinary appearance. Although he is from the east, his hair is a little yellow, but his eyes are very sharp. Bo Shi finally nodded silently. The power structure in Yindu is very complicated. Although all the families are loyal to the Yinshang royal family, the powerful families of the super family are fighting endlessly, divided into several factions, and are not in harmony with each other. Back then, the lord of the Yin and Shang dynasties was only called king, but as the territory became wider and wider, he began to call himself the emperor, and several super families who had been passed down for thousands of years were named royal families. Wherever there are people, there are fights, not to mention the place where the struggle is the most intense. The royal family has been uniting and dividing for thousands of years, and it has never stopped. The strength of the several royal families can be said to be strong, each of which has unworldly masters, which have been passed down for thousands of years, and the depth of the foundation is unimaginable. If it weren't for the support of the most difficult people in the world behind the Yin and Shang royal families, I am afraid that several major royal families have already developed a different intention to usurp the country. The Bo family is one of the several royal families, and Bo Shi is the leader of their younger generation. Xu Shan strode into the arena, facing the direction of the iron sword, and said, "Please show your real body and come out to fight." "No need." The cold words spread throughout the audience, concise and clear, as if he didn't want to say anything at all, and the indifference was full of strong self-confidence. Xu Shan was furious. He was not an ordinary person, but a master of the Bo Shi side, who came from a famous family. Soaring up into the air, with his sleeves unfolded, it seemed as if two dark clouds were pressing over him. It was a very strange scene. Xu Shan's sleeves magnified infinitely, enveloped him, and headed towards the iron sword pocket. He is a powerful spiritual man. This supernatural power is called Chang'an in the sleeve. When cultivated to the extreme level, he can move mountains and seas, catch stars and capture moons. It is an unimaginably terrifying forbidden technique. Because of this supernatural power, he is favored by many elders. There is no doubt that his future is infinitely bright, and he will definitely become a world-renowned outstanding master in the future. Although his current cultivation base is in the 4th level of the Tibetan realm, Shu Shan is strong enough to fight against the masters of the 6th level. Crack bang bang, like a dark cloud pressing down on the top, or like Mount Tai falling to the ground, the enormous coercion caused the ground below to crack. The sleeves had already turned into the size of a small mountain, and bursts of black clouds and mist rose up, and the dark clouds rolled and covered them. It's as terrifying as the birth of a 1,000-year-old demon, and you can imagine the power of the universe in your sleeves. Many people sitting around the battlefield were directly blown away. This caused a commotion at the scene, but fortunately, everyone was not an ordinary person, and the commotion quickly calmed down. The thing that stunned everyone happened. Under the strong pressure like a mountain, the iron sword stood still. Seeing the two sleeves like a hill being pressed down, the iron sword rushed up like a shocking rainbow, breaking through the tumbling black clouds, and rushed straight up. Snort. Shu Shan let out a cold snort. His sleeves had great supernatural powers with unpredictable power. He stretched out his sleeves fiercely, and the iron sleeves as big as mountains billowed with endless ghostly black mist, and they rolled up in an instant. Bursts of thunder burst out, and the overwhelming iron sleeves rushed up in an instant, and finally received the long rainbow. Black mist lingered, the iron sleeve covering most of the sky gradually shrunk, and the dark clouds dispersed. Ha ha, the descendants of the Yin-Du family laughed loudly. That's all, it's ridiculous. Is this the Southern Wilderness Master? It's so simple to be charged with magic weapon, I thought how powerful it is. ... However, the smiles of everyone froze in an instant, and the laughter stopped abruptly. A ray of divine light pierced through the void and shot out from the huge iron sleeve. Broken sleeves fluttered in the air like butterflies, and the sharp iron sword cut out directly. The great supernatural powers in the sleeves were completely broken. The iron sword was like a rainbow. After cutting through the universe in the sleeve, it turned into a beam of light and slashed towards Shu Shan. Although Shu Shan was a master, under such an unparalleled iron sword, he was so beaten that he had no strength to fight back. He used his remaining broken sleeve to block the incoming iron sword, making thunderous noises, like a giant hammer hitting the god iron, and the sound of clanging was endless. This result caused an uproar among many spectators, and everyone exclaimed in alarm. The owner of the iron sword is too strong, so easily broke the world in his sleeves. His strong confidence and strength made everyone amazed. Back, Bo Shi yelled from below, and was about to rush up, but a person next to him stopped him, and he was already flying up. After all, Bo Shi is the leader of the younger generation of the royal family, and he cannot be easily defeated. People on their side do not want him to engage in unsure battles. Although the people who rushed up were extremely fast, they couldn't be faster than the iron sword. The sword's light was soaring into the sky, and the murderous aura was fierce. After the dazzling sword aura was cut out, Shu Shan's hair was disheveled, and half of his long hair was cut off to the sky, and the hair was flying. There were even 2 terrifying wounds on his body. Although he was only slightly hit by the sword energy, he was already bleeding profusely, and his bones were exposed from the wounds. Puff! Shu Shan vomited blood profusely. He used his sleeves to hold back a ray of bright sword light, and then was sent flying by the powerful sword, leaving a bunch of blood in the sky. With a plop, Shu Shan fell to the ground. The son of the aristocratic family who flew into the sky is still a spiritual man. There is no doubt about his cultivation level, and the people who walk with Bo Shi are all elite figures in the major families. There was no extra words, and seeing a person flying again, with an iron sword like a mountain, there was a blazing rage, and he slashed directly. Puff! The spirit man was horrified. Although it was just an iron sword, the power contained in it was unimaginable. He vomited blood on the spot, and the spirit technique became more and more unsmooth. In the end, when the divine sword struck, he rolled in the panic-stricken sky, ignoring the extremely indecent posture, and just rolled out like that. He narrowly escaped the life-threatening sword. His hair was flying, his neck was bleeding profusely, and a wound rolled up. His head was only a little short of being cut off. Eyelids heavy, Ling Shi fell to the sky. The iron sword was ruthless, and it went straight, trying to cut him into the void. Several figures below rushed up, and they all shot one after another, barely blocking the iron sword that was attacking. Several people did this to save their companions. Don't leave, you guys go up together. The indifferent words were full of strong confidence. The iron sword hovered in the sky, slashing across all directions, and the blazing sword light gushed out, killing the sky and the air. How arrogant. You are too arrogant. ... Hearing this, several people were all angry and rushed over together. What kind of fierce man is this? All the spectators were stunned. Such an outstanding young master is probably the most advanced figure in the great merchant kingdom. But he himself once said, not the #1 master of the southern wilderness youth generation. Yan Qingcheng, Qilao, and Yu Wenfeng were all very excited, especially Yu Wenfeng's body trembled because of his emotional agitation, as if he was fighting against many masters in Yindu, and his past shame seemed to be being washed away. In the distance, the 3 princesses of the great Shang kingdom and more than a dozen beauties from the capital of Yin were all radiant, and they must win over such top young masters. Some noble ladies have even had some hallucinations, if this person has a certain background. The duel in the sky was very fierce, but it was very short. The iron sword was flying across the sky, and no one could stop it. However, after more than a dozen encounters, 3 people fell into the sky with blood spitting out of their mouths. Of course, at this time the iron sword was also held in the hands of an illusory figure, and the mysterious master finally manifested. However, this is even more shocking, because it is completely formed by a person's essence, not an incarnation outside the body, but completely formed by the sword intent and sword energy in the heart. With a sword in hand, cut off the 10 directions. The figure formed by the condensed sword intent and sword energy held the iron sword and killed all directions, beheading all the people in the sky in an instant. Such power and influence shocked everyone, and none of the descendants of the aristocratic family on Boshi's side could compete with him. Chapter 233 Fight for the Front. After finishing writing, I was too lazy to divide chapters, so I posted them together. The lives and deaths of the few masters who were knocked down into the sky were unknown, so Boshi hurriedly ordered people to rescue them. He didn't let out a sigh of relief until he got the exact news. Boshi strode to the center of the field. He knew that he had to fight himself, and sending people to fight would only increase the casualties. Come down and fight with me. Boshi raised his head to the sky and shouted, he is not a spirit man, and he is not yet able to fly in the air. The phantom in the sky flew over holding the iron sword, like a flying fairy from the sky, slashed out a stunning and brilliant sword. The long rainbow was brilliant, passing through the sky, leaving a beautiful and magnificent long shadow trail, and slashing at the poor man. There is no extra words at all, the iron sword represents his heart and mind. Dang dang, the deafening sound spread throughout the scene. Boshi's hands were shining with precious light, and they were clenched into fists, constantly bombarding the iron sword. A series of sparks collided between the two, and the strong energy fluctuations shocked the audience continuously. The peak duel, the momentum is astonishing. Boshi's strength is well known in the capital of Yin, and he is the overlord of one party. Even if he is not the #1 master, he is definitely in the forefront. Show your real body, so you are not my opponent. Boshi shouted coldly, his whole body was condensed with endless brilliance, and his whole body was as sharp as a heavenly knife. Not pretentious, the phantom beside the iron sword gradually faded, and a figure outside the crowd strode into the arena. Everyone was shocked, they didn't expect the powerful iron sword master to be beside him, and they all made way for him. The visitor was tall and slender, with long hair like black ink, eyes as sharp as a sword, expression indifferent, with a very special temperament. The whole person was like an iron sword suspended in the void, as if he had really been transformed by the soul of the sword. My name is Boshi, who are you? Southern Desolate Dugu Sword Demon. While speaking, the iron sword flew into his palm. Sure enough, he's from the Dugu family. Boshi nodded. In the distance, Yan Qingcheng and the others were very excited. Although they had already guessed that it was him, they still couldn't calm down. Regardless of their daily friendship, they all came from Nanwang after all. Before Yuanfeng's disastrous defeat, the children of the Yindu family ruthlessly ridiculed the masters of Nanwang, which made them feel humiliated and angry. Now, Dugu Sword Demon thrust out an iron sword horizontally, invincible, and even they felt excited and excited. Yan Qingcheng clenched her shoe fist hard. Zilao let out a long breath. Yu Wenfeng even laughed out loud, full of joy and excitement, but more bitterness. What Yindu brought him was shame and bitterness. He vowed to come here to fight again one day. In the distance, the third princess of the great Shang Empire had already stood up. It was obvious that she attached great importance to Dugu Sword Demon. And the ladies from the noble families next to them also have their own plans. Such an invincible young master, even if there is a competition from the princess, they still have to fight for it. If my family has such a friend, it means that there will be another terrifying master in the future, and it is impossible to recruit servants. After all, the Dugu family in the southern wilderness is not an ordinary family. Xiao Chen saw all this in his eyes, and his heart was very calm, without any fluctuations. 3 years ago, Dugu's sword demon was on a par with him. With his talent and temperament, if he couldn't reach this level, it would be abnormal. In the past 3 years, due to the loss of life essence, Xiao Chen's progress in cultivation has not been very smooth, but because of this, his mental state has undergone a tempering. It is difficult to tell whether he has lost more or gained more. However, Xiao Chen is more confident than he was 3 years ago, even against the powerful Dugu sword demon. Is it possible for the two to match up? Hard to say. Without needing any extra words, Dugu sword demon has already fought Bo Shi. This is a peak duel. The realm and the supernatural powers controlled are the key factors of victory or defeat. In a sense, entering the state of knowledge of Tibet, the spring of supernatural powers provides the possibility of a cross-level battle. It is no longer just a dream. Strong supernatural powers can sweep away high-level powerhouses. In the battlefield, the two high-level gestures are evenly matched, the sword is soaring, the knife smashes the void, and the battle is extremely fierce. 2 streaks of purple light shot out of Bo Shi's eyes, his whole body was as swift as thunder and lightning, and the misty purple air lingered around him, and the long knife in his hand drew out white ons, rolling like big waves, unstoppable. And Dugu's sword demon is even stronger with a sword in hand than the rebirth of a sword god. The iron sword in his hand shattered the void, and the sword light flashed like a comet passing through the sky, gorgeous and bright. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of rounds have passed, and the two are still evenly matched. In the distance, several other children of the royal family were discussing with the children of their own family. The Dugu family in the southern wilderness should never be underestimated. Dugu's sword demon ranks among the top young masters even in Ardashang country. The second bald man's cultivation has improved again, and the family's purple chi comes from the east. Mysterious art really lives up to its reputation. It's hard to predict which one is stronger and which one is weaker. After 200 rounds, Bo Shi sneered and said, "Don't you have magical powers?" Dugu's sword demon said indifferently, "An iron sword cuts through all magical powers in the world." Ha ha, Bo Shi laughed loudly, and then said coldly, "So, the battle can be over." In an instant, the sky was filled with purple air, thousands of rays of light, thousands of auspicious colors, and endless purple air flooded the battlefield, only to hear Bo Shi's cold voice shouting, "Purple prison space." The space seemed to be frozen, and the endless purple energy trapped Dugu's sword demon in it. Although Bo Shi is not proficient in the laws of space, this supernatural power is inextricably linked with the art of space, which can seal a space. Dugu's sword demon Sha was sealed off. Outside the arena, there were many exclamations. This is Erbal's unique supernatural power. Many masters have already held their hatred in the purple prison space. Yan Qingcheng, Qilao, and Yu Wenfeng were the most anxious. Wasn't Dugu's sword demon trapped like this on a chopping block? Even the 3 princesses of the Great Shang Kingdom and several beauties in the distance showed worry. They didn't want anything to happen to Dugu's sword demon. After all, he had already shown extraordinary cultivation. It would be a pity if he was defeated by Bo Shi and killed. Xiao Chen watched all this quietly, the middle finger of his right hand was already curled up, ready to play the consonant sword wave at the critical moment, which was the magic skill taught to him by the old rhinoceros in the Pure Land, but he soon let go of his finger again. The sword is your life. Now that the iron sword is out of your hands, you are defeated, Dugu sword demon. Bo Shi's cold voice came out, and he squeezed the purple prison space hard. In the purple prison space, the purple brilliance has almost liquefied, the iron sword has been shaken off, and is imprisoned in a corner. Dugu's sword demon seemed to be completely trapped, it was difficult to move, and his long black hair stood on end. There were traces of blood overflowing from his mouth and nose, the purple force was constantly squeezing, and his bones were creaking. Everyone had already decided that Dugu's sword demon was defeated, and he might be doomed, but at this moment, Dugu's sword demon's tongue burst into thunder, and shouted, "Break!" Ignoring the iron sword floating aside, his figure actually faded away, and then burst into a sky-high light in an instant. Crack bang bang, the sound of bones colliding violently. Suddenly, everyone saw Dugu's sword demon's body changed shape. The flesh and blood became as thin as paper in an instant, everyone was speechless and speechless. There are thousands of rays of light, thousands of streaks of auspicious colors, and the Dugu sword demon, which is as thin as paper, bursts out with soaring rays of light all over his body, which is extremely dazzling. He strikes like a divine sword. A gap was created in the purple prison space. Yes, using itself as an iron sword, Dugu Sword Demon split open the purple prison space, and his figure rushed out like a rainbow. The castration is as swift and violent as a meteorite hitting the earth. Slashing straight at Bo Shi, using his body as a sword, the divine light rushed to Xiao Han, and the blazing light illuminated the whole land in an instant. Boom! Bo Shi was blown away by this shocking blow. Puff! When Bo Shi flew upside down, he sprayed out a bunch of blood flowers and fell into a pool of blood. Such a change left everyone dumbfounded and shocked. The might of the lonely sword demon just now is truly unstoppable. Immediately afterwards, the moon lake was completely boiling, and the crowd was noisy. Most of the people who came to Mingyu on the sea today, apart from gifted scholars and beauties, were true cultivators. Having witnessed Kai's battle at such a close distance, no one knew better than them how terrifying Dugu Sword Demon was just now. Even the masters of the royal family in Yindu all showed serious expressions. The second bald man actually lost, it's unimaginable. The purple prison dimension, even in Yindu, few people dare to try to break it, but today. Bao Shifei stood up slowly, wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and showed his white teeth. The scar on his face was set off by the blood, which made him look a little scary. He stared at the wolf and scanned the surroundings, and the noise around him immediately subsided. As a descendant of the royal family in the capital of Yin, Bo Shi has accumulated a lot of power in the younger generation and has established a strong and ruthless prestige. For ordinary people, this is a person who needs to go around. Dugu Sword Demon, you are very strong, is that your supernatural power? Dugu Sword Demon was very indifferent, and said, are you supernatural? I don't know, I only know that everything in the world, every plant and every tree, is my sword, including myself, and you if necessary. It is rare for the taciturn Dugu to speak so many words. Crack bang bang, flesh and bones were shaking violently, and Dugu Sword Demon returned to its original appearance in an instant. It's hard to imagine how he made his body as thin as paper. In the distance, the third princess of the great merchant's empire had brilliant eyes. She had already stood up, and gave some instructions to several court ladies. Besides, those Yindu ladies also have their own plans, wanting to recruit Dugu Sword Demon. At this time, a little maid came running, holding a jade plate with a jade teacup on it, respectfully came to Dugu Sword Demon, and said, the third princess gives Ningxin a cup of jade tea. See, I don't need anyone to give. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the audience. Everyone felt that this guy was too arrogant. The three princesses of the great Shang Empire didn't even accept the tea. It was a great honor for ordinary people, but he had such an attitude. Dugu Sword Demon is free and lonely. He only lives for the sword all his life. In his eyes, the princess is no different from ordinary people. In the distance, the third princess of the great Shang Empire wrinkled and beautiful, but smiled again. Although covered by a veil, one can still imagine her smiling face. The imperial beauties next to them covered their mouths lightly, then looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Dugu Sword Demon doesn't respect the princess, so their family has a better chance to win over. Another little palace lady hurried over and said respectfully, the third princess invites Mr. Dugu to drink a cup of Ningxin jade tea before leaving. Without saying anything, Dugu Sword Demon took the jade cup, raised his head and drank it in one gulp, and strode away with the iron sword on his back. How could it be possible to let him go like this? Many people valued his proud cultivation. Before the third princess had time to order someone to pass on the message, Bo Shi had already spoken. Slow down, Brother Dugu, please go slowly. Dugu Sword Demon didn't speak, and stopped with his back to Bo Shi. Brother Dugu is really a hero. If you don't give up, I want to make friends with Brother Dugu. Dugu Sword Demon didn't say anything. Yu Wenfeng shouted in the distance, we are the barbarians of the southern wilderness. Ha ha, Bo Shi laughed heartily, and said, just because Brother Dugu is so cultivated, I also want to take back the crazy words I have said before. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon in the southern wilderness, with Brother Dugu around, who dares to say that there is no master? Dugu Sword Demon didn't speak, and continued to stride forward. Bo Shi shouted loudly from behind, Brother Dugu, don't go, please listen to me. He explained seriously and sincerely, I am a big businessman and the people are open-minded. All good men are gentlemen, and their words are a bit straightforward, which is bound to hurt people. But I want to tell you that we are the same on the outside and never play tricks. It's just straightforward and easy to offend people. Brother Dugu, please don't be offended by the previous displeasure. I want to make friends with you. I, Bo Shi, will never again I will not underestimate Nanwang. As a descendant of a royal family, he can afford it and let it go. Although Bo Shi was defeated, he cherished his talents and wanted to recruit Dugu Sword Demon as a friend. Although he is very majestic, but with the scar on his face and the sharp eyes, it always makes people feel that Bo Shi is a hero. I only live for the sword in this life. It seemed that he didn't want to say anything more at all, just uttered these words. Dugu Sword Demon was about to go away. In the distance, many descendants of aristocratic families are also discussing. It seems that this Dugu Sword Demon is very difficult to subdue. It can't be used by us, why not find an old thing to kill him? Fart, your head was kicked by a donkey. At that time, dozens of perverts with big iron swords on their backs will come and kill them together. Are you carrying it? Nanwang Dugu, although this family is low-key, no one dares to underestimate it. When their descendants enter the world and experience, if they are killed by the younger generation openly, they will not ask, nor will they care. But if the old masters take action to kill, then what is waiting will be a violent storm. Once there was a family that provoked the Dugu family in such a way that dozens of people with big iron swords on their backs came to that family and let them wipe out the family overnight. Such a perverted family is not willing to be provoked easily even by the super big aristocratic family that has been passed down for thousands of years in the Dasheng kingdom. It's not to protect the shortcomings, but if you don't follow the rules and play cards indiscriminately, the Dugu family has always followed, kill you, no discussion. The third princess of the Great Shang Kingdom sent someone to stop Dugu Sword Demon, and wanted to invite him to have a talk by the Moon Lake. On the other hand, many people are waiting, wanting to win over this young master with unlimited potential. Several other royal families are also talking about it. At this time, the third princess of the Great Shang Kingdom was preparing to have a talk with Dugu Sword Demon in person. But at this moment, a loud shout came, Dugu Sword Demon, go slowly. A blue light flew up from the crowd and rushed into the center of the field. Dugu Sword Demon turned around, looked at him indifferently, and said nothing. Defeating Bo Shi does not mean defeating the real master of Yindu. I will defeat you today. The man in blue was very handsome, even some women would pale in comparison. In the distance, the people on Bo Shi's side were extremely annoyed. He's from King Qi's lineage. Isn't that scolding that we have no one on our side? Although Bo Shi was defeated, he is the top expert in Yindu after all. This guy's words are too unpleasant. Today I will fight with you, remember my name is. The handsome man in blue hadn't finished speaking. Dugu Sword Demon's iron sword had already arrived, like a flash of light, illuminating the entire sky. Dang dang, there were several sounds of iron swords clashing, followed by screams. The iron sword split the man in blue in half, and the body fell on the grass, with bright red blood gurgling. Only then did Dugu Sword Demon speak. There is no need to know the name of the dead. Good kill. It's been a long time since I've seen this second-generation ancestor not pleasing to the eye. This idiot babbles all day long. He is clearly the last one in strength, but he always thinks that few people are his opponents. For the man who was killed, even the descendants of Yindu's aristocratic family, few people sympathized with him. Except for Chen Wang's party, all the royal families laughed when they saw this result. Chen Hengjin said coldly, who let this bastard out? He wanted to show off by himself, and he didn't stop him just now. Damn it, Chen Hengjin was a little annoyed, even Bo Shi was not the opponent of Dugu's Sword Demon, this guy came out to mess up, it really made him feel ashamed. Chen Hengjin stared at the Dugu Sword Demon who was holding a dripping iron sword in the arena, and finally made an unexpected decision and strode towards the center of the arena. Brother Chen, you can't go. No problem. Chen Hengjin decisively interrupted the words of the people behind him, and strode away. Chen Hengjin doesn't look like a cultivator at all, not to mention handsome, fair complexion, very quiet, like a white-faced scholar, but everyone who knows him knows that although he is young, he acts very old-fashioned. Dugu Sword Demon, I want to make a bet with you. Dugu Sword Demon looked at him coldly, without speaking. How about the loser doing what he can unconditionally for the winner? Chen Hengjin said such a bet calmly and calmly. In this regard, Dugu Sword Demon directly responded with an iron sword, and immediately slashed over, shining cold light in all directions. In the distance, Bo Shi's face was very ugly, and he said angrily, shameless, Chen Hengjin has already seen that although Dugu's Sword Demon broke my purple prison space, he also suffered serious injuries. What? Dugu's Sword Demon has been injured? This little boy really knows how to take advantage of loopholes. Everyone on Bao Shi's side was very angry, and one of them shouted angrily, Xiao Hanghang, 10 years old doesn't wet the bed. The words clearly swayed in the ears of thousands of people, and immediately made everyone laugh out loud. Just like Bo Shi has the indecent title of Erbald, Chen Hengjin has also been grabbed by his pigtails. Because he was still wetting the bed when he was 10 years old, so the children of Yindu's aristocratic family made fun of him behind his back. Xiao Hanghang, 10 years old, doesn't wet the bed. In several directions, there were people booing. All the descendants of the aristocratic families in Yindu were laughing, even the third princess of the great Shang kingdom was holding back their laughter, not to mention the ladies and beauties beside them, their branches were already trembling, tears were about to flow out. In the arena, Chen Hengjin's fair cheeks turned purple in an instant, and he glanced coldly at the thousands of people watching the battle, causing many people to lower their heads apprehensively, not daring to laugh. Such a distraction caused Dugu's sword demon to chop off half of his sleeve, almost crippling an arm. Baolun of 9 Nether Kings. Chen Hengjin was really angry. The laughter just now made him feel extremely irritable in his heart, and he directly showed his strongest supernatural power. The magic cloud surged, like a dark cloud suddenly covering the top. Black mist enveloped the battlefield in an instant. A treasure wheel the size of a millstone was blazing like a sun in the darkness, flowing out thousands of rays of light, shining towards Dugu's sword demon. All the royal families stood up in surprise. The 9 Nether Pluto Kung Fu was the secret of the Chen family, and Chen Hengjin even cultivated his own supernatural powers through this, Pluto Baolun. Since the completion of the Kung Fu, it is difficult for all opponents he meets to support under the Baolun for a quarter of an hour. The light emitted by the treasure wheel in the dark mist was extraordinarily bright, and streaks of auspicious colors covered the sky and covered the earth, almost drowning Dugu's sword demon. The iron sword crossed the air, constantly slashing and resisting the sweeping divine light. Dugu's sword demon felt awe in his heart. He knew that if a ray of light hit him, his life and death would be in danger. Pluto treasure wheel, Chen Hengjin yelled. His fair cheeks were full of blood, and the treasure wheel in the sky, the size of a millstone, enlarged in an instant to the size of a house, and slowly fell down. The ground shook violently, and then burst into terrifying cracks in an instant, all caused by the enormous pressure in the air. The treasure wheel of Pluto hangs less than 3 feet above Dugu's sword demon's head, and all the rays of light surged down together, covering Dugu's sword demon inside, and the iron sword has already collapsed and flew out. If it hadn't been for the protective chi that surged out immediately, his body might have become a fleshy paste. Chen Hengjin sneered and said, "Dugu's sword demon, you are defeated." All the spectators were astonished. The treasure wheel of Pluto was so powerful that even the royal families of several parties changed their colors. In the past, this little boy was comparable to the second bald man. It seems that he has recently broken through again. He may have reached the peak of the 5th level of the Tibetan realm, and may have entered the 6th level. Now he is probably much stronger than the second bald man. Indeed, the Pluto's treasure wheel is truly terrifying. Bo Shi didn't care about this. They, the children of Yindu, have always been advancing in the competition. A little behind today doesn't mean it will be the same tomorrow. What he cares about is whether Dugu's sword demon can hold on. Dugu's sword demon's body was getting thinner, his bones were making creaking sounds, and his body was getting thinner rapidly. Do you want to use your own body as a sword to cut it out? It's useless, you can't cut it. Puff. Dugu's sword demon spat out a big mouthful of blood, failed to condense the sword with his body, and the strong pressure continued to crush him, forcing him to manifest again and take out his physical body. You lost. Chen Hengjin sneered. It was you who lost. At this moment, Dugu's sword demon actually spoke. Chen Hengjin yelled badly, backed up suddenly, and shattered his robe at the same time. Even so, the shattered clothes cut towards him like countless flying swords. The chi of the body protection burst out, blocking countless, small swords, but at this moment, the Pluto's treasure wheel lost control, dimmed instantly, and dissipated quickly. Dugu's sword demon rushed towards him like a ray of death, and instantly sent Chen Hengjin flying. The crowd erupted. Dugu's sword demon actually turned the tide of the battle in a critical situation, and won cleanly. Many people shouted. Cough. Coughing blood, Chen Hengjin stood up staggeringly, and said tragically, "How did you do it? Everything in the world, every plant and every tree, is my sword, including not only my body, but even yours." Dugu's sword demon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and held the iron sword floating beside him in his hand. If you cultivate to the extreme level, you can even use other people's bodies as your own sword, which is a bit abnormal and terrifying. Everyone knows that it is the sublimation of the true meaning of the sword. Tell me, let me do something for you. Dugu Sword Demon didn't say anything. This time he walked directly to the outside of the arena with his iron sword on his back, winning consecutive victories against two leaders of the younger generation of the royal family. He was seriously injured and could no longer fight. In the distance, the three princesses of the Great Shang Kingdom greeted them in person, and all the noble daughters of the Yin capital also came over. There was an uproar at the scene, and many ordinary cultivators looked at Dugu Sword Demon almost adoringly. Haha, the three princesses held a book and sword tea party, how can I not come, I finally caught up with it. A loud laugh came from beyond the bright moon on the sea, and a group of children from aristocratic families came striding towards a young man surrounded by stars like the moon. Hiss. The sound of gasping for air suddenly sounded in the field. Obviously, many people knew him and were very scrupulous. Why did he go back to the imperial capital? Didn't he lead the troops to fight? This ruthless man is one of the four heroes of the imperial capital. Chu Xingguang, one of the four scariest young people in Yindu. It's not been a year or two since he chased the third princess. This time he's going to make a big mess when he comes back. Hee, look forward to it. Chu Xingguang, why are you back? The third princess of the Great Shang Kingdom, with lotus steps, a slender jade body, and extremely graceful curves. Although she is covered with a veil, one can imagine her peerless beauty from her autumn-like eyes. Haha, I have met the three princesses. The commander-in-chief specially approved me to go back to Yindu, and he didn't want me to miss the princess's book and sword tea party. Chu Xingguang looked heroic, dignified, with a touch of heroism in his chic, full of the killing qualities of a general. However, Bo Shi and Chen Hengjin didn't seem to be interested in him, so they snorted coldly. The third princess smiled faintly, and said, "You are tired from the long journey, please sit aside and rest first." "I'm not tired." Seeing the princess, I seem to have turned into a fairy in the end. This guy can be said to be bold, and many people who provoked him gave a cold snort of dissatisfaction. But no one dared to face him directly. The four heroes of the imperial capital were ruthless characters among ruthless characters. Not to mention they were almost invincible among the younger generation of the great merchant empire. The third princess ignored him, and walked towards Dugu Sword Demon with some ladies from the capital of Yin. Chu Xingguang laughed loudly, walked over first, and said, "Are you the Dugu Sword Demon of the southern wilderness? You have defeated my Yindu master." Speaking of this, he glanced around and snorted coldly, "After our four masters left Yindu, you really gave me a face for the Great Shang Kingdom. It is shameful for the southern wilderness to defeat it." As soon as this remark came out, it immediately aroused public outrage. "What the fuck, if my elder brother is still alive, he will torture you to death. What are you crazy about? You're not really the #1 expert in Yindu." Even Bo Shi, Chen Hengjin and others were very angry, but everyone was dissatisfied, and no one dared to go over and confront him directly. Although it's been a while since he left Yin, his prestige is still there. After Chu Xingguang glanced around, no one dared to provoke him under his gaze. "If I don't come back, Shangguo's face will be lost by you guys." Chu Xingguang sneered coldly, then turned around, and said to Dugu Sword Demon, "If I can't kill you within 80 strokes, I will die in front of you." Seeing Chu Xingguang standing in front of him, the silent Dugu Sword Demon only gave him a cold look, and then swept his eyes towards the crowd outside the arena. Shameless, Dugu Sword Demon has been seriously injured by Baldi, and bedwetting man, so it's not fair to compete now. It's shameless to come to pick up a bargain at this moment. Shit, the four masters of Yindu. I don't know if it's because the people of Dashang Kingdom are really open and upright, or because these people hate Chu Xingguang so much, even if he is looking for face for the children of the Yindu family, he was scolded. Chu Xingguang was not as angry as everyone expected. He sneered and said, "I, Chu Xingguang, have ever been unfair in my confrontation with others?" Everyone fell silent immediately. HMPH, bring the 7-turn gold elixir and give it to Dugu Sword Demon to make him recover instantly. Then I will fight him again. Everyone fell silent. Although many people were jealous of the four masters of Yindu, they had to admit that they were powerful. No need. At this time, the silent Dugu Sword Demon suddenly spoke, saying, "I said that I am not the #1 expert in the southern wilderness. Since you want to fight for the false name, I will let someone stronger than me fight with you." There was an uproar immediately. Everyone was astonished. Dugu Sword Demon was so skillful that he had already calmed down everyone present. How strong is the #1 expert in the southern wilderness? Could it really be against the four masters of Yindu? The important thing is that the #1 young master in the southern wilderness has also come here. At this moment, even the three princesses of the Great Shang Kingdom showed surprise, their beautiful eyes moved around the crowd, and the gazes of the other beauties in the capital of Yin also swept back and forth in the crowd. Yan Qingcheng, Qilao, and Yuanfeng were all stunned when they heard the words. It was hard for them to imagine who Dugu Sword Demon was talking about. Could it be that the most mysterious Zhao Chongyang couldn't succeed? This news is really unexpected. After the commotion, everyone at the scene fell silent. Oh, the #1 master of the Southern Wilderness youth generation has also come. Why haven't I heard of such a person? Chu Xingguang shot 2 substantive rays of light in his eyes. At this moment, he was full of fighting spirit, and said, "Where is he?" "There." Dugu Sword Demon Tai Jian pointed forward. "Brush." The spectators there flicked to the sides at the first time, joking, if they were mistaken, they would die without knowing how to die. At the scene, only a tall and straight young man was left. All eyes are focused there. Chapter 234 The battle is boiling. It was written that it was confiscated, so it was late, and the big and long chapters were published together. I have been feeling it for the past few days, the writing is very smooth, and I don't want to stop when I write. The sword demon who was lonely since he was a child, only lived for the sword all his life. Because the strong in the southern wilderness were humiliated, he stood up and fought against the heroes with his iron sword. At this moment, one of the 4 strongest heroes in Yindu returns, threatening to kill the Dugu sword demon within 80 moves, which is a big shame for the barbarians in the southern wilderness. Chu Xingguang was dressed in a purple robe, so he swayed with surging vitality. The cloak was automatic without wind, and all the children of the aristocratic families clustered around him were shaken out. 2 purple rays of light shot out from his eyes, which were 2 meters long, almost materialized, like 2 divine swords. Nearby, many cultivators with weaker cultivation screamed and hurriedly closed their eyes. At that moment, I don't know whether it was because of the 2 purple lights or Chu Xingguang's soaring killing intent, which made many people around tremble as if struck by lightning. It is conceivable that Chu Xingguang is powerful and terrifying. The 4 heroes of Yindu have been famous in the emperor's capital for several years. Xiao Chen didn't move like a pine tree, and looked extremely calm, even though the murderous aura was surging towards him like a huge wave in the sea of anger. The murderous aura was almost substantive, and it was about to engulf him. However, he was like a rock, standing still in the field and standing proudly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. The 3rd princess of the Great Shang Kingdom raised a corner of her veil which was rare, revealing half of her pretty face that was about to break apart, as radiant as divine jade. Her beautiful eyes glowed with splendor, gazing at this strong man respected by Dugu Sword Demon. The other celebrities in the imperial capital also had beautiful eyes, looking at this mysterious master. Boshi, Chen Hengjin and other royal families stared at Xiao Chen for a moment. Dugu Sword Demon swept across the book and sword tea party with an iron sword, and had already calmed down everyone. Now he clearly said that this person is stronger than him, so what kind of person should he be? Their eyes were bright, as if they wanted to penetrate into Xiao Chen's body to see what happened. The scene was very quiet, only a faint voice came out, and everyone's eyes were focused on that figure. In the distance, Yin Fenghu's eyes brightened, and he said, "It's him, he's finally here." There was a battle in Wangyu Tower, and Yin Feng knew how powerful and terrifying this mysterious master was, and he might be able to fight fiercely even against Chu Xingguang. As for the odds of winning, he dared not imagine. After all, the 4 heroes of Yindu had accumulated great prestige, and their formidable strength had left an indelible impression on the children of the various families in Yindu. There was a glimmer of doubt in Yan Qingcheng's beautiful eyes. Why is it him again? This person is a master of the southern wilderness, why has he never seen him before? Could it be that Zhao Chongyang, the most mysterious among the top 4 in the southern wilderness, failed? Xiao Chen changed his physical appearance and restrained his original knife-like aura. It was already so different from before that she couldn't recognize it at all. Qilao and Yu Wenfeng were also suspicious. They knew that this person was definitely not Zhao Chongyang, because both of them had met Zhao Chongyang before. It is impossible to guess, impossible to guess. The masters from the southern wilderness do not know the identity of this young man. You are the #1 master in the southern wilderness. Chu Xingguang raised his brows, his eyes were shining brightly, and his whole body exuded an unspeakable aura. He really had the indestructible killing spirit on the battlefield, which made everyone feel palpitations. It even made some celebrities in the imperial capital look sideways, and the light waves flowed. After all, he is one of the 4 masters of the Yin capital, and he has made many women fall in love with him. No, Xiao Chen replied calmly. Facing the gazes of the masters from all directions, he appeared indifferent but calm, standing quietly on the spot like an evergreen pine. No, Chu Xingguang raised his eyebrows. Thousands of people were in an uproar. Did they admit the wrong person, or did Dugu Sword Demon play tricks on everyone? There was a commotion. Even the third princess of the Great Shang Kingdom showed doubts, and many people started to quarrel, and many people turned their eyes to the Dugu Sword Demon who was carrying the iron sword. I'm an overseas casual cultivator. At this moment, Xiao Chen spoke again. As soon as these words came out, he once again became the focus of everyone. Loose cultivators in the Gulf, for decades, no one has come to the longevity continent once, and it is extremely mysterious in the eyes of everyone. Dugu Sword Demon added. I didn't say that he is the #1 expert in the Southern Desolation, I only said that he is stronger than me. He once fought fiercely with the #1 expert in the Southern Desolation all night, and the outcome was not decided. On the bank of Moon Lake, there was an uproar, and everyone was talking about it, and they all looked at Xiao Chen with surprise. Thinking about it carefully, what Dugu Sword Demon said, it seems that he really didn't say that this person is the #1 expert in the southern wilderness, but only said that this person is better than him, and everyone was completely led astray. In a draw with the #1 master in the southern wilderness, Dugu Sword Demon confessed that he was invincible. Xiao Chen also attracted the attention of all parties and became the focus of everyone. Xiao Chen didn't continue to deny these words, but just looked at Dugu Sword Demon quietly. Haha, this means that if I beat him, I'll wait until I beat the #1 expert in the southern wilderness. Chu Xing laughed wildly, full of strong self-confidence. Thousands of people's moods also fluctuated, looking forward to the battle between Chu Xingguang, one of the 4 masters of Yindu, and the overseas casual cultivator, who is the #1 master in the southern wilderness. This will definitely be a peak showdown. Who is the #1 master in the southern wilderness? Seemingly a little regretful, when Chu Xingguang finished laughing, he turned to look at the indifferent Dugu Sword Demon. It has disappeared. Dugu Sword Demon didn't say as much in a year as he did today, especially when it came to the #1 expert in the southern wilderness, he no longer spared words like gold. Who is it? Chu Xingguang seemed extremely interested. Everyone at the scene was aroused by the taciturn Dugu Sword Demon, and everyone by the Moon Lake wanted to know who that person was. After all, Dugu Sword Demon admitted that he was no match for the so-called #1 master. Even Yan Qingcheng, Qilao, and Yu Wenfeng paid special attention, wanting to know a definite answer. Xiao Chen. There were only 2 short words, and after saying these, Dugu Sword Demon strode away with the iron sword on his back. Xiao Chen. Everyone was chanting this name, and for a while, many people were surprised, especially the descendants of Yindu's aristocratic family. They were well informed, so they naturally knew that this was a name that was once famous in the southern wilderness. Yin Feng even said in Wangyu Tower that Xiao Chenken, the only one in the southern wilderness, fought against the strongest master in Yindu. Bo Shi, Chen Hengjin and others were even more astonished with a hint of suddenness. All the royal families knew about the bloody incident in Tiandi City overnight. The third princess of the Great Shang Kingdom seemed to be remembering some past events, sighed regretfully, and said to herself, so it was him. Which of the Yindu beauties around is not an elf-like figure? And one of them smiled and said, the princess has seen that person. The third princess smiled and shook her head, no longer speaking. When Yan Qingcheng heard it for the first time, she was in a daze for a while, and a long memory reappeared in her heart. Was it the person 3 years ago? Her mood was a little complicated, but she calmed down soon. Qilao and Yuanfeng were even more stunned, especially Yuanfeng was once defeated by Xiao Chen, but after calm reflection, he had to admit that his defeat in that battle was not wronged. Haha, Chu Xingguang looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Who am I? It turned out to be him, I have heard of it before. If it is him, I can only say that the barbarians in the southern wilderness are nothing more than that. Too arrogant. This person is too arrogant. Many people from Xizang, Mobei, and Nanwang who came to Mingyu on the sea to participate in the Shujian Tea Party were extremely disgusted and angry when they heard the words. His eyes turned cold, and he glanced around. Chu Xingguang said coldly, I heard that he mastered a secret method, burned his own life, and killed a few demigods. What is this? It's not a real cultivation base. If he doesn't use this method of self-mutilation, what is he? Dare to fight me, and I will cut his head to the ground within 90 strokes. It's just a barbarian. Chu Xingguang's nature is like this, which matches his name very well, but he is not a reckless person. He has always despised the enemy and believes that he is the strongest, but he will not underestimate any opponent in a real battle. Snort. He snorted coldly, scanned everyone with cold eyes, and said, "Are you not convinced? You can see how I defeat him." While speaking, he pointed to Xiao Chen. At this moment, Dugu Sword Demon walked up to Xiao Chen with the iron sword on his back, and an unheard voice rang in his ears, "Now I'm sure, it's you." 3 days ago, when Dugu Sword Demon first met Xiao Chen in Moonwatching Tower, he already had a trace of suspicion. Today he came to the bank of Moon Lake early and waited until Xiao Chen appeared. Some people say that the person who knows you best is not a friend, but an enemy or an opponent. Maybe there is some truth to it. Dugu Sword Demon and Xiao Chen can't talk about friendship. In Dugu Sword Demon's heart, Xiao Chen is just a formidable opponent. It wasn't from Xiao Chen's aura, let alone guessed from his physical appearance, that Dugu Sword Demon recognized him completely by an intuition. Xiao Chen was silent. Dugu Sword Demon left and became a spectator. Chu Xingguang strode forward and stood opposite Xiao Chen, then glanced at the descendants of Yin Du's aristocratic family, and said, "I will get your face back for you, and I will behead him here today." The scene fell silent all of a sudden, and Chu Quanren's casual practice overseas was worth everyone's expectation. "Are you ready?" Chu Xingguang stared at Xiao Chen aggressively. "Why should I fight with you? I don't want to fight." Although he was in the whirlpool, Xiao Chen was still calm and composed. "Because I want to fight with you." Chu Xingguang's momentum was overwhelming, and his strength was obvious to all. "You have to fight." "What are you?" Xiao Chen said calmly, as if mocking and disdainful, then turned and left. "Ha ha." Chu Xing laughed wildly and said, "If you want to leave, it's impossible." Boom! Like a flash of purple lightning, he struck out a palm in an instant, his vitality seemed to be boiling, and the waves of purple energy rolled up a lot of evil energy and swallowed towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't turn his head back, his right index finger slightly bent and popped out gently. Consonant Sword Wave, inherited from the barbarian rhinoceros old man, is not an ordinary sword energy, with Xiao Chen as the center, rippling little ripples, spreading like water waves. It seemed to be very weak, but the moment he touched the purple power, Janbo immediately became violent, like 1,000 white waves churning, and there was a rumbling and loud noise by the Moon Lake. It can be clearly seen that an energy light source with a diameter of 40 meters is churning like a raging sea. The center is Xiao Chen. All the purple energy was crushed by the shock, and Chu Xingguang flew upside down directly, exiting the huge circle with a diameter of 40 meters. Although his movements were fast, half of his sleeve was fluttering, so he couldn't get out of the giant circle at the first time, and it turned into dust and disappeared in the air in an instant. One move to force Chu Xingguang back shocked everyone, and thousands of people were speechless. A clever cultivator did an experiment on the spot and threw the sword over. At this moment, the light source of the sword wave with a diameter of 40 meters has not completely disappeared. Although the ripples produced by the vibration are very slight, it still shattered the long sword in an instant and turned it into dust. Thousands of people were stunned. Lingxi Janbo was so terrifying, it seemed like it could destroy everything. No wonder. Chu Xingguang flew out immediately. Is this the master that Dugu Sword Demon respects, the one who was tied with Xiao Chen, the #1 master in the southern wilderness? The 3 princesses of the Great Shang Kingdom and a dozen or so ladies from the capital of Yin all stood up from their seats. Bo Shi, Chen Hengjin and other royal family children also took a few steps forward in shock. Yan Qingcheng, Qilao, Yu Wenfeng and others were even more shocked, and Ah Shui, Ah Bing, and Huo Nao from Xizang were also amazed. All the spectators were surprised, and the scene fell into dead silence for a while. This mysterious overseas casual cultivator seemed unfathomable and attracted everyone's attention. Chu Xingguang didn't show any embarrassment, but nodded and said, "I underestimated you before, so you can be regarded as an opponent. May I ask your name?" Chu Xingguang only asked Xiao Chen's name now. Everyone muttered in their hearts, Chu Quanren is really arrogant, and only now is he looking at his opponent at the same level. Everyone also wanted to know the name of this mysterious casual cultivator. Xiao Chen glanced around and said, "My name is Xiao Xiaoshui. But I'm not here to fight, I don't want to fight with others." The Lingxi sword wave once shocked the world in a certain era. Now that it has appeared in the world again today, how can I be disappointed? Chu Xingguang sneered and said, "Today, I take back the original words, I will not behead your head, and save your life. You can take it at ease." Chu Xingguang's arrogance and self-confidence can be described as aggressive. Xiao Chen looked at him indifferently, not wanting to cause trouble, but it didn't mean he was afraid of trouble. Now, he has cultivated the world of 8 phases, and has just completed his supernatural powers. Regardless of power, in terms of speed alone, it is difficult for even a long-lived master to contain him. Even if troubles really arise, he has the confidence to escape. Don't make me kill you. In this way, just 5 words, spat out from Xiao Chen's mouth, not only stunned Chu Xingguang but also stunned thousands of people present. This seems to be stronger. The 5 words make it clear, it's not that you are afraid of fighting, but that you don't want to fight. If you do it, you will be killed directly. Everyone was stunned. This overseas casual cultivator is really a character. He is colder and more tyrannical than Dugu's sword demon, and even crazier than Chu Xingguang. He has a warrior's heart under his calm appearance. The name Xiao Xiaoshui was deeply remembered by everyone at this moment. Let's fight. Overseas random cultivators battle against Chu Xingguang. Everyone shouted, looking forward to this battle even more. Chu Xingguang sneered, didn't care, rushed forward like flying, and shouted, let me see if you understand the true meaning of Lingxi Jianbo. In an instant, Chu Xingguang's body was like a spiral, and he flew into the air, surrounded by purple light all over his body, and a divine sword condensed by purple light appeared in his hand, slashing downward. Xiao Chen was as steady as a rock, standing still, but 2 sharp beams of light shone out from his eyes, like 2 lightning bolts dancing in the air. This time, the consonant sword wave did not reappear. Xiao Chen's body moved with his heart, drawing inexplicable trajectories with his hands, expressing the words of his heart with his body, and forming a seal of his own. Fearless Lion Seal. As fierce as a comet hitting the ground, a brilliant ray of light shot out, charged straight up, and struck the purple sword with a bang. Not moving like a pine, moving like a gust of wind. Xiao Chen soared into the sky, and in an instant, he had 100 consecutive encounters with Chu Xingguang, leaving afterimages in the sky, and the fearless lion seal brought madness and fierceness to the extreme. After 100 blows, the 2 landed on the ground. Chu Xingguang raised his sword and rushed forward, opening and closing, slashing Xiao Chen. The divine sword continued to shatter the void. The power contained in it can be imagined, and there were bursts of whistling and bewildering sounds, driving the world to be in turmoil. Xiao Chen is not afraid, and the fearless lion seal sweeps out. His body is like a phantom, as light as the wind, and as violent as thunder. Dang dang! Xiao Chen collided with the divine sword with his handprints, and a series of brilliance like a meteor shower burst out between the 2, attacking continuously, unparalleled in strength. Finally, Xiao Chen closed his hands together, and a heaven-shattering lion's roar came out, and the shadow of a 3-headed golden lion king emerged and rushed towards Chu Xingguang. This is the true meaning of the fearless lion seal. The virtual image of the lion is very similar to the 3-headed golden lion king in the southern wilderness beast king's decisive battle 3 years ago. Sealing method is a magical skill that Xiao Chen obtained from the Pure Land, and it is almost completely supernatural. Wang Shanpo, who passed it on to him, once integrated the supreme profound meaning of Buddhism, combined with the secret method of the forest tribe, and created her own unique knowledge, but she did not forget the supernatural powers in Buddhism, and passed it on to Xiao Chen. After practicing the fearless lion seal, Xiao Chen once suspected that the golden lion king in the final battle of the southern wilderness beast king might really be a Buddha. Roar! The golden lion was almost real, with 3 heads roaring to the sky, and rushed towards Chu Xingguang. The dazzling golden light burst out, making everyone close their eyes. As if the sky was shaking, the sky seemed to be turned upside down, large waves of energy continued to erupt, and even the lake water in the moon lake surged. Many people watching the battle from a distance were staggered, and many people fell to the ground. When the light disappeared, the golden lion king disappeared, and the purple sword in Chu Xingguang's hand was also shattered by the fearless lion seal. Everyone was extremely shocked. Xiao Xiaoshui, an overseas rogue cultivator, was too powerful. He thought Lingxi Jianbo was his reliance, but now it seems that the magical powers he has mastered are not one kind. Snort! Chu Xingguang snorted coldly, and strode forward. At the same time, there was a clang in his hand, the purple brilliance flowed, and a purple sword was recondensed. Unmoving like a pine, Xiao Chen looked indifferently at the approaching Chu Xingguang. The seal formed by his hands again was quite different. Do not move, Ming Wang Yin. This time, Xiao Chen put his hands together, and the shadow of the Lord King Ming appeared. The huge figure covered half of the sky, and he stretched out his huge palm and slapped it down, shaking all directions. Boom! The purple Excalibur shattered and swept across Chu Xingguang, causing him to flip and fly out in embarrassment. There was an uproar in the audience, not because they didn't expect Xiao Chen to be tyrannical, but with such a terrifying skill, everyone couldn't believe it. After Chu Xingguang landed, he didn't show any signs of depression, only more fierce fighting spirit. Now his face is full of solemnity. Seeing Xiao Chen's continuous display of supernatural powers, he decided not to hold back the slightest, and will show his supernatural powers that look down on the younger generation. Report. At this moment, there was a shout from a distance, and a soldier in iron armor rushed to the edge of the arena, put one leg on the ground, and reported to Chu Xing madly, "Urgent letter." Chu Xingquang retreated, and then strode out of the arena. The battle was interrupted. Before Chu Xingquang opened the letter, 2 cultivators surrounded him. "Brother Chu, let us get rid of that kid." One person was tall, 3 heads taller than ordinary people, with cold eyes. He looked like a rebellious person. The other person has a pale face, gloomy eyes, a tall figure, and looks a little thin, but it gives off a feminine feeling. "No, after I read the letter, I will continue to fight him." Chu Xingquang flatly refused. "We have to make a move." Everyone saw the 3 people arguing, and couldn't help but doubt the identities of the 2 people. They dared to speak to Chu Xingquang like this, and they must not be ordinary people. Regardless of Chu Xingquang's obstruction, one of them rushed into the field quickly and appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Outside the battlefield, Chu Xingquang was furious, but in the end he suppressed his anger. These 2 were friends he had just recruited not long ago. Their identities were very unusual. They were young children of the powerful and mysterious Hu family in Middle-earth who had experienced outside. The white tiger is very difficult to provoke in the Middle-earth. If it is not for their identities and the fact that the 2 are really powerful, Chu Xingquang would like to order someone to kill them now. However, after tearing open the envelope in his hand, he felt better again. He laughed loudly and said, "This bastard is coming back too. He actually teased me with an urgent and heavy letter. The capital city should be lively now, hee. Hu Zidong is tall, rebellious and unruly. He looks like a difficult character at first sight." He stared at Xiao Chen and said, "Did you fight Xiao Chen 3 years ago? What do you want to know?" Xiao Chen looked at him calmly. "You ended up with a tie." Xiao Chen snorted noncommittally. "So you ended up having some friendship? So what? I knew that you guys cherished each other in the so-called bullshit in the end and became friends, so if I kill you today, you will not be wronged if you die." Hu Zidong, who was as tall as a savage, said sternly. "Who are you and why do you say that?" Xiao Chen looked at him indifferently. The giant man who was as rebellious as a savage lowered his voice and said, "My name is Hu Zidong. 3 years ago, that damned Xiao Chen beheaded one of our brothers, and even killed 2 demigods of my Hu family. He made a big splash. Our brothers vowed to destroy everything. Kill you. If he is not dead, he will definitely show up." What kind of logic is this? A chill gradually rose in Xiao Chen's eyes, and he said, "This is not a place where your Hu family can cover the sky with one hand. If you die here tragically, no one will be able to say anything for you." "Ha ha." Hu Zidong looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. "Do you have a chance of winning in front of the tiger family's magical skills? Besides, I have half of the white tiger blood in my body." Xiao Chen smiled, and said calmly, "Then let the actual actions prove it." Actually meeting someone from the Hu family, Xiao Chen didn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately, and didn't want to affect the ordinary disciples of the Hu family, but seeing the other party's attitude, he changed his mind in an instant. Letting you go is not easy. Kill you, no discussion. Even if Hu Zidong wanted to avoid the battle now, Xiao Chen would not let him go. He had already been sentenced to death, so Xiao Chen decided to attack with all his might, without any reservations. Brush. Like a fleeting moment, Xiao Chen rushed over in an instant, and shot without reservation. The Lingxi sword wave inherited from the old man of the barbarian rhinoceros made a move. The index finger and the middle finger were flicked together, and a circle of destruction with a diameter of 60 meters appeared, rippling, and the terrifying waves went out in an instant. "Go!" Hu Zidong roared as if he knew how powerful it was. With white light shining all over his body, a white tiger emerged, baring its teeth and claws behind him, bursting out with unparalleled strength. He punched forward, and there were streaks of lightning bursting out. This is his supernatural power, destroying lightning. But, unable to resist at all, the thunder and lightning were shattered by the sword wave in an instant, and collapsed invisible. The waves of the sword rippled like the sound of a bell, and the long sound was very ethereal. The waves of sword waves sounded like a death knell. When the lingering sound lingered, "Ah!" Hu Zidong screamed, his legs were shattered in an instant, turned into dust, he rose into the sky in terror, and finally avoided the end of body and spirit annihilation. Although he escaped beyond the giant circle with a diameter of 60 meters, how fast could he be with his legs crushed? Xiao Chen sneered mercilessly, leaving behind an afterimage and rushed over. Inherited from the strongest esoteric technique inherited from the immortal queen of the forest tribe. Shenyun Prince Flowers. A huge phantom emerged, with a very similar charm to Xiao Chen, with a faint smile in his ruthless heart, holding an unnamed fairy flower in his hand. Brush. The divine flower left the hand, and it enlarged to the size of a house in an instant. The petals were crystal clear, and the pieces flew down, chopping down like a sharp blade. Puff. The blood splattered, and Hu Zidong's arms, chest and abdomen were cut to pieces in an instant, not a single drop remained, only a cloud of blood floating in the air. There is also that head full of horror, floating among the remaining flowers in the sky. Not far away, the white-faced and beardless Hu Zi risked fainting. His cousin was so disastrously defeated that he was killed in an instant. He couldn't believe his eyes, and rushed over with a roar. In the distance, Chu Xingguang saw all this in his eyes, and there was nothing he could do since he was anxious, and it was too late to stop it. Damn it, these two bastards, die as soon as they die, but damn, there is a strong tiger in the city, causing trouble for me. Chu Xingguang was filled with remorse. He really shouldn't have accepted these two friends. Although they are very powerful, there is a problem now. Their background is a problem. Hu Zidong's head floating among the remnants of the flowers, with a terrified expression on his face, revealed a trace of mental fluctuations with unwillingness. I'm a fucking master of the 6th level of the Tibetan realm, and I was killed. Even the 7th heaven can still kill. Xiao Chen's icy voice crushed his last trace of consciousness. When Hu Zifeng rushed to him, Xiao Chen curled up his ring finger and flicked it out. The head floating among the remaining flowers shattered with a bang under the waves of the sword. The moon lake was completely boiling, and thousands of people shouted. Xiao Chenji's performance was too shocking. Chapter 235 Destiny Twins. The sunset glow reddened the sky in the west, and the moon lake also reflected the bright red color, rippling and rippling, like pieces of red crystals shattered, and the beautiful moon lake sparkled. By the moon lake, there was a lot of voices. Xiao Chen killed the Huzatong of the 6th heaven with his hand raised. Killing the masters of the Hu family in the middle of the earth is simply as killing chickens and dogs. Unbelievable. Is this the strength of the overseas casual cultivator who fought against the #1 expert in the southern desolation? I am afraid that even against the 4 masters of Shenyun capital, they will be undefeated. Thousands of people are boiling over it, and everyone is talking about it. The children of several royal families involuntarily took a few steps forward, staring at the motionless figure in the field. The 3 princesses of the great Shang kingdom and more than a dozen beauties of the capital of Yin also stood up from their seats in shock and stared at the strong young man in the center of the field. Dugu's sword demon was silent, but his whole body became as sharp as a sword, scaring the people around him to dodge quickly. Qilao and Yuanfeng were emotional and clenched their fists. Yan Qingcheng showed a trace of doubt, looking suspiciously at the figure in the field, feeling more and more as if he had seen it there before. Of course, it is impossible to associate with Xiao Chen, because the exercises between the two are quite different. Xiao Feishui. Hu Zifeng roared and rushed over, but he could only see the floating head, which shattered with a bang under the wave of Lingxi's sword. The white-faced and beardless Hu Zifeng usually looks very feminine, but at the moment he is extremely ferocious, gnashing his teeth, turning into a white light and rushing towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen raised his head suddenly, and 2 dazzling rays of light shot out from his eyes. 2 golden lights as fine as needles, shot directly at Hu Zifeng. Ah! Hu Zifeng covered his eyes and screamed, but his body was extremely agile, and he flew upside down in an instant, coming and going even faster. Xiao Chen didn't even move, just stood there and looked at Hu Zifeng indifferently. Hu Zifeng flew upside down tens of meters away, and fell to the ground with a bang. There were traces of blood flowing out between the fingers of his palms covering his eyes, and he groaned in pain. When he put down his hands, everyone gasped. Hu Zifeng's eyes were bleeding, and the golden needle-like light that Xiao Chen's eyes shot just now was not an illusion, it was real, causing Hu Zifeng to suffer serious injuries. Fortunately, it was a little bit off, and it didn't hurt his pupils, but the white part of his eyes was punctured, and there were 2 small blood holes on the eyelids. Everyone by the moon lake was terrified. Even the eyes can kill the enemy, which is a bit terrifying and frightening. Only those with advanced cultivation know that just now Xiao Chen's supernatural powers are not special, it is due to his strong self-confidence in his own body and extreme contempt for his opponents, so he boldly condenses his body's energy and radiates out to kill the enemy directly. The 2 golden lights were completely formed by Xiao Chen's essence, rushed out of the body, stabbed the opponent's eyes and returned to the body in an instant. Xiao Shaoshui, almost blinded, Hu Zifeng, who was blinded by hatred, calmed down after being so traumatized. He gritted his teeth and said, "You forced me. You must die today. Speaking of this, he took out a crystal-clear jade gourd from his bosom, which was only 1 inch long and as thick as a thumb. He unscrewed the mouth of the jade and poured it into his mouth. Anyone with sharp eyes could see that a stream of red liquid flowed into his mouth. White tiger true blood. It should be, I'm going to fight to the death. Many people know that the ancestor of the Zongtuhu family is a real white tiger emperor. Because of his marriage with the human race, his descendants are all humanoid, and because it has been passed down from generation to generation, the blood of the white tiger is getting thinner and thinner. For this reason, he once selected several descendants with great potential, and used his own holy blood to wash their marrow, making their bloodlines closer to the white tiger lineage, greatly improving their abilities and even surpassing ordinary white tiger holy beast kings. Although only a limited number of people have enjoyed this gift, the Hu family has also figured out some ways to benefit the offspring, diluting the excess blood bestowed by the ancestors into many parts, passing it on to important members of the family, and saving their lives. Due to the small amount and the dilution, it is impossible to change the physique and advance the cultivation base, but it can raise the user's cultivation base to a higher level in a short period of time. Hu Zifeng just drank the blood of the Holy Emperor. At this moment, he was so ferocious that he let out a howling sound like a tiger's roar, and rushed towards Xiao Chen again. The speed is extremely fast, like a white lightning coming through the air. The seventh heaven of recognition of Tibet. Boshi, Chen Hangjin and other royal families gasped. They were real Yindu masters, and they could see Hu Zifeng's strength at a glance. Roar. The real roar of the tiger came, and a white tiger appeared in front of Hu Zifeng, and it rushed towards Xiao Chen. The huge white tiger was 10 meters long, with teeth and claws, extremely ferocious and violent. Xiao Chen was unmoved, and had no intention of avoiding it at all. He quickly formed a seal with both hands, and made the fearless lion seal, which was unparalleled in strength. There was an earth-shattering roar of the lion, and the moment his hands joined the seal, the figure of the Golden Lion King emerged, and the three heads looked up at the same time. The golden divine light shines in all directions, the banks of the moon lake are brilliant, and the golden brilliance ripples in all directions like water waves. The Golden Lion King soared into the sky and rushed towards the huge white tiger. Roar. The roar of the tiger and the roar of the lion came out at the same time, and the waves of energy swept across the battlefield like heaven and earth. The dazzling light made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes, and everyone was shocked by the waves of energy. Click. There was a sound of shattering the void, followed by an overwhelming sea. Even Moon Lake was surging with waves, and the earth trembled for a while. Boom. No one can watch the battlefield anymore, the light is 100 times more blazing than lightning, and the people who are shaking are crying and unable to open their eyes. With the weakening of the tiger's roar and the disappearance of the lion's roar, the battlefield finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes again. Hu Zifeng's mouth was overflowing with blood, and he looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. It seemed that he did not expect such a result. Xiao Chen didn't move at all, still standing quietly in the center of the field. Hu Zifeng's heart is cold, and the junior level of the 7th level of knowledge of Tibet is still injured by the other party's subordinates, which makes him a little disheartened. But the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Now that the battle had begun, he could not retreat at all. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward. The body of Shira's sword emerged, and a long knife floated in front of Hu Zifeng's body, and he slashed forward. This is the supernatural power he cultivated. He condensed his body's energy to achieve the indestructible body of Shira's sword. Bai Guang said, Shira's saber cut out heavy waves, like 1,000 layers of waves surging. Instead of retreating, Xiao Chen rushed forward, the fearless lion print kept blasting out, and the fierce handprint kept hitting the Shira knife, making clanging sounds. Hu Zifeng kept coughing up blood, backed up again and again, and was finally blown away by Xiao Chen with the fearless lion seal. At this moment, he clearly heard the sound of the sternum breaking, and his heart pulse also broke in an instant. As his life was about to pass away, Hu Zifeng laughed cruelly, fell to the ground in the sky, and then rushed towards Xiao Chen like a gust of wind. His clothes shattered in an instant, his body was almost transparent, and his meridians and bones clearly appeared through the flesh and blood. He wanted to explode and die, and wanted to drag Xiao Chen to die together. How could it be possible to make him wish? Xiao Chen glanced at him indifferently, unfolded the Dharma seal calmly, and completed the perfect vase seal in an instant. A huge vase appeared above his head as if carved from crystal, crystal clear and radiant. Boom! A brilliant ray of light erupted from the crystal vase, which instantly hit Hu Zifeng's body. Puff! Blood splattered, as if being crushed by a huge mountain. Hu Zifeng's lower half turned into bloody flesh on the spot, crumbling into the sky, while the upper half of his body turned upside down. There was no sound at the scene, and everyone deeply felt that this overseas casual cultivator was powerful and terrifying, and his methods were extremely fierce, and there was no mercy at all. If such a person becomes an enemy, it must be a nightmare. As the sun set, the moon lake was in darkness, only the smell of blood was wafting, and it took a long time for everyone to come back to their senses. Horrible, I would never make an enemy of such a person. Chu Xingguang's face was very ugly. The Tiger brothers were all dead, which made him feel very headache. How to explain to the tiger in the city? Hu Zifeng, who had lost his lower half, still had residual consciousness, pointing at Xiao Chen with a vicious and terrified look. He wanted to say something but couldn't utter a word. Do not move, Ming Wang Yin. Xiao Chen formed his handprints and moved forward. The huge shadow of Lord Ming Ming appeared behind him, and a huge palm fell down with his movements. Boom! Feudo Mingwang's giant palm could be as big as a house, and the moment it fell, not a drop of Hu Zifeng's crush was left, and it was completely melted into blood and melted into the soil. Killing a master of the seventh heaven is like slaughtering a dog. It really doesn't seem like a big deal. It's not easy to say to let you go. Xiao Chen sighed softly, not being hypocritical, but a real feeling. Originally he didn't want to kill an ordinary Hu family child, but the other party was purely looking for death, so he couldn't help but not kill. There was a dead silence at the scene, and many people felt shocked. Especially the descendants of the Yindu aristocratic family of the great merchant country, always thought that the masters in the world belonged to the five overlords, and the young masters of the great merchant Yindu should be proud of the world. This person is definitely recruited by the palace. The third princess of the great Shang kingdom's beautiful eyes shone with brilliance, and her words were firm, as if she was telling the beauties of the capital of Yin around her not to make random plans. However, those famous ladies in the imperial capital were all elves. Although they didn't say anything, they had their own plans in their hearts. Such masters must try their best to win them into their own families. Chu Xingguang strode forward, but the three dead soldiers under the door rushed out first after they found him moving. They were loyal, and seeing Xiao Chen being so strong, they were afraid. Chu Xingguang would lose to death, and wanted to take the first shot to consume part of Xiao Chen's vitality. Seeing the three masters rushing into the arena one after another, many people exclaimed, "This is obviously unfair." Even the three princesses of the great Shang kingdom were all wrinkled and beautiful, and just about to order someone to take them down, but at this moment Xiao Chen spoke. "Three people are not enough to see." There was a trace of regret in the words. Since the opponent chooses to attack him, he will never show mercy. Hearing this, all the spectators were shocked. The third princess of the great Shang kingdom swallowed back the words that came to her lips. The children of the royal family in Yindu were even more surprised, because with their powerful cultivation, how could they not see the strength of the three people who rushed into the field? They are masters of the fourth and fifth heavens, not one person, but three people. If they have special supernatural powers, it is definitely not something a young master can take over. Kill, kill, kill. The three figures were as fast as lightning, and they rushed over in an instant, and brilliant rays of light rushed towards them like a meteor shower, quickly engulfing Xiao Chen's standing place. The melodious bell rang, and Xiao Chen's index finger, middle finger, and ring finger curled up at the same time, and then flicked away in an instant, and waves of Lingxi's sword rippling out, like the death knell of death. Although the sword wave was rippling like ripples, in the eyes of everyone, it was as terrifying as the death scythe that heralds death. A huge circle with a diameter of 80 meters was formed in an instant with Xiao Chen as the center. The sword wave in the circle was turbulent, seemingly soft, but it destroyed all tangible qualities. Boom! The dead soldier who rushed to the front collapsed immediately, without even the blood mist drifting out. It directly turned into dust, insignificant dust. The second dead man wanted to fly backwards, but it was already too late. He was horrified to see his body shattered little by little, first his feet, then his legs, then his chest and abdomen, and finally his head. As if the two rays of light disappeared, the moment they dimmed, the two lives completely disappeared. The last person was lucky, he flew backwards before entering the range of Zhanbo. However, Xiao Chen didn't give him a chance. Since the other party wanted to put him to death, he was already a mortal enemy. The leader of the battlefield has no mercy, and the only way to survive is to be decisive. Brush. He turned into a light and shadow and rushed over. In fact, the man still had murderous intentions towards Xiao Chen, and after escaping, he wanted to find another way to kill him, but he didn't expect Xiao Chen to be so fast that he had already rushed in front of his eyes in the blink of an eye. Kill you, no discussion. After the words were finished, the wave of Lingxi's sword rippled again. At such a close distance, the third dead man instantly turned into specks of light dust and dissipated into the air, leaving nothing behind. The three masters who recognized the fourth and fifth heavens all disappeared by the moon lake like dust in just a moment. Even the children of the royal family, such as Bo Shi and Chen Hangjin, all changed their expressions again and again. Such an opponent was too taboo for them. Chu Xingguang strode into the center of the arena. Although he had a headache for the death of the two Hu family children, he was not heartbroken. He was very heartbroken for the death of the three dead men. They were loyal subordinates. Do you want to continue? Xiao Chen's voice was cold. In fact, up to now, Chu Xingguang did show a dignified look, and he vaguely felt that he might not be able to kill Xiao Chen. But riding a tiger is hard to get off, and the heroic words he once said still vaguely echo by the moon lake. Claiming to slay the Dugu sword demon within 80 moves, claiming to slay Xiao Chen, the #1 expert in the southern wilderness within 90 moves, and claiming to slay Xiao Shuishui in front of everyone, making barbarians outside of China fearful. If he retreated at this time, Chu Xingguang would not have to hang out in Yindu. War. Chu Xingguang only had one word, and his purple robe swelled with surging vitality, showing his sharpness. The bright moon hangs high, the moon shines down, and the clouds and mist on the moon lake look like a fairyland. This is the best place to enjoy the moon in Yindu. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, and walked straight forward with big strides, as if the person in front was not an opponent at all, but just an ordinary citizen. Chu Xingguang's eyes burst into purple light, and the whole person split into two in an instant. One person looked extremely miserable, with a compassionate look on his face, while the other had a sinister face, and his whole body was gloomy. Supernatural power, the twins of destiny. Among the supernatural powers, it is known as the best. Everyone discussed in a low voice for a few moments, then they all fell silent, watching the battlefield nervously. One body turns into two, twins of destiny, representing both sides of good and evil. This is a rare supernatural power, and only a few people have ever cultivated it in history. Its power is unimaginable. With this supernatural power, Chu Xingguang was invincible among the younger generation of Dashang Kingdom. Even the cousins of Bo Shi and Chen Hangjin, and people who were 7 or 8 years older had suffered greatly from this supernatural power. Facing the two Chu Xingguang, Xiao Chen was not afraid, and Lingxi Jianbo made a move in an instant, and a huge circle with a diameter of 100 meters was formed in an instant, and the terrifying sword wave rippled quickly. All the spectators changed their colors. Every time Lingxi Jianbo made a move, he would smash his opponent, leaving a deep impression on the thousands of people by the moon lake. The little ripples were turbulent, and then violent in an instant. Jianbo shattered all tangible objects within 100 meters. The Destiny twins were shattered without any accident, turning into dust without sound, and floating in the air. This is defeated. Everyone couldn't imagine, could it be that Chu Xingguang, who was so famous in the imperial capital and the four heroes, was defeated in one move and died in pieces. Xiao Chen didn't seem to have any look of victory, and flew out instantly like a light and shadow. Silently, the villain among the twins of destiny appeared in the place where Xiao Chen stood just now, and shattered the void. If Xiao Chen slowed down a bit, he might have already perished physically and mentally. The moment Xiao Chen stabilized his figure, he changed his position again and rushed away. Without a sound, Shanzi, the destiny twin, appeared at the position just now, shattering that space. Everyone gasped. It was terrible. Just now they clearly saw the Destiny twins being shattered by Lingxi Jianbo, but why did they come out again now? This is the real strength of the four heroes of Yindu. It is indeed terrifying. The emperor has been famous for several years, and he is not someone who has earned his fame. Xiao Chen was in the center of the battlefield, staring at the Destiny twins, moving with his heart, forming seals with him, forming a perfect vase seal, and a huge crystal vase floated above his head. The crystal vase wall was shining with brilliant light, and there was an incomparably sacred energy fluctuation in the waves. The perfect Aquarius seal blasted out. A brilliant divine light shot out from the huge crystal vase, blasting towards the Destiny twins. Boom! There was a loud noise, and although the force of the sky shattering and earth shattering did not touch the ground at all, it still completely cracked the grassy land, and huge cracks with a width of 2 meters meandered into the distance. There was a commotion by the moon lake. Many people retreated quickly, many even fell into the big crack, kept calling for help, and their companions rushed to help. And the moon lake was shaking even more, the lake was surging, and the bright moon in the water was shattered into pieces of crystal clear jade. The perfect seal of the vase is extremely powerful. It was created by the immortal king of the forest clan combined with the profound Buddhist teachings, and instantly shattered the Destiny twins, leaving nothing behind. It's just that Xiao Chen felt a warning sign in his heart, and hurriedly soared into the sky like a fleeting shadow, and landed on another piece of cracked ground. Sure enough, as expected, the Destiny Twins emerged again, reborn again. Everyone exclaimed, "This is terrible, the powerful Destiny Twins can't kill them." No one understands the horror of the four masters of Yindu better than the children of Yindu's aristocratic family. They have heard about the supernatural power of the Destiny Twins for a long time. It is invincible. It's like having an immortality technique, once destroyed, reborn once, and the destructive power of the twins will not be affected in the slightest. Even Gao Chu Xingguang's half-life's many powerhouses have suffered a lot from this rare supernatural power. Twins are unkillable, it can continue to die and come back to life. Several royal families including Boshi and Chen Hengjin were discussing in low voices. As for the others, they have already held their breath and watched the battlefield closely. Such a battle is terrifying and exciting. The evil sun, with a ferocious face and lingering evil spirit, like a god of death, rushed towards Xiao Chen. Shanzi, with a benevolent face, but also ruthless in his attack, the purple light flashed, sweeping Xiao Chen. The fearless lion seal formed and blasted towards the Destiny Twins. Xiao Chen fought them. This is undoubtedly a battle between dragons and tigers. Xiao Chen and Chu Xingguang's speed is extremely fast, and they collide continuously. They have fought for hundreds of rounds in the blink of an eye. The sky was filled with radiance, constantly bursting out. It was the energy beams that struck out between the two, and the fierce battle was endless and extremely tragic. Xiao Chen finally confirmed that the Destiny Twins seemed impossible to kill. For the first time today, he felt his life was threatened. In such a battle, the opponent is already invincible. If this continues, unless he makes no mistakes, if he is hit by the opponent once, he will be defeated. It is impossible for him to die and regenerate like the opponent. I thought you still have stronger supernatural powers. Don't you have any? If so, you are not my opponent at all. Chu Xingguang's twins who were divided into two spoke at the same time. Xiao Chen remained unmoved. He did have undeveloped supernatural powers, but he probably couldn't kill the Destiny Twins, so there was no need to expose it to the eyes of the world prematurely. Shenyun Prince Flowers. Xiao Chen quickly formed a divine seal, and behind him a tall shadow with a height of 10 meters resembling him emerged, and a wonderful flower bloomed in his hand in an instant, eclipsing the bright moon in the sky for a while. The flower of God is in full bloom, crowning all other fragrances. The petals fluttered down one by one, and then accelerated in an instant, slashing towards the Twins of Destiny. Each crystal-clear petal contains unimaginable power, smashing the heads of good sons and evil sons, and cutting their bodies in half. I can't be killed. There was no accident. The twins reappeared, and seemed to be very dissatisfied with being continuously smashed into bodies. Chu Xingguang sneered, "Your offensive is almost the same, so, it's time for me to take action." Evil energy surged around the evil sun, the purple light slowly receded, endless black mist surged out, the ghostly air surrounded him, and a huge death scythe appeared in his hand, which was indescribably eerie and horrifying, with terrifying fluctuations that made people palpitate. And the purple brilliance around Shanzi receded, bursts of sacred rays shone in all directions, and the place looked very sacred and peaceful. A heavenly Buddha treasure wheel appeared above his head, and the vast and unpredictable energy fluctuations also chilled people's hearts. It appeared, finally appeared. Bo Shi whispered to himself. The good son holds the wheel of heaven and Buddha, and the evil son holds the death scythe, the most precious treasure of the underworld king. One is positive and the other is reverse. The power is unpredictable. Chen Hengjin also muttered to himself. The children of several royal families all opened their eyes wide, looking at it without blinking. The heavenly Buddha treasure wheel and the Pluto supreme treasure death god scythe made Chu Xingguang's Destiny Twins supernatural enough to look down on the younger generation of the great Shang Empire. It is difficult to find several supernatural powers to compare with. Pluto supreme treasure. Chu Xingguang yelled, and the death scythe in the hands of the evil sun slashed at Xiao Chen. The dark power was so overwhelming that it could not be stopped at all. Xiao Chen was sent flying tens of meters away by the death treasure, with a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Tianfo treasure wheel. Chu Xingguang yelled again, and the treasure wheel above Shanzi's head burst into hundreds of millions of sacred glows, sweeping towards Xiao Chen, and the sacred power became even more violent. As a last resort, Xiao Chen unfolded the 8-phase supernatural power, as fast as lightning, and finally avoided it. Everyone outside the arena gasped. Pluto's most precious death god's scythe and heavenly Buddha's treasure wheel were too terrifying, and they were simply irresistible. With such rare supernatural powers, who can defeat Chu Xingguang? Everyone is no longer optimistic about Xiao Chen, especially Yindu, who is well aware of Chu Xingguang's terrifying and supernatural powers. Xiao Xiaoshui, you admit defeat, you can't defeat me at all. The voice of the Destiny twins was extremely cold, and said, follow me, I forgive you all crimes. At this moment, Chu Xingguang Shanzi is extremely sacred and solemn, like a rebirth of a heavenly Buddha, with thousands of rays of light and thousands of auspicious colors. And the evil sun came to the world like the king of the underworld, black clouds billowed, and the evil spirit was powerful. No matter how you look at it, Chu Xingguang no longer looks like a mortal, but like a Buddha and Shira with two bodies. Xiao Chen didn't say anything about this, but chose to continue fighting. The third princess of the Great Shang Kingdom had already stood up. She was well aware of the strength and terror of the four heroes of Yindu. If this valued talent was killed, it would be a loss. She wanted to end the match, but she couldn't speak. Yu Wenfeng, Qilao, Yan Qingcheng, Ah Bing, Ah Shui, Huo Nao and other non-Chinese masters are extremely nervous. They all hope that Xiao Chen can defeat the Chinese masters. Dugu Sword Demon was carrying an iron sword on his back, with a rare dignified look on his face, watching the battle silently. Boshi and Chen Hengjian's royal families even started to discuss in a low voice. It seems that no one has killed the Destiny twins for so many years, let alone destroying the Heavenly Buddha treasure wheel and the Pluto Supreme treasure. In the past few years, except for Yindu, the other three masters have been able to suppress Chu Xingguang with even more terrifying magical powers. It seems that no young man can defeat him. It's impossible to kill the Destiny twins. Unless you send the evil sun into the heaven and seal the good sun into the underworld, who can break my Destiny twins? Who can block the Buddha wheel? Who can resist the Pluto Supreme treasure? Chu Xing was mad, showing his madness, and killed Xiao Chen. This is something that all the descendants of Yindu's family know, but who has such great supernatural powers to drive the evil sun into the heaven and seal the good sun into the underworld? If it can be done, I am afraid that the twins can be killed directly, without bothering to seal it. However, after hearing these words, Xiao Chen, who was passively defending, had a flash of light in his eyes, and said indifferently, okay, I will put the twins of destiny in hell and heaven respectively. Chapter 236 Heaven and Hell. It's another long chapter, calling for a recommendation ticket. Chu Xingguang didn't believe Xiao Chen's words at all. Who could separate his good and evil bodies into heaven and hell? There are absolutely no such horrible people in the younger generation. Destiny twins, one good and one evil, one body and two bodies, cannot be killed, cannot perish. Evil sun, the surrounding black clouds are rolling, the dark fog is overwhelming, and the black ghostly air makes the sky dark, and the stars and the moon are covered. The death scythe, the ultimate treasure of Hades, is cold and oppressive in the clouds and mist, emitting a mighty destructive force, making everyone watching the battle terrified. Shanzi, the holy light shines everywhere, and the holy glow covers the world, and the place is peaceful like a paradise. The heavenly Buddha treasure wheel, suspended above his head, sprinkled bursts of holy radiance in all directions. The youth who can kill the Destiny twins has not yet been born. Chu Xingguang's purple robe was bulging, and both good and evil came to the world like gods, Buddhas and Shiras. From the perspective of momentum and temperament, it seems that they have surpassed the scope of human beings. Xiao Chen didn't say much, and phantoms appeared around him, as if there were pieces of pictures surrounding him, or as if there were 8 different world windows. It was better than strolling in the courtyard, walking through that illusory overlapping space. Every step he took, it was like flying at extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he changed several directions in a row, as if traveling through space, with an incomprehensible speed, which dazzled everyone. Even Chu Xingguang frowned. However, Xiao Chen did not choose to attack for the time being, but just kept shifting around the twins. Chu Xingguang sneered again and again, and said coldly, "It's hard to shake my immortal body even if you are extremely fast." He shouted, "Tianfo Baolun." As one of the 4 masters of Yindu, his ability has been greatly improved in all aspects after the divine power of the Destiny twins appeared. Although it is only the peak power of the 6th heaven of knowledge and storage, it is enough to kill the masters of the 7th heaven of knowledge and Tibet, and even the powerhouse of the 8th heaven. The heavenly Buddha treasure wheel shines in all directions, like a Buddha sitting in the sky, swaying pieces of Buddha's light, flooding a space in an instant, and shattering the void silently. One can imagine how terrifying the power is. However, at this moment Xiao Chen already possessed extreme speed. He moved 100 feet sideways in an instant, and dodged to the other side. The treasure wheel follows like a shadow, piercing the sky, leaving a brilliant tail light in the night sky, spinning towards it, and the dazzling light falls down again. It is as beautiful as thousands of fireworks blooming at the same time, but it is a deadly flower of death. After the extreme splendor, it means the beginning of harvesting life. Xiao Chen didn't want to act hastily, but wanted to continue to test, but facing the approaching heavenly Buddha treasure wheel, he chose to counterattack temporarily. The right hand formed a fist shape and slammed into the sky. The Lingxi sword wave no longer rippled out of the circle of destruction, but rose into the sky like a nine-curved yellow river. The sword wave was as thick as a water tank, winding like a silver dragon. When a deafening sound came out, the sword wave shattered, and the lingering sound of the Tianfo treasure wheel being hit continued, circling in the sky and then swooping down, killing Xiao Chen. The heavenly Buddha treasure wheel is not like the Destiny Twins, it seems that it cannot be broken at all. The Buddha's light shone everywhere, as if countless stars fell down, causing a meteor shower to blow up in that space. Xiao Chen was still probing, and kept dodging with extreme speed. Chu Xingguang didn't seem to want to delay any longer, and the villain also started to move. The Pluto's treasure cut through the void, and the huge death side was black and terrifying. Only the blade was shining white, extremely sharp, and it was particularly dazzling in the dark mist. The magic mist was overwhelming, engulfing Xiao Chen in an instant. Dang dang, with the fearless lion seal in his hand, Xiao Chen kept bombarding out, but was shaken and kept flying backwards, and the Pluto Supreme Treasure could not resist. And the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel was also approaching, and Xiao Chen couldn't resist the double attack. I have to admit that the Destiny Twins are unparalleled in battle, and Chu Xingguang has such supernatural powers that he can look down on the younger generation. 8 illusory worlds emerged, and Xiao Chen broke through a gap from the edge of the dead world and rushed out. Are you out of skills? Chu Xingguang said in a cold voice. Now, through several contacts, Xiao Chen already had some understanding of the twins in his heart. This time he was ready to make a move, and shouted, Junfeng is right in front of you. Put your hands together in the seal, the fearless lion is printed, the golden lion king floats in the sky, 3 heads raised to the sky and howls, the sound is earth-shattering, the golden divine light breaks through the dark fog, illuminates the dark sky, and the materialized golden lion suddenly rushes forward. Then, Xiao Chen put his hands together again. Feudo Ming Wang Yincheng, the huge Lord Ming Lord stands behind him, and a huge house-like palm has already slapped towards the Destiny Twins, the rumbling sound is endless and the void has been shattered. In the hands of the huge phantom that looks like Xiao Chen, a fairy flower blooms, outshine all the stars and moons in the sky, and slices of crystal clear petals cut forward, splitting on the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel, making sonorous sounds. The perfect vase seal was formed, and a huge crystal vase emerged above Xiao Chen's head, bursting out a burst of blazing light, rushing towards the Destiny Twins, the holy light swept on the Pluto treasure, and the sound was deafening. Finally, there is the imprint of ethereal eternity, beams of light continuously sweep out, and phantoms that are incomparably similar to Xiao Chen's spirit are completely transformed into light, and they are printed forward, all of which hit the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel, and the heaven and earth are in turmoil. The 5 great Dharma seals came out together, and the momentum was earth-shattering. All the spectators were shocked. If it were a single person, they would have been destroyed in body and spirit. However, Chu Xingguang's Destiny Twins were all taken over, and under the protection of the Pluto Supreme Treasure and the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel, the twins were all safe and sound. However, this was enough for Xiao Chen. He had already found a real chance to make a move by briefly blocking the Pluto Supreme Treasure and the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel. Yin and Yang 10 heavy seals, this is a sealing magic in the Pure Land, Xiao Chen has never shown it before, and now he is doing his best. Wuji is too empty and the Qi is in the law, and Tai Chi is too empty and the Qi is in the middle. Taking advantage of Qi, movement and stillness produces Yin and Yang are divided into heaven and earth. There is no cosmic Qi to generate form, but the cosmic form contains Qi. Studying Qi from the form is called Yin and Yang, that is, the theory of Qi is called Taiji. As Xiao Chen moved his hands, the yin-yang fish appeared, and the Taiji diagram was generated, which was enlarged to the size of a house in an instant, and the black and white rays of light shot straight into the sky. The black and white Tai Chi diagram is heading towards the seal of the evil sun among the Destiny Twins. This is. The evil sun turned pale with shock, as if he remembered something, he said in surprise, 10 seals of yin and yang. He couldn't help but think too much, the Taiji diagram covered the sky and the moon, and shrouded it. Shanzi shook off the last ethereal eternal seal, hurried to the rescue, and shot out the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel. But Xiao Chen couldn't give him a chance. He shook the Lingxi sword wave with both hands, and 2 dragon-like light beams meandered and tore apart in the sky. Shanzi was shattered by the sword wave in an instant, but the Tianfo treasure wheel was unharmed, and rushed to the sealed place after a loud noise. Seal up! Xiao Chen yelled loudly, and finally sealed the evil sun holding the Pluto's treasure into the crack of the dimensional space at the moment when the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel rushed. At this time, Shanzi's immortal body reorganized, and the heavenly Buddha wheel on his head rushed over. Chu Xingguang was furious. Even in the body of Shanzi, he was full of sinister and murderous aura. He was so angry that the villain was sealed in such a way. Xiao Chen unfolded the extremely fast body technique of the 8-phase world, and the light spirit drifted away like a banished fairy, and said, I said that I can seal you. In fact, the so-called hell and heaven are just names. It's hard to say whether there are really any in this world. After personally going to hell, Xiao Chen has a new understanding of the so-called heaven and hell, and the legend is not necessarily true. According to his speculation, it is enough to seal the good sun and the evil sun in different spaces, so that they lose the connection of yin and yang nourishing and regeneration. Tianfo treasure wheel. Chu Xingguang didn't want to say anything more, and directly killed Xiao Chen, and hundreds of millions of sacred brilliance surged out of the treasure wheel. All the spectators were horrified that the villain among the Destiny twins was actually sealed. Has it been exterminated? Thousands of people were restless and noisy. Especially the descendants of many aristocratic families in Yindu were extremely excited. Has the myth of invincibility been shattered? You must know that Chu Xingguang's reputation has shaken the emperor's capital all these years, and no one in the younger generation can really kill the twins, and there is no way to break this rare supernatural power. The third prince of the great merchant kingdom even stood up and walked forward with a dozen or so celebrities from the imperial capital, watching the battle at the front of the crowd. Maybe tonight, a certain myth will be broken, and the unkillable twins may be banned. Moon Lake was boiling. While dodging with extreme speed, Xiao Chen used Lingxi Jianbo to fight against Tianfo Baolun. He was looking for an opportunity to seal Shanzi again. However, when everyone was excited and clamoring, the void somewhere in the battlefield shattered, a huge death scythe cut out, the void split open, and the evil sun strode out with the Pluto treasure in hand, surrounded by black mist and evil spirits. How could this be? Xiao Chen felt very surprised. His body turned into a phantom and flew to the edge of the battlefield. Ha ha! The evil sun laughed loudly, holding the Pluto treasure in his hand, and said, what can a mere seal do to me? I said that unless I was thrown into heaven and hell, I would not be able to be killed. The Destiny twins came together and stood back to back. The terrifying fluctuations emitted by the underworld supreme treasure and the heavenly Buddha treasure wheel made everyone palpitate. The noisy Moon Lake immediately fell silent, and everyone was horrified. The Destiny twins were so powerful that they cut through the void by themselves and returned calmly. Especially the children of the royal family in Yindu, deeply felt the horror of Chu Xingguang, pressing down on their hearts like a mountain. Chu Xingguang is worthy of being one of the 4 masters of the capital of Yin. Even the 3rd princess of the great Shang kingdom couldn't help sighing like this. He. Beside the imperial capital smiled lightly and said, Princess, he has a deep love for you. He has been chasing you for 3 years, and today he came back specially for you. Taki girl, he. Although these famous ladies in the imperial capital have their own ideas, they seem to be very relaxed on the surface. Up to now, no one thinks that Xiao Chen can win, except those who want to recruit hope that he will not die. The rest of the people already think that there is no suspense in this battle. The Destiny twins stood back to back, like gods and Buddhas, like Shira, so extraordinary that many people had to admit Chu Xingguang's stalwart and martial arts at the moment. Xiao Shui, with your skill, I will not embarrass you. Surrender to me, and I forgive all your crimes. The twins spoke at the same time, scanning all directions at the same time, so that no one dared to face it. Xiao Chen stood silently on the edge of the battlefield, seemed to be thinking, and finally walked to the center of the battlefield silently. You still want to fight? Don't blame me for being ruthless. The twins said in an extremely cold voice, there is no kindness in the battlefield. It's a pity that a strong man like you died like this. Let's do it, I may not be the one who loses. Xiao Chen remained calm. Such words surprised everyone outside the arena, and now he still has a backup. Unless a miracle happened, how could it be possible to defeat the invincible Destiny twins? Pluto Supreme Treasure, Tianfo Treasure Wheel. The sound shook the sky, and the Destiny twins yelled at the same time, like the voice of hell and the voice of the Buddha from the heavens at the same time, trembling for a long time in the entire night sky, just like the presence of Hades and Buddha, oppressing the world and intimidating people's souls. The evil sun held the death scythe, and the good sun had the treasure wheel on his head, and he rushed over in an instant. The energy fluctuations caused by the rushing alone cause the void to shatter. It is conceivable how terrifying it is. As if surpassing the speed of light, Xiao Chen disappeared in the same place in an instant, and transformed into the sky out of thin air, and then incomprehensible pictures appeared around him. Heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountains, wind, and swamp appear in 8 phases, constantly emerging around Xiao Chen, and 8 illusory worlds emerge from 8 directions, and he stands alone in the center of the field. Xiao Chen finally showed his supernatural power beyond the speed of the 8-phase world. This is a supernatural power that has not reached the perfect state, but he was forced to let it appear in the world in advance. Xiao Chen has an ambition for the world of 8 phases, and he wants to cultivate to the ultimate state, so that it can surpass the legendary supernatural power of the 6 reincarnations. Qian represents heaven, Kun represents earth, Kan represents water, Li represents fire, Zhen represents thunder, General represents mountains, Xuan represents wind, and Dui represents sea. The brand of gossip has long since disappeared from Xiao Chen's heart, and now only his Bashang world remains. There are still supernatural powers. What kind of method is this? ... Thousands of people are looking up, and many people have doubts. I will kill you here today. After Chu Xingguang finished speaking, the Destiny Twins soared into the sky, and the Death God's scythe and the Heavenly Buddha treasure wheel shattered the void, and they arrived in an instant. It's not sure who will kill who. This time Xiao Chen did not retreat, but rushed forward with 8 illusory worlds. The rumbling sound made the sky tremble, and the void continued to shatter. The 8 illusory worlds seemed to have become real. With their turmoil, pieces of void shattered. The sound of gasping for air rang from below, and everyone's eyes widened in horror. It turned out, not a phantom, but a truly powerful supernatural power. The death scythe smashed into the fire, and in that illusory world, the monstrous fire immediately rushed up, illuminating the entire night sky. Half of the sky was red, and the endless fog was all dispelled. The black death scythe kept chopping inside, but the fire was not extinguished, and the fire waves soared into the sky. The Heavenly Buddha treasure wheel penetrated into the thunder phase, and suddenly the thunder light soared into the sky. One after another purple thunder kept falling out, and the Heavenly Buddha treasure wheel made a clang sound, and there flashed a series of sacred brilliance to resist. The 8 phases rotate, and the sky, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountains, wind, and lake move together. Xiao Chen drives the world of 8 phases, and fights with Chu Xingguang in the sky non-stop. The light was so brilliant that it dimmed the stars and the moon, and the whole sky was shaking. Xiao Chen turned into a ray of light, and fought fiercely with the good and evil suns who rushed over, although most of the power was supporting the world of 8-phase supernatural powers. But the Pluto Supreme Treasure and the Heavenly Buddha treasure wheel of the Destiny Twins are also trapped inside, and they are impacting the world of 8 phases, so at this moment, Xiao Chen and Chu Xingguang are evenly matched, entangled like 3 lights and shadows. The Fearless Lion Seal, Fudo Ming King Seal, Shenyun Nianhua Seal, Perfect Vase Response, Ethereal Eternal Seal, the 5 great Dharma seals were played in turn, and the twins also danced wildly, violently striking, and the vibrating sky continued to shatter. It's like the Milky Way is falling down, like the vast sea is surging up to the sky, the night sky seems to be boiling, and waves of energy rush to the endless sky from time to time. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of rounds have passed, and Chu Xingguang and Xiao Chen are still evenly matched, and it is difficult to tell the winner. Pieces of the void were shattered, and the murderous aura rushed straight to Xiaohan. The stars and the moon are dimmed, and the sky and the earth are gloomy. Shocked, everyone below opened their mouths wide. Xiao Chen actually blocked Chu Xingguang with the 8 scrolls, and was not afraid of the Twins of Fate. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Someone can fight against the twins. Chu Xingguang's rare magic power has finally met his opponent. It actually really resisted the masters of the Yindu 4 Heroes series. Boiling down below, Bo Shi, Chen Hengjin and other royal children were even more excited. While they deeply felt that Chu Xingguang was powerful, they also felt that Xiao Chen was too terrifying. Perhaps, tonight will really break a myth. 300 strokes, 700 strokes, half an hour passed. Xiao Chen and Chu Xingguang had fought fiercely for an unknown number of rounds. It was hard to tell the winner, and they were still fighting to the death in the sky. The consonants and sword waves in the sky, and the consummation vase should continue to vibrate. After losing the treasure of Hades and the treasure wheel of heaven and Buddha, the twins of destiny finally gradually failed, showing their defeat. And Xiao Chen also felt exhausted. After all, most of his strength was supporting the world of 8-phase supernatural powers. Puff! Shanzi's head was beheaded, and although he was reborn again with difficulty, in the strange 8-phase world, it was obvious that Chu Xingguang was struggling and his resurrection was not smooth. Kill. Xiao Chen shot 2 divine lights in his eyes. In an instant, the world of 8-phase supernatural powers rotated rapidly, becoming more and more clear, as if there were really 8 worlds coming into the world. The 8 phases rotate, and the sky, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountains, wind, and lake move together. In the end, the Pluto's treasure was driven into Zexiong, and it was as terrifying as a death scythe and was deeply trapped in the quagmire. It couldn't break free, and was completely trapped inside. The 5 phases of water, fire, thunder, mountain, and wind moved together, trapping the treasure wheel of heaven and Buddha. The heavenly Buddha treasure wheel unexpectedly collapsed and melted into nothingness among the 5 phases. Heavenly aspect Lord Heaven Realm. Xiao Chen yelled loudly, and the sky expanded in an instant, enveloping the evil sun, and sealing him instantly. Earth aspect Master Hell. Xiao Chen yelled again, and the earth came over, imprisoning Shanzi in an instant, making it difficult for him to move. The 8-phase world rotates, and it seems that 8 huge scrolls are spreading and reincarnating in the sky, and they are truly reflected in the sky and the earth. Everyone below was stunned, there was no sound, everyone was dumbfounded. The 8 scrolls actually sealed the Destiny Twins. In the end, the Pluto Supreme Treasure was also entered into the 5 phases. Water, fire, thunder, mountain, and wind move in unison, and the landslide collapses, thunder shatters its form, and fire destroys its spirit, completely shattered. Cut. The villain. Xiao Chen's deep voice rang clearly in the entire night sky. The wave of Lingxi sword rippled, and the body of the evil sun in the circle of destruction was shattered into nothing, leaving only one head, which was held by Xiao Chen in his hand. Cut. Yonko. The sword wave was rippling, except for the head. Shanzi's body was shattered into nothing, and even a drop of blood mist could not be dispersed. Thousands of people by the Moon Lake were stunned like fossils, and the Destiny Twins did not reappear after being beheaded. There was a deathly silence, and then a burst of shouting suddenly broke out. Oh my god, Chu Xingguang was beheaded. The Destiny Twins were actually killed. Tonight, the myth that twins cannot be killed has been broken. The children of the Yindu family even shouted loudly, no one knows how terrifying the Destiny Twins are better than them, but now they are really beheaded. Even the other 3 masters of Yindu may not be able to do it, right? They are stronger than Chu Xingguang because they can be suppressed with magical powers, not the real twins who can kill Chu Xingguang. The 3rd princess of the Great Shang Kingdom did not expect such a result. Chu Xingguang was beheaded, she didn't want to see the casualties, and it would be a loss for her to die of the 2 of them. Among the dozen or so Yindu beauties, several were admirers of the 4 heroes of the imperial capital, and they burst into tears, while others had complicated expressions, and they were even more determined to attract Xiao Chen. Yan Qingcheng, Qi Lao, Yu Wenfeng, Huo Nao, Shui, Bing and others clenched their fists involuntarily, and the name Xiao Shaoshui was deeply imprinted in their hearts. The tall and straight Xiao Chen held 2 bleeding heads, stood in the void, and the world of 8 phases revolved around him, just like a fighter against the sky who killed gods and Buddhas. This indelible image was deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone present. The 8 scrolls faded away, the magical powers of the 8-phase world disappeared. Xiao Chen threw the 2 heads in his hand into the void, and after a while, the twin figures of Chu Xingguang appeared. What happened? My god, didn't the twins be killed and reborn again? In an instant, the hustle and bustle of Moon Lake quickly calmed down, and everyone was nervously staring at the sky. You can't be soft-hearted in the battlefield. You didn't destroy me in the end, and now you can't destroy me. The Destiny Twins spoke coldly. I didn't kill you because you have a good background, that's all. Xiao Chen spoke flatly, standing alone in the sky. The meaning of the words is obvious, the reason for not killing Chu Xingguang is because he is concerned about the entire Chu family royal family behind him. If he only considers Chu Xingguang himself, he has been killed for a long time. Chu Xingguang was furious, if this was contempt. If I can kill you once, I can kill you 10 times, 100 times. Xiao Chen's indifferent words echoed clearly in the sky. Shocked, everyone below closed their mouths, quietly watching the 2 people in the air. The twins were furious and rushed forward at the same time, but the world of 8-phase supernatural powers emerged in an instant. The good sun was swept away by Xiao Chen with the immovable king seal, and the evil sun was trapped in the ground by him, mercilessly shattered his body with the consonant sword wave, leaving his head alone. You won. Shanzi seemed a little powerless. After being killed once, he couldn't even manifest the heavenly Buddha wheel and the Pluto treasure in a short time. How can he fight fiercely with Xiao Chen, who controls the world of 8-phase supernatural powers? He had to admit that he was completely defeated. Boiling below, Chu Xingguang actually admitted defeat. This is definitely a sensational news, and I believe it will spread throughout Yindu overnight. Xiao Shaoshui was destined to become famous overnight in the capital of the Great Shang Empire. Don't worry, the men of my Great Shang Empire are all heroes. Our Chu family will not embarrass you because of this incident, and I will not take revenge on you. If you, Chu Xingguang wanted to say that if you follow me, but he couldn't say it. He was defeated just now, how can he say such a thing? I don't kill you, it's not because I'm afraid, but because I don't want to cause trouble. Xiao Chen stood quietly in the sky, looked at Shanzi and said, seal your evil body for 3 days, as a lesson. Many people were stunned. This Xiao Chen is really strong. He took away the head of Chu Xingguang's villain, and threatened to seal him down for 3 days. He is really, so personable. The reason for not killing is because you don't want to cause trouble, not because you are afraid. In this way, a real interpretation has been obtained. After all, Xiao Chen seemed to be strolling in the garden, walking easily in the world of 8 phases, but as fast as a passing light, as if traveling through space. Such a speed made the boiling crowd below even more noisy. Chu Xingguang nodded silently, and flew to the ground. But at this moment, more than a dozen figures flew up and chased after Xiao Chen. Leave the little prince's head. Stay. How can they catch up with the speed of these spirits? But Xiao Chen stopped, glanced at them indifferently and said, who can stop me? Death to the madman. A dozen spirit men rushed over together with the curse master. Chu Xingguang Shanzi wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Ling Xi's sword rippled, and a dozen people spit blood out of their mouths and flew out in an instant. But Xiao Chen didn't want to commit more crimes. Seeing the loyalty of these dozen people, he didn't take their lives, it was just injured. So, with a cold snort, Xiao Chen soared into the sky again. Wait a minute, the third princess of the Great Shang Kingdom shouted coquettishly. She didn't want to let this master go. The young vice commander of the guards beside him directly led several curse masters and spirit men to the sky and chased after Xiao Chen. The princess has orders to let you go down. Xiao Chen ignored the domineering commander of the deputy guards, and flew directly into the distance. But he was intercepted suddenly. It turned out that the deputy commander of the guards had already prepared and arranged manpower to intercept him. Please go back, the deputy commander of the guards sneered with a knife. If I want to leave, who can stop me? Take it, the guard commander shouted. Everyone rushed forward together. In the distance, the third princess of the Great Shang Kingdom was furious, wishing to kill the commander of the deputy guard immediately. Before this proud guy suggested to do something to Dugu Sword Demon, he was reprimanded by the third princess once, and now he did so again, which made the third princess very angry. What she was worried about finally happened. Xiao Chen hated this kind of people the most, and only left a sentence, whoever stands in my way dies. Consonance Janbo's attack, although it can't kill the Destiny twins, is definitely one of the most terrifying attack skills. The twins can't die because Janbo's attack is not strong enough, but because the twins are too perverted and can regenerate. These people in front of them don't have the ability to regenerate. A circle of destruction with a radius of more than 100 meters appears, and a terrifying sword wave spreads away. Puff, puff, blood splattered in the sky, and more than a dozen people were smashed into pieces. Everyone by the moon lake exclaimed. Xiao Chen flies away. The deputy commander of the guards suddenly turned pale, and said angrily, how dare you do anything to the princess guards? Yu Tong, if you can't invite him back, you can wait for punishment. The cold voice of the third princess came from below. Chapter 237, State of Mind. Xiao Shaoshui defeated Chu Xingguang, one of the 4 heroes of the Yin capital, and the news was like a gust of wind, sweeping the entire capital of the Great Shang Empire overnight. This is undoubtedly sensational news. The 4 masters of the Yin capital are almost invincible among the younger generation. They have been famous in the capital of the Great Shang Empire for several years. Colosseum, Las Vegas, Sunken Fish and Wild Goose Palace, Closed Moon Shame Flower Palace. All cultivators are talking about this matter. Overseas casual cultivator Xiao Shaoshui became famous overnight in Yindu. Especially the middle and young generations of the major families paid special attention to this matter after receiving the news. Chu Xingguang was an outstanding figure of the younger generation. Such a defeat is indeed a major event. The Destiny twins are said to be indestructible. The Pluto Supreme Treasure and the Heavenly Buddha Treasure Wheel came out together, which is enough to look down upon the younger generation. How many people can compete with them? But they were defeated by an overseas casual cultivator who turned out to be born. We must find that casual cultivator. Let's see if we can win Xiao Xiaoshui into our use. After receiving the report, many families have already issued orders with similar meanings. Such a young and strong man will definitely be a master of deterring one party in decades or hundreds of years. If he is trained well, it is very possible to sweep the world. How could the big families not recruit them? The world of 8-phase supernatural powers was shown to the world for the first time, and it immediately became famous. In addition, Xiao Chen is proficient in the Fearless Lion Seal, Fudoming Wang Seal, Shenyun Flower Seal, Perfect Vase Seal, and Ethereal Eternal Seal, which makes his origin appear particularly mysterious. The 5 seals have unpredictable abilities and were once famous all over the world. There is also the extremely terrifying Consonance Sword Wave, which once shocked the world in a certain era, coupled with the Yin-Yang 10-layered divine skill. All this seems to indicate Xiao Chen's background is not simple. There should be several unworldly strong behind him, otherwise how could he have learned these long-lost stunts? This night, the entire capital of Yin was full of uproar. Whether it was the casino or the romantic place, many cultivators were talking about it. And that night, everyone also knew one thing: Yan Lingkong, one of the 4 heroes of Yindu, will return to Yindu within 3 days, and the urgent letter Chu Xingguang received during the war was sent by Yan Lingkong. This news made everyone look forward to it. Chu Xingguang, one of the 4 heroes, was defeated. Will Yan Lingkong stand up for him? It's not revenge, but it should regain some face for it. After all, the 4 heroes are like-minded, and they were friends at first. Now that Yan Lingkong is back, how could they stand by and watch? In this way, Yindu's next days will be very exciting. In addition, there is another piece of news that only people in the small area of the aristocratic family know: that a strong tiger, of the Hu family, a powerful family in Middle-earth, is in the capital of the Great Shang Empire. After hearing the news that the 2 little tigers have been wiped out, I believe that the strong tiger, of the Hu family, which has always been famous for protecting its shortcomings, may not be able to sit still. This night is destined to make many people lose sleep, because the following days will be even more exciting. The moon lakeside has become quiet, everyone has been there for a long time, and it is already late at night. The bright moonlight fell down, and the moon lake, which was as clear as a jewel, flowed out soft brilliance. It was like a huge luminous gemstone. Coupled with the moonlight like water waves, it seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of thin smoke, which was as beautiful as a fairyland. A small boat sailed slowly in the moon lake, rippling with ripples, breaking the bright moon in the water into pieces of jade. Xiao Chen sat alone on the bow of the small boat, drinking wine against the moon. He didn't have the joy of victory in the war, but only felt a deep emptiness. When there was a lot of noise outside, he wandered alone on the moon lake. During the battle, he was indeed full of passion. At that moment, he was full of energy and devoted himself to the passionate duel with the fire of life, making the flower of life bloom in full bloom. In the peak duel between life and death, he tasted the true meaning of life and death, and felt the passionate passion. But after being extremely prosperous, when the passion gradually faded, when the blood gradually cooled down, he felt infinite tiredness and emptiness. The outside world was full of turmoil, but he was alone at the moment. Even if the whole world is cheering for him, it can't stop the loneliness of being alone at this moment. Name, he already has it. Li, he has it at his fingertips. But all beings are noisy, and one is alone. This is his state of mind at this time. Leaning against the side of the small boat, holding a bronze wine vessel, drinking against the moon, Xiao Chen's face was full of loneliness and loneliness. He was already a little drunk. Facing the hazy moonlight, he felt lost himself. What is the meaning of longevity? Immortality, eternal life in this world may not be a blessing. In the long years of immortality, one may face endless bitterness and loneliness. Perhaps, before the age of 40, reaching longevity, going home, to see, is the only motivation for him to keep moving forward. But think about it carefully. Bai Fagan's parents are not in good health. Even if they return to the human world 20 years later, will they still be able to see them? And the girl who used to be in the world, who will she belong to 20 years later? I use my youth to cultivate, but I can't see the future, I can't see the result. Is it worth it? Xiao Chen was silent, looking at the bright moon alone. He suddenly felt very tired, as if there was an invisible shackle that locked him firmly. If you don't go back. Thinking of what would happen 20 years later, he suddenly felt that his faith had collapsed. Everything he had worked so hard for was in vain, his hopes turned into shattered bubbles, and what he faced would be depressing fragments. Do we want to continue? Drunk. Xiao Chen was indeed drunk. The mind was scattered, thinking wildly. The cultivator's indifference fell at this moment. He actually began to doubt whether his cultivation was meaningful or not. Longevity. Live the same life as the heaven and the earth, shine with the sun and the moon, never grow old and die, and look down on all living beings. But what else could there be? The heart of heaven is unpredictable, and the love of immortality is like frost. Coldness and loneliness are always accompanied. Is this the final result? The world of mortals is so charming, and the mundane is so angry. So, is there any point in pursuing longevity? Perhaps it would be best to live this life simply and happily like an ordinary person. Regardless of the collapse of his heavens and chaos in hell, the death of his ancestors and the chaos against gods, I am free and unrestrained in the world, and such a colorful life is enough. In Moon Lake, Xiao Chen faced Qingyu alone. In the second half of the night, it was extremely deserted, extremely quiet. Drowsy, the boat moved with the waves. I don't know when, Xiao Chen seemed to be waking up, and suddenly heard the sound of clanging, swords clashing, and the sound shook the world. Looking up, there was a woman above the water waves in front of her, flying in the air. Although she had a graceful posture, her murderous aura rushed straight to Xiaohan. The world is dusty, the black hair is messy, and the long knife in the hand is moving. The eyes are cold, the heart is stronger than iron, and the blade trembles. The melodious but singing voice sounded like a hammer hitting the heart, which made Xiao Chen wake up in an instant. I don't know why, but he seemed to see the scene of gold and iron horses, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, and the long knife was mad with hatred, and the cold blood in his heart burned instantly. The wind blows from the sky, the earth trembles, and there are millions of heavenly soldiers hidden in the chest. The mountains and rivers are swallowed up, the sun and the moon are crushed by the will, and the sky and the earth are thrown into chaos. As if struck by lightning, Xiao Chen instantly felt his blood boil, and was touched by the singing. In an instant, his lofty ambition surged up, as if he could shake the ancestor gods in the world. The intermittent singing seems to have ignited Xiao Chen's struggle, and made him find himself again in a bewilderment. This is a battle song belonging to a man, and it made him passionate for a while. The lyrics are not very good, but the artistic conception has made his blood spurt and he has completely recovered his sanity. Life is like a song. When a man is born in the world, how can he be hesitant and confused? Let the flower of life bloom in full bloom, be full of fighting spirit, stand proudly in the world, and let this life be full of magnificence. No matter what the future holds, regardless of the result, the important thing is that you have worked hard. Xiao Chen's cultivator's heart has become firmer than ever before, and he will continue to move forward, with the same direction, consistent and indomitable. Everyone is like this. It is impossible to be simple and pure, everyone's personality is complicated, and Xiao Chen is also like this. After a short period of loneliness, he will be full of enthusiasm and glow with stronger confidence and motivation. The singing sound died away, and the peerless beauty who was like a dream had disappeared on the Moon Lake. Ching Ching, is it Ching Ching? Xiao Chen yelled. The world of 8 phases emerged, and the speed was extremely fast, rushing towards the misty sky, but the cold sky was empty, there was nothing, only the moonlight and stars falling down. After the First World War, there were so many demonic thoughts, and he almost destroyed his Tao heart. How dangerous. Xiao Chen sighed. Standing on the bow of the boat, looking up at the starry sky, with firm eyes and iron-minded determination, Xiao Chen feels full of energy, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the 6th heaven of knowledge of Tibet, as if he may break into the 7th heaven of knowledge of Tibet at any time. The world of mortals refines the mind, it really is a bright road. Xiao Chen felt deeply, and decided to be more active in this world of mortals. All kinds of life are waiting for him. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Xiao Chen threw the head of the evil sun into the Moon Lake, and Chu Xingquang's evil body appeared in an instant, and he flew towards Xiao Chen with his hands clasped. Although 3 days was short, it was enough to make Xiao Chen a well-known celebrity among the young and middle-aged cultivators in the capital of Yin. Chu Xingquang's evil body was really sealed and trapped for 3 days. While everyone was surprised, they also had to admire Xiao Chen's means and courage. It was extraordinary to dare to suppress a little prince. After 3 days of quiet comprehension in the Moon Lake, Xiao Chen's state of mind has reached a new level again, and his spiritual consciousness has broken into the 7th heaven of knowledge and storage before his physical body. Jumping up, the light boat disappeared behind him, and the 8 phases were extremely fast. Xiao Chen appeared on the main street of Yindu in an instant. The sky is still the same day, and the clouds are still the same clouds. A certain generation of Shang kings moved the capital to Yin because of various considerations. In addition to the strategic and economic trade-offs, it is more important because of some ancient secrets. According to legend, Fuxi and other ancestor gods lived in seclusion in Yin for a period of time in the distant past, leaving indelible relics here. It is said that this is a place of supreme treasure, or it may be a place of burial for gods, with the aura of heavenly dragons lingering above and the veins of earthly dragons entrenched below. In a short time, Xiao Chen doesn't plan to leave Yindu. He has already visited Fuxi's ruins, and he wants to visit some other places where the gods are hidden. Before he knew it, Xiao Chen came to Wangyu Tower again, and he couldn't help but laugh. The inertia of people is really terrible, but he only came here twice, and he came here again without purpose. Now that we are here, there is no reason not to go up. The moment he climbed to the 9th floor, Xiao Chen realized that now Xiao Shuishui was considered a celebrity, and it seemed a little inappropriate to go up like this. However, it was too late. Qi Shushua's eyes had already looked at him, and the 9th floor, which was originally a talkative place, suddenly became extremely quiet. Immediately afterwards, a warm greeting sounded. "Brother Xiao, please. Brother passing water, please." A group of children from aristocratic families surrounded him in an instant. Many people were about to recruit him as a friend, but they couldn't find him after searching for a few days, when they suddenly saw how could they not approach him. This is the master who defeated Chu Xingquang. The 8-phase world killed the twins of destiny. It can be said that the potential is unlimited, and it is worthy of the big family. The people were still those people. Xiao Chen saw Yin Feng, Bo Shi, Chen Hengjin and others again, and also saw Yan Qingcheng, Qi Lao, Bing, Shui, Huo Nao and others in a private room. However, today is not the same as in the past. The descendants of Yindu's aristocratic family are no longer domineering, and they are no longer targeting strong people from outside China. In the battle 3 days ago, first Dugu Sword Demon defeated Yindu's invincible opponent, and then Xiao Chen defeated Chu Xingquang, one of the 4 masters of Yindu, completely shattering the arrogant mentality of Yindu's aristocratic family. "Xiao Shui, come here." The door of a private room was pushed open. Dugu Sword Demon stood leaning against the door with an iron sword on his back. Xiao Chen smiled and cupped his hands at the crowd, strode towards Dugu Sword Demon, and walked into the private room with him. There was a commotion on the 9th floor, and the Dugu Sword Demon was also the object that everyone was looking for and wooing. Unexpectedly, he was also in this Wangyu Tower. For a while, Bao Shi, Chen Jingxing, Yin Feng and others made up their minds. And the door of another private room was also closed at this moment. Yan Lingkong, one of the 4 masters of Yindu, asked Chu Xing with a wild smile, "Is he, the faithful twin who can kill you?" Yan Lingkong, tall and slender, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, is extremely handsome. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is definitely a girl killer. He belongs to the kind of heroic man with a tangible and temperament. The unique killing spirit of a soldier is very obvious, and his eyes are unparalleled. "It's him." Chu Xingquang nodded and said, "I want to pull him into the army, what do you think?" "If he is willing, of course." Yan Lingkong shook the golden wine in the wine glass and said, "I'm afraid that the weather will be calm and the weather will be calm, so I don't want to go to the battlefield." Chu Xingquang shook his head and said, "Otherwise, I think he is undergoing practice training, and pulling him to the battlefield may be successful. For him, it is an unprecedented experience. Millions of troops, fighting on the battlefield, the kind of real sword light and blood shadow, is very suitable for him. Why don't you let me defeat his arrogance first?" A sharp light flashed in Yan Lingkong's eyes. "Ha ha." Chu Xing laughed wildly, and said, "I'm afraid that you will be beheaded like me. I haven't seen it from him, but it's all there. If you force it, it will only arouse his resentment. It's better to follow along." Yan Lingkong seemed to remember something, and asked, "I heard that there is a strong tiger in the imperial capital. That tiger will definitely not let it go, right?" In another private room, Yu Wenfeng, Dugu Sword Demon, and Xiao Chen had a drink silently, and then the door was pushed open, and Yan Qingcheng, Qi Lao, Bing, Shui, and Huo Nao came in. Except for the 3 people from Xizang, several people from Nanwang reunited again, and Xiao Chen felt very different. After a brief silence, everyone began to chat, and even the taciturn Dugu Sword Demon was no longer stingy with words. Yan Qingcheng asked, "Where are you going, Dugu Sword Demon?" "Traveling the world with a sword. This life is only for practicing the sword, and I have nothing else to do with it." "What about you?" While speaking, she asked Yu Wenfeng again. "I am just a loser." I will go far to the southwestern border, enter the holy mountain of the beast tribe, and look for the soul of the ancient beast king. I will return to Yindu again. Yu Wenfeng seemed to be swearing. For Yu Wenfeng, Xiao Chen somewhat sympathized with him. He was originally a strong man, but he was a tragic figure. He encountered stronger opponents in succession and suffered several blows. I can only comfort him with words. It is not a bad thing to encounter some failures in the early stage. Facing the sun, the shadow is behind you. Thank you. Yu Wenfeng nodded. Don't ask me. Seeing that Yan Qingcheng was about to speak, Zilao said to himself, the longevity continent is so vast, full of hundreds of clans, there are ancient war clans comparable to gods, and there are beautiful people with peerless beauty. Those places will leave my footprints. I will travel thousands of mountains and rivers and travel the world. Where will Brother Xiao go? Yan Qingcheng asked. I will refine my mind in the world of mortals. Ah Bing, Ah Shui, and Huo now also expressed their future plans. The private room fell into silence for a short time, and it was very quiet for a while. Everyone knows that if we get together today, we may not be able to see each other again for decades, or even a lifetime. This may be the last time we see each other. Everyone has their own future, and they will all enter their own world in the distance. The room was filled with a faint sad atmosphere of parting. Chapter 238, Means. I saw someone in the book review area asked when the second volume of the physical book would be released. The second volume of the physical book of the longevity realm was released on May 16th. Due to different regions, there may be some differences. Special announcement. Young eagles will one day spread their wings and fly to their own world, far away from their parents and relatives. People will always grow up. Everyone has their own different paths. For the sake of ideals and futures, they will break into their own world, and there will always be a day when they will be separated from their relatives and friends. Cultivators, 23 or 4-year-olds are entering the golden age, and they go far away without hesitation, just to sharpen themselves, make themselves stronger, carry out double-level transformation of body and spirit, and realize self-sublimation. Maybe, I will stay in the Great Shang Empire for a long time. 3 years ago, the 3 princesses of the Great Shang Kingdom visited the southern wilderness Tiandi City Beast fighting competition in person. I met her at that time, but I didn't know that she was a princess. This time when I came to Yindu, she invited me to stay for a few months. Yan Qingcheng was clean and beautiful. Yes, everything is hard to say, because the Changsheng continent is too big, and who can guarantee that there will be no accidents on the road of cultivation? My first stop must be the Great Merchant Empire. Zilao wanted to learn to be a bard and traveled all over the world. He said, as one of the 5 overlords, the Great Merchant occupies 16% of the entire land. I think I may stay in the Shang Kingdom for a long time. So do we. Ah Shui, Ah Bing, and Huo now nodded at the same time. I will walk around Dashang. Dugu Sword Demon said, and then he faced Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Shishui, you should go. The Hu family has a strong tiger in Yindu. If it is late, there may be trouble. I already know it. When I went to the Moon Tower, I heard people talking about it. Xiao Chen drank a cup alone and said, so what about the strong tiger? If he dares to find me, I will take his head away this time. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the private room changed. Dugu Sword Demon looked at him and said nothing. The handsome blue-haired man Zilao looked a bit dignified, and said, I heard that that person may have stepped into the realm of a demigod. Even if you have rare supernatural powers, but if the difference in realm is too much, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to match. Yu Wenfeng nodded, and said, let's retreat for now, the members of the Hu family are very poisonous. Xiao Chen 3 years ago is a lesson from the past. Hearing the word Xiao Chen, Yan Qingcheng was somewhat unnatural, and remembered some past events again. It doesn't matter, it should be enough for me and Dugu Sword Demon to join forces. The two of you teamed up. Several people at the scene were surprised. Even Dugu Sword Demon himself was stunned, he didn't expect Xiao Chen to say that. Why, this is all the trouble you caused me, how can you push it away? Xiao Chen looked at Dugu Sword Demon with a smile. Okay, I won't leave Yindu for a month. Dugu Sword Demon agreed without hesitation. Yu Wenfeng and the others also said, do you need help? Xiao Chen shook his head and said, the two of us should be fine. Anyway, there's no rush, we won't leave in a short time, and killing a demigod before we leave is a good talk, Zilao said. Xiao Chen said, you are all well-established people, unlike me and Dugu Sword Demon, who are all alone. When it's done, go away and hide yourself and your name. You don't stay behind for thousands of miles. Hee hee, it's okay, let's talk about it when the time comes. Because of this incident, the slight sadness of parting was instantly diluted. There is no never-ending banquet in the world, and in the end everyone was a little drunk. Even Yan Qingcheng and Ah Bing, the two beauties, were beautiful, with big watery eyes, as if there were waves flowing in mist. It was time to say goodbye, but the moment everyone pushed open the door, they were stunned when they walked out of the private room. The stairs leading to the downstairs were full of people. Bo Shi, Chen Hangjin, and Yin Feng had been waiting for a long time. Even, Xiao Chen saw Chu Xingguang behind the crowd. It was the outstanding young man who possessed the supernatural powers of the Twins of Destiny. And beside him, a handsome young man whose strength cannot be seen through, stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Brother Xiao, go slowly, let's talk this way. Bo Shi came over. Brother Dugu met by fate, I invite you here. Chen Hangjin walked over. Miss Qingcheng and Miss Ah Bing are really immortals, please sit here for a while. Yin Feng also greeted warmly. A group of people gathered around, obviously wanting to keep Xiao Chen and the others. Hee. Chu Xing laughed wildly, and squeezed forward together with Yan Lingkong. Except for a few royal families, the children of other aristocratic families couldn't help but get out of the way for them. The four heroes of Yindu are so famous in the imperial capital, who is not afraid? If you don't fight, you don't know each other. Go and sit in my mansion for a while. Chu Xingguang was calm, without the slightest sense of shame of defeat. Yes, but not today. Xiao Chen politely refused. Yan Lingkong looked at Xiao Chen, then at Dugu Sword Demon. Two sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. In the end he didn't say anything, just nodded. On the contrary, he was very interested in the two beauties Yan Qingcheng and Ah Bing, so he actually prepared a gift and ordered someone to bring it over. Brother Xiao. At this moment, a person squeezed forward, even surpassing Chu Xingguang and Yan Lingkong. It's you. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and he had already recognized that this was Yu Tong, the deputy commander of the three princesses, guards. He had led people to intercept him in the air that night, and he was very domineering at that time. Brother Xiao, forgive me. Yu Tong gave a big gift in embarrassment, and said, Brother Xiao, please forgive me and forget the unpleasantness in the past. This time, I am ordered by the three princesses to invite Brother Xiao and Brother Dugu. Dugu Sword Demon was very silent, and did not speak from the beginning to the end. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, we still have things to do, let's wait another day. The deputy commander of the guards became anxious when he heard this, and almost knelt down, saying, Brother Xiao is my fault. I was too rude 3 days ago. I am here to make amends for you. Help me, or the third princess will kill me. The third princess invites a few people, just a simple gathering, there is no other meaning. Seeing that Xiao Chen was unmoved at all, Yu Tong lowered his voice and said, the third princess has already made that strong tiger retreat. I know Brother Xiao can solve it by himself, but this is the princess's wish after all, so please Brother Xiao. This news surprised Xiao Chen. He finally nodded and said, okay. Brother Dugu. Then Yu Tong walked up to Dugu Sword Demon and whispered a few words. HMPH, I don't need any sword manual. Dugu Sword Demon snorted coldly. It's not the sword manual, but, Yu Tong quickly explained. Okay. To everyone's expectation, Dugu Sword Demon nodded in agreement. It was obvious that Yu Tong had been prepared for a long time, and then Qilao, Yu Wenfeng and others agreed. A group of children from the Yindu family were stunned. This, the third princess is really a good trick. She actually caught them all and invited everyone away. In fact, everyone valued Xiao Chen and Dugu Sword Demon the most. As for Yu Wenfeng and others, they were all used to win over these two. Of course, it's another story to see Yan Qingcheng's stunning beauty and Ah Bing's beauty. Even if it is a separate courtyard, it is magnificent. How can we not pay attention to the residence of the three princesses of the Great Shang Empire? Walking on the cobblestone path, through pavilions, bridges and flowing water, and crossing a small stone arch bridge, Xiao Chen and the others came to the bank of a lotus pond. Along the winding promenade that was level with the lake, Xiao Chen and the others entered a gazebo on the lake. A woman in white was sitting alone in front of the piano stage. Although she was covered with a light gauze, she could be guessed from her slender and graceful body and those clear eyes that she must be a very attractive woman, and she was very likely to be a woman of the national beauty and heavenly fragrance. Xiao Chen, Dugu Sword Demon and others didn't intend to show respect, and the three princesses didn't take it too seriously. They smiled and invited them to sit down, and even more cordially invited Yan Qingcheng to their side. I once wanted to recruit you as friends, but I changed my mind. You are all outstanding people. How can you be willing to work for others? I, Yin Ying, would like to make friends with you. Princess, you're welcome. It's really an honor for us to befriend you. The beautiful blue-haired man Zilao laughed, his handsome face that would drive ordinary women crazy is full of calmness. He is from a big family in the southern wilderness, and he is most familiar with this method of retreating to advance. Hee, Mr. Zilao is really extraordinary. If you go to the big families in Yindu, I am afraid that many beauties in Yindu will raise the standard of mate selection a few steps. The third princess smiled slightly and said, I have a piece of news that Mr. Zilao pays special attention to. A generation of Tianzhou fairy Lanuo once appeared in my Dasheng kingdom. The insider has been invited. If Mr. Zilao wants to know more, you can ask in detail. Thank you. Zilao thanked him from the bottom of his heart, and left under the leadership of a little girl. Even Xiao Chen's heart was moved. If it wasn't because of his status, he would have wanted to follow along to ask. Yu Wenfeng is a hero among men. Although he suffered a disastrous defeat in Yindu, please believe that I, Yindu men, have no malicious intentions. It's just that their behavior is a bit rough. Please forgive me. I know that you are extremely talented, few people can match it, and you have practiced the magic trick of 10,000 beasts. This is the mentality of a generation of demon kings who once ruled the world. What you lack is just a powerful beast soul. If you have the best beast soul to help you, I am afraid that you have already beaten the world with few opponents among the young generation. There is a rare animal soul trapped in the mansion, don't refuse, you can go and have a look first, maybe you can gain something. Yu Wenfeng bowed deeply and left. Xiao Chen had to sigh, this third princess is really a good trick. The third princess laughed lightly, and said to Huo now, I know you are from the Fire Cloud Palace in Xizang. Not long ago, someone gave me a treasure. It is said that it is a divine bead from the Fire Cloud Palace. Huo stood up with a bang, and said in a trembling voice, but the Huiyan divine orb. It seems that you can go and see for yourself. Huo now also gave a deep bow and left in a hurry. Sister Ah Bing, I have a few nourishing Yuji plants here, which can keep youth forever. Ah, really? Ah Bing's pretty cheeks immediately filled with envy. Of course it's true. Come on, sit here with my sister. I'll give you 3 plants each for you and my sister Qingchang. Ah Bing walked towards the 3 princesses with a graceful step and a smile on her face. Ah Shui frowned slightly, intending to blame her sister, but it was difficult to speak out in front of so many people. This girl, 3 Ganoderma lucidum were bought, it really made him feel speechless. Brother Ah Shui, here I have a complete article on water-cutting magical skills. Real. Ah Shui stopped blaming her sister, and quickly followed a court lady to leave. The third princess looked at Xiao Chen with a smile, then at Dugu Sword Demon, and sighed, both of you are outstanding people, and your future is limitless. I really want to keep you for my use, but I know that your aspirations are not in the worldly glory and wealth. Alas, what a pity. Neither of them spoke. I went to Tiandi City 3 years ago. I once asked a person if he would come to the north with me, and I could give him great wealth. Seeing you, I vaguely remembered how he refused without hesitation. It's a pity that he is a young and strong man with great potential. I think if he is still alive, he may not be worse than you. Speaking of this, the third princess was a little emotional. Dugu Sword Demon remained silent. Xiao Chen had a special feeling in his heart, and now it is certain that the third princess is the master of the gold descendant of the god, and the past 3 years ago quickly flashed in his heart. Yan Qingcheng obviously guessed who the third princess was talking about, opened her mouth, but said nothing. Thank you princess for stopping that strong tiger for me. Xiao Chen cupped his hands to express his gratitude. You don't need to thank me, I just don't want. The tragedy 3 years ago will reappear, as far as I personally hate a certain family. The third princess sighed. Xiao Chen had to admit that the 3 princesses of the Great Shang Kingdom may be sincere, or they may be extremely clever. Some simple words have already made him no barrier, and his favorability has greatly improved. Of course, this definitely has nothing to do with the relationship between men and women, it is just an appreciation of personal ability to act. The golden light flashed, and the gold, the descendant of the god, appeared in the pavilion on the lake as if passing through space. It circled around Xiao Chen 3 times, then scratched its ears and cheeks, showing a suspicious look, which looked a little funny. Xiao Chen was terrified, and hastily made himself silent, all his breath restrained. Hee. Seeing its appearance, the third princess laughed and said, gold over here. With a whoosh, Jin Zi appeared in front of the third princess, took a purple gold ginseng king that the third princess handed to it, and began to bite. Xiao Chen was silent, No wonder Jinzi not only cultivated the immortal 9 lives body back, but also cultivated it even more terrifyingly. It turned out that the third princess gave it such spiritual things every day, even compared to Kiki's snacks, it was not much worse. Looking at Jinzi, he really missed KK a little, and hoped that the little beast would return soon. Brother Xiao, although I have already sent someone to warn the strong tiger, please be more careful. After all, this family has always acted without scruples, so we need to be careful. Thank you, I know. Xiao Chen nodded. Brother Dugu, I know that sword cultivation is all you have. The third princess said with a smile, I know you don't care about any sword skills at all, so I specially searched for 3 articles on sword intent, which were left by the real Zhang Sanfang. Hearing that it was left by Zhang Sanfang, not only Dugu's sword was moved by magic, even Xiao Chen was also moved by it. There are 3 stone figures, and each stone figure has 3 sword marks. The 3 princesses clapped their hands, and 2 warriors carefully moved a stone figure into the pavilion. The stone man reveals the traces of the years, and it is obvious that it has gone through endless years of wind and frost. The 3 sword marks on the head, chest, and legs immediately attracted Dugu's sword demon, and he strode over. Hee. Back then, a swordsman had spent 30 years facing a stone man, so I only moved in 1 stone man today, and the other 2 Dugu brothers can go to see them at any time if they want to. Dugu's sword demon no longer paid attention to outsiders, and began to observe alone. Xiao Chen knew that Dugu's sword demon was also tied up here, and the 3 princesses were really good at it. The third princess, Yin Ying, smiled lightly. Then he turned his head to Xiao Chen, and said, Brother Xiao is now entering the world and cultivating his mind. Yes, my teacher once told me that if you enter the world and cultivate your mind, if a man does not go to the battlefield, he will definitely be incomplete. As a good man, if he has not fought in the army of millions, it will be a lifetime of regret. Refinement is not limited to the battlefield. Regrets. Life is always full of regrets, and no one can avoid it. My path does not need to be deliberately paved, as long as I move forward unswervingly. Even though he said so, Xiao Chen had to admit that charging on the battlefield was absolutely every man's dream. He felt that the next stop might really be going to the battlefield, but he didn't want to arrange it through the hands of the third princess. Xiao Chen left the princess's other courtyard alone, and the others were all left behind by Yin Ying, the clever third princess of the Shang kingdom, and because he owed a favor to an adult, it was impossible for him to leave immediately. At this moment, a person came running quickly and said, My lord, someone asked me to deliver a letter to you. Xiao Chen unfolded the letterhead, and there was only 1 sentence on it, When you leave Yindu, you die. The signature is an image of a tiger. Xiao Chen laughed, then his expression turned cold, and he said to the messenger, Tell him, don't wait outside Yindu, I will behead him in Yindu within 10 days. A similar scene reappeared, but Xiao Chen was no longer the original Xiao Chen. At worst, he retreated with 1 blow, changed his appearance again, and hid himself in the vast crowd. Chapter 239 Supreme. Taste the indifference in the ordinary, realize the emptiness in the indifference, sitting in an open-air tea house, watching the people coming and going on the street, listening to the vendors hawking, Xiao Chen suddenly felt that everything was so real and vivid. How many people in this world are always pursuing the extraordinary, and are always unwilling to be ordinary, but what do they get after they are exhausted physically and mentally? Maybe it is true to be natural and ordinary. Looking at the bustling crowd, Xiao Chen savored the faintly fragrant tea, feeling that the lives of ordinary people are really fulfilling. A guy of medium build, fairly handsome in terms of appearance, but extremely wretched in terms of temperament, dressed in silk and satin, staggered over, his eyes seemed hooked and glanced at the beauties passing by on the street from time to time. Came to Xiao Chen's table, sat down on the side, and stammered, Brothers, you're pretty, you're leisurely and contented. Xiao Chen smiled and said, You are. Me, everyone, people call it, butcher, no, people call it tu-hu, special, professional household. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly moved, he didn't speak, and looked at him with a smile. The appearance was fair, but the extremely wretched guy looked here and there, chasing the figure of the young woman on the street with his lustful eyes, and poured himself a large cup of tea and drank it down in 1 gulp. Good tea. This is definitely the best red. Hong Yan tea, it is said that it is a girl. Ching. Early morning facing Chow. Jiaosha. Collected 1. Ma. A touch of tender buds. A big man next to him roared like thunder, and said angrily, Let me tell you for you, I'm about to be suffocated to death by you. The guy who was extremely wretched and stuttered, nodded. Right, just, right, yes, this is to talk about it. Weiqi. The big man stuttered, then he stood up angrily, shaking his sleeves, and said, listen to you again, I'm either suffocating to death, or dying. The impatient big man left directly. This person is no, not particular, show, self-cultivation, wife, too bad. The guy who claimed to be a professional tiger slaughterer showed a look of contempt, and looked angrily at the back of the big man leaving, but coupled with his wretched look, it was a bit out of place. Yes, isn't it? As he spoke, he turned his head and asked the people around him. As a result, the people around quickly drank their tea and left. Listening to him is really torture, and I feel that I can't get out of my breath forever. Why, how, everyone, run away. The wretched guy stood up, trying to persuade him to stay. Hurry up, I'm suffocated by you. The last Yuan Wai Lang looked like angrily threw off his robe sleeves and left. Madam, no, don't be particular about it. The wretched guy patted the table angrily, and said, no self-cultivation, no morals. Gudong. This guy directly grabbed the teapot and poured it wildly into his mouth like a whale drinking from a cow. He was drinking tea, but he was clearly pouring water. He wiped off the tea dripping from the corner of his mouth. He turned to Xiao Chen and said, you, tell me, right? Brother. Xiao Chen was really amused by this guy, and he wasn't in a hurry, he seemed to be unable to utter the last word, and said with a smile, don't call me brother, I'm sure I won't be as old as you. Hey, the stuttering guy gasped and said angrily, Big brother. Stop barking. I didn't call. I meant to talk. Tell me, brother. The wretched stammer patted the table, and finally said the word, brother. Brother, do you have anything to do with me? Xiao Chen called for a pot of tea again, poured a cup for Stutter, and poured another cup for himself. All. I've said it all, I'm too who, I'm a professional. After finishing these wretched stammers, the old god was there, and he didn't speak. He seemed to be waiting for Xiao Chen to ask questions. Xiao Chen thought this guy was very interesting, he had nothing to do, he was in a hurry, sipping tea leisurely, watching people coming and going on the street. The two drank tea dryly like this, and it took an hour. 3 pots of tea were served, and neither of them spoke. After waiting for an hour and a half, the wretched stammer couldn't bear it any longer, and said, your wife is too boring, half, not saying a word for half a day, wife, too boring. Aren't I waiting for you to tell me? Normal, every day, don't, others are being suffocated by me, suffocated to death. Today, I'm about to be suffocated to death by you. Xiao Chen never imagined that this wretched stammer in front of him was actually a member of the mainland's #1 killer organization, 300 million bounty. You are a killer, and you dare to expose yourself to the sun, aren't you afraid of the end of your career as a killer? That is, an ordinary killer. Me, who am I? I am, a killer of the future, to the Supreme. The stuttering man in front of him was very conceited, and said brazenly, I am a killer in the sun. You can have the life of ordinary people. I am unique. A strange killer named Jinsen Yi, conceitedly named after the 3 characters in the killer organization, bounty 300 million, stuttered, unable to tell the depth of his strength, he could only tell that he was extremely wretched and without any murderous intent. Suddenly, Xiao Chen remembered, 2 years ago, there was a killer named Jinsen Yi who killed the 7th son of the patriarch of the Hu family, Ha Yunzu's second husband who had just finished worshipping heaven and earth in the southern wilderness. It's you. Xiao Chen laughed. The killer organization, 300 million bounty, has existed for endless years, and it can be said that it has a deep grievance with the Zongtu Hu family. According to legend, the first generation of Killer Supreme once assassinated the ancestor of the Hu family, and the old white tiger, the Holy Emperor, almost died at the beginning. Since then, the grievances between the 2 parties have been entangled. Jinsen Yi stared straight at a woman in scantily dressed clothes who passed gracefully on the street. His soul was almost taken away, but he was still absent-minded, and stammered, brother, think about, who is this deity? Wei, the future Killer Supreme. Xiao Chen wanted to laugh but couldn't. This wretched guy actually wanted to become the supreme killer. But it's hard to say after thinking about it. Nothing is absolute. Jin Sini seems really not easy. Okay, hurry up and find a pen and paper. You can't speak clearly for 2 hours if you talk like this. Very skillfully, Jin Sini swiftly took out a stone tablet from the package behind him. Let's kill that big tiger together. Jin Sini quickly carved a line of writing on the slate. It can be seen that he often communicates with people like this, and he is no longer proficient. It's time to take out the slate. Xiao Chen cursed, then looked at him with a smile, and said, can the two of us deal with a demigod? Brush. With a hand wipe, the writing on the slate turned into dust and fell down, and another line of writing appeared, the two of us are almost there. If we add that Dugu sword demon, the three of us can decapitate him. What are demigods? We each use our supernatural powers, it's just a sick cat. This matter needs to be carefully considered. But, Xiao Chen looked at this wretched guy and said, how can I believe that you are Jin Sini? In an instant, a breath of death erupted, and the cold murderous aura immediately made the old tea seller faint. Okay, no need to probe too much, this is definitely the killer's unique aura. Brother, it's a deal, we. Let's kill tigers one by one. Okay, it's a deal. At this time, there was a commotion on the street in the distance, many pedestrians ran towards it, and some women and children ran back in a panic. Xiao Chen called a child into the tea house, gave him 2 gold coins, and asked, what happened to the little brother? The bull demon king is here, and grandma said it was the bull's head and the horse's face to arrest people's souls. Woo, Jin Sini stared peach blossom eyes. Really, that bull demon king is very powerful. He has defeated many cultivators, and even wants to detain a soul named Xiao Xiaoshui. Xiao Chen let the child go, and said to the reward of 300 million, go and see. At a bustling intersection, there was a very honest-looking little fat man with 2 huge horns on his first head. He looked like a kind-hearted version of the Bull Demon King reborn. Next to him stood a large banner with a big letter written, Challenge Xiao Passing Water. This guy, Xiao Chen didn't expect Niu Ren to come to Yindu and use this method to find him. He must have known about the great battle a few days ago. The Lingxi Jianbo and the perfect vase seal could be hidden from others, but he couldn't hide it from the little fat man. He is also proficient in many magical skills, so he must have guessed that Xiao Shuishui is Xiao Chen. What, old enemy? Jin Sini smiled and said, I. Let me help you get rid of it. Need not. However, it was too late to speak, and Jin Sini, who looked extremely wretched, disappeared out of thin air in an instant, and Xiao Chen was also surprised by such a speed. In front of him, Niu Ren seemed to have sensed something, soared into the sky in an instant, and a huge magic cow appeared behind him. The black cow body like a hill made people feel terrified, with an indescribable magic power. With a roar, the huge demonic cow swooped down, causing the street below to collapse. Boom! Jin Sini's figure manifested, and then retreated. The huge magic cow also retreated with one blow, and returned to Niu Ren's back. Oh my god, what a bull demon king! Hell, the bull's head and horse face was born in broad daylight. ... Many women and children fled to the distance crying, while the courageous people and some practitioners watched curiously not far away. Jin Sini silently retreated to Xiao Chen's side, and said, this Tauren is very, not simple. You are the Tauren, and your family is the Tauren. Niu Ren had already landed on the ground, and the huge magic cow hid in his body. He shattered the banner with one palm and strode over. Seeing Xiao Chen, the little fat man immediately laughed out loud. But when he saw Jin Sini, his chubby face immediately collapsed. They're all on our own, let's talk in another place. Xiao Chen hurriedly pulled the 2 of them out of the crowd, and left here. It wasn't until he got away from there that Xiao Chen said, I didn't expect you to come out so soon, where is the black dragon? It's in the deep mountains outside Yindu. I have to come out sooner. Speaking of this, the little fat man was extremely frustrated and annoyed. The horns on the head are growing faster and faster, and now, woo. It can't be cut off with a knife. Those old grandpas and grandma said it's a good thing. If you take it off, I'll come out and try to see if there is any way to make it smaller. Niu Ren looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. Really can't cut it, stuttered wretchedly. It was rare to speak smoothly, his eyes were full of light. He stretched out his hand to the horn, he laughed, and said, it's really a good material for making a sinister dagger. Stay there, you wretched stammer. Niu Ren pushed him away, and patted a pair of 2-foot-long black horns in extreme annoyance. Let's go with the flow. Xiao Chen comforted him. The little fat man is an optimist, so he quickly forgot about the horns, and excitedly said to Xiao Chen, "Brother passing water, do you know why I came to Yindu? There are our old acquaintances here. Do you remember Lu Ruyan? She is in the Shenyuluyan Palace, and it is said that she has an inseparable friendship with the Flower Emperor there." Niu Ren couldn't reveal Xiao Chen's identity in front of Jin Sanyi, but he could deliver the news without any trouble. Chen Yu, Luo, Luoyan Palace. Hearing these words, Jin Sanyi's pair of peach blossom eyes immediately burst into two dazzling lights. Chen, you are so tall, you can't speak well, that's where men go, is that where you, a wretch, go? No matter how Niu Ren saw Jin Sanyi, he didn't like it. Niu, Torin, you, don't be dissatisfied, if you don't believe me, let's try it. With your small appearance, you don't like the wretched appearance of the master, and the uncle doesn't like it. Give it a try. When you go, you will be beaten out with a broom. It's not just a place where you can go if you have money. Contemptible, I despise you, I. At this point, Jin Sanyi took out the stone slab in a hurry, and quickly carved words, otherwise he would be suffocated to death by himself. Let's not do anything, go and compare who is the real man, and then go to Shenyu Loyan Palace, my 300 million lord is also the 13th man in one night. Damn, you pervert, you've been called for 13 seconds. Although the little fat man Niu Ren looked silly, he had a sharp mouth. Xiao Chen laughed loudly, let them bicker, and said, let's go to Shenyu Luoyan Palace. Shenyu Luoyan Palace is really like a royal palace, covering a huge area, looking from a distance like a continuous heavenly palace. One can imagine that their hands and eyes are open to the sky, otherwise how could they be allowed to build such a palace in Yindu? The people who come in and out of here are either rich or noble, and if you walk into any VIP palace, you may see a famous figure in Yindu. Walking along the white marble steps, and walking into the grand hall in the middle, the sight can be described as extravagant, with carved beams and painted buildings, resplendent. At this time, it was almost evening, and the crystal lamp swayed with dreamlike brilliance, making the Chonglo Yuyu even more dreamlike. In front of the tall screen is a pair of jade vases that are 2 meters high, shining green light all over, and crystal clear, you can tell that they are priceless treasures at a glance. And on one wall, there are even more poems inscribed by the peerless sword fairy Li Bai himself, which are by no means comparable to fakes. The font is iron hook and silver strokes, vigorous and powerful. A Hua Shang, who was in charge of the reception in the front hall, came gracefully with a veil, followed by several young and beautiful women of different races. The woman of the Western ethnic group has a snow-white complexion, smooth and tender as stagnation, graceful and tall, and her long golden hair is as bright as a ray of eternal sunshine. The woman of the Oriental ethnic group has black hair like a waterfall, bright eyes and white teeth, a slender neck, delicate and charming, and extremely graceful curves. The fox girl of the barbarian tribe is charming. With a slight glance of her winking eyes, Jin Sanyi's peach blossom eyes straighten up, and her furry fox tail curls gently. The 8 girls, all of different races, were all very charming, with smiles that were so captivating. Hee, a few distinguished guests, please. Hua Shang smiled tenderly, leading 8 girls to greet her. Niu Ren muttered in a low voice, why are you still covering your face, don't you let others see it. Jin Sanyi took out the slate, and, scratched, quickly carved the handwriting. I despise you, I don't understand this, so you are a chick, this is called half-hidden, hesitant to speak, what I want is this style. Niu Ren was laughed at and said, when Mr. Niu was messing around, you wretched man didn't know where to peek at women taking a shower. Save your energy and don't need your introduction. Speaking of this, the little fat man seemed to think of something, and said, I heard that Dugu Sword Demon is also in Yindu. It must be interesting to let a cold guy come here. Hearing what he said, Xiao Chen chuckled lightly, and said, I just have something to discuss with him, your idea is not bad. He turned his head to the Hua Shang, and said, can you help here? Of course it's no problem, the distinguished guests here are the ancestor gods to us. Hua Shangqiao said with a smile. Niu Ren saw that Xiao Chen was really going to invite Dugu Sword Demon, imagining that indifferent guy coming to such a place, he suddenly laughed. Then, as if thinking of something, he said, I heard that Yan Xiaoniu has also come to Yindu, she is a beauty in the world, why don't brother passing water invite her here too? Hua Shang covered her mouth and laughed, and the 8 charming girls behind her also laughed coquettishly, thinking that this little fat man was too stupid, and wanted to bring women with him when he came to this kind of place. At this moment, Niu Ren noticed that the wretched man Jin Yi was sneering at him, and at the same time felt cold lights shooting at him from the street behind him. Turning his head to look, isn't that Yan Qingcheng? Yan Qingcheng, Ah Bing, the third princess Yin Ying and the three daughters happened to pass by this place. Since Shen Yuluyan Palace is too famous, the three princesses had to introduce them when passing here. When Yan Qingcheng saw the little fat man's face, he covered his mouth with his hands in surprise, temporarily suppressed his anger, and said to himself, "The bull's head, how did it become a bull's head?" She remembered this nasty little fat guy very clearly. Back then on Long Island, this naive guy was not a cheap lamp. Yan Xiaoniu. Oh, no, hello Sister Yan. I haven't seen you for several years. Your demeanor is even better than before. You are truly magnificent and unparalleled. You are a fairy descending from the earth, and the coldness is on the dust. I feel pity when I see you. It makes the sun and the moon in the sky go dark. Niu Ren praised self-righteously. Whoosh, a golden hairpin flew over and interrupted his words. Yan Qingcheng blushed and looked at them angrily. Yan Yan, Yan Yan, Yan Yan, you are so beautiful. Jin Yi, a wretched man, was not far behind, and praised, but he couldn't pronounce the word, girl, in the three characters of Miss Yan, so he just ignored it. Fortunately, the rest of the words were smooth. However, in this way, the meaning is quite different. Instead of being called Miss Yan, it seems to be nicknamed Yan Yan, intimately. Yan Qingcheng's cheeks were flushed in this anger. She wished she could grab this wretched guy and beat him up. Standing on the street and gnashing her teeth, she was actually molested by three guys who visited the romantic place, which was really annoying. Ah, I wanted to call Ah Bing, but the wretched man stuttered again. Bing Bing. Bing Bing, Bing Bing, you are beautiful too. As if calling her nickname intimately, the angry Ah Bing also changed color. Eunuch, eunuch, eunuch. Jin Yi blushed anxiously, but he couldn't utter the word, master, master. He pointed at the third princess, and finally said through gritted teeth, eunuch, you are beautiful too. The three princesses came to their senses while being furious, and could only laugh or cry. All the people along the path laughed, and in the hall, Hua Shang and the 8 girls had tears of laughter streaming down their faces. While laughing in Xiao Chen's heart, he sighed, talent. Niu Ren shook the bull's head, squatted on the ground laughing and began to beat the ground. Chapter 240 Unparalleled Magical Powers. It's a bit late, because I wrote 2 chapters today and merged them together to send them out. The front is brightly lit. This is an inn with a large area. It stands under a 200-meter high low mountain. The mountain is full of exotic flowers and plants. Even if they are far away, they can still smell the refreshing fragrance of flowers brought by the night wind. This is the most prosperous area in Yindu City. Not far from here is the food street, and 2 streets away is the Palace of Moonshame and Flowers. It is only 3 miles away from Luyun Casino. It can be said that ordinary people cannot afford to live in this super big hotel. Jin Yi was serious, and quickly scratched on the slate. Human nature has too many weaknesses, and the same is true for strong tigers. He is arrogant and will not put a junior in his eyes. Even if he knows that there may be an ambush, he will definitely chase and kill you. After writing this, he specifically added, I know his character very well, and I have studied him for a long time. If you just go in and lure him out like this, it will be absolutely fine. Xiao Chen nodded and said, okay, you guys retreat, I will go right away. After observing the location, Jin Yi, Dugu Sword Demon, and Niu Ren left 3 afterimages and disappeared at the end of the street. Xiao Chen stood still on the spot for a long time, his body and mind were promoted to the peak state, and then he flew towards the inn in the night without sound. Walking through the courtyards, Xiao Chen stopped in front of a small 3-story building. The lights were still flickering, the windows were open, and the fragrance of flowers on the mountain kept blowing into the small building. A middle-aged man in his mid-30s was silently meditating and adjusting his breath. His upper body was bare, and his body looked extremely burly, almost twice as wide as a normal person. It was by no means bloated, but explosive muscles, full of incomparable strength, coiled around his body like a dragon, giving people a sense of shock. You can imagine how fierce and mad he was when he broke out. As if he had sensed something, he opened his eyes at this moment, and it was like 2 lightning strikes in the night sky. This was definitely not an illusion, and there were gusts of wind and thunder. His eyes were daunting, he scanned the sky, and the moment he looked at Xiao Chen, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and Huo stood up. Xiao Chen was tall and straight, with black hair dancing lightly in the night wind, standing quietly in the sky. his eyes were as bright as stars, looking at the strong tiger indifferently, without the slightest fear at all. Do you really dare to make the first move? The strong tiger walked to the window, and a powerful aura spread out, enveloping Xiao Chen in the sky. Without any words, Xiao Chen raised his right hand indifferently, and the consonant sword wave popped out instantly. This time, there was not a circle of destruction, but a sword wave that twisted like a nine-curved yellow river. Without a sound or breath, the three-story building was wiped out, not a single drop was left. One can imagine how powerful Ling Shi Jianbo's lethality is. However, the speed of the strong tiger is astonishing, as if traveling through space, it even reached the sky one step ahead of time. With a cruel smile on the corner of its mouth, it went straight to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen turned around and left. The magic power of the eight-phase world appeared, taking light steps in the void. It was better than strolling in the garden. One step was several miles away, the speed was beyond imagination. The strong tiger kept sneering and turned into a white light to chase after him. He was not afraid of Xiao Chen's so-called ambush at all. In his opinion, the juniors were nothing more than chickens and dogs, vulnerable to a single blow. No one can save you tonight. Senen's words floated in the night sky. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, but he took a few glances at Jin Sanyigao in his heart, and he had really figured out the temper of this strong tiger a long time ago. It seemed that he had been observing and studying him for a long time. The cultivation of the eight-phase world gave Xiao Chen great confidence. He clearly felt that even if the speed of the strong tiger was raised to the limit, he could not compare with him at all, so he deliberately slowed down and kept it within a certain distance. Not far from the city, I saw the shadow of the mountain, and quickly flew towards the distant mountain. The strong tiger frowned, but still chased after him. A dragon chant shook the heavens and the earth, and a red-blooded red light rushed towards it instantly like lightning. The wind was mighty, and the dragon energy swept the world. A ray of red light intertwined with a ray of sword light, with a length of over 100 meters, they chopped down immediately. The strong tiger was furious, turned around and tore a tiger-shaped paw print, which collided with the 100-meter-long light beam, and the bright light burst out, shaking the world, and the strong tiger took a breath of air and retreated. Not far away, the Crimson Blood Dragon King was extremely powerful, roaring to the sky, carrying the Dugu Sword Demon, but retreated a few steps, and one man and one dragon fought hard against a demigod. The Red Dragon King has been in the deep mountains outside Yindu, waiting for many days to reunite with Dugu Sword Demon. Its killing power is definitely the strongest among all the Dragon Kings. The red scales shine into the sky, like a fire burning. The murderous aura emitted by it was even stronger than that of Dugu Sword Demon, and icy snowflakes floated in the sky. Lang Sen is pressing. This person and one dragon are extremely well matched. It's you, brat. Apparently the strong tiger knew that Dugu Sword Demon was one person and one dragon. Dugu Sword Demon and Red Dragon King responded with even more murderous aura. There was another roar of dragons, a ray of black light cut through the sky, and rushed to it in an instant, accompanied by a huge roar of dragons. There was another cry, moo. The deafening roar of the dragon and the dull roar of the bull pierced the sky. The gigantic demonic bull was as big as a small mountain and charged towards the strong tiger. The bull's eyes shone with a gloomy light, and the huge bull's horns tore off two cold rays of light. Boom! Rushing in front of the strong tiger, two space tunnels like black holes were shattered, almost blasting the strong tiger directly into it. Zhuang Huo's expression changed. He was a terrifying young man again, and he had a hard blow with this demigod. I'm coming too. Come here, come. Jin Sanyi whimpered and charged in the distance, making people dumbfounded. He actually rode a donkey and killed him with a huge kitchen knife in his hand. Not only Xiao Chen was taken aback, but Niu Ren and Dugu Sword Demon were also taken aback. This assassin under the sun has too, a personality. It was nothing more than riding a donkey. After all, it was not an ordinary donkey, it was a godly donkey that could fly into the sky, but it was killing him with a large kitchen knife. Could it be that he used this as a weapon when he was a killer? When he saw the snow-white little donkey appear, Zhuang Huo was startled. When he saw the extra-large kitchen knife, he gritted his teeth. It's you. Jin Sanyi, the bastard who killed my 4 nephews. The wretched man was wielding a large kitchen knife, the sky was full of light rolling like white waves, and the little donkey was shaking its head and tail. Although the momentum was astonishing, such a combination made people feel extremely absurd. Yes, it's Grandpa, the deity, to arrive, to also. Everyone, kill the tiger, professional. You take your life. The strong tiger was impatient at that time, hating the 300 million rewards more than Xiao Chen. A heavy weapon, the one-legged bronze tiger lance, appeared in his hands, weighing 1,000 catties, and he held it in his hands like a scarecrow. The little white donkey was quick and dodged in an instant. The wretched man waved a large kitchen knife and shouted, "Open the ladle." He chopped at the strong tiger's head. The so-called Kai Piaoer means chopping off the head, but this guy's name is extremely awkward. The one-legged bronze tiger lance swept back, and burst open the large kitchen knife. At the same time, a force of death came out along with a cloud of mist, enveloping Jin Sinyi. Kill, 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 Xiao Chen, Dugu Sword Demon, and Niu Ren rushed forward at the same time, they were all ruthless. Xiao Chen came up to complete the seal of the vase, a huge crystal vase floated above his head, and instantly spewed out a beam of light that would eclipse the stars and moon in the sky, submerging the strong tiger inside. Dugu Sword Demon was even more ruthless, a stream of energy emerged from his body, and another Dugu Sword Demon took shape, and finally condensed with the iron sword in his hand, and slashed into the dazzling light. Niu Ren roared. Like a bull, the Bull King's soul in his body turned into a black light, and charged towards the strong tiger. At the same time, the Scarlet Blood Dragon King and the Black Dragon King kept roaring. The Dragon Clan's magical powers shattered the space, blood light and black light rose together, and rushed into the gorgeous light curtain. The haze of death rushing towards Jin Sinyi was dissipated in an instant, and the shocking blows of the four young masters were also forced into it at the same time. There was a sound of heaven and earth breaking, and there was a dazzling light in the sky, making it impossible to open your eyes. The turbulent energy wave was extremely terrifying, and all four of them were thrown into the air. The strong tiger, who was eager to win, hardened the combined blow of the four. His body shook violently, blood was spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he almost fell into the sky. When the light disappeared, the four masters guarded the four directions and surrounded the strong tiger with a pale face. The white tiger had to admit that the four of them were all outstanding figures of the younger generation. Even when he was young, he might not have had such a cultivation level. I'm afraid something is not going well tonight. Little brats, you have two tricks. The strong tiger sneered sinisterly, and said, but you are still far behind. If you don't enter the demigod realm, you will never understand the gap between the great realms. You will all die tonight. The strong tiger put away the one-horned bronze tiger lance, and let out a roar. Blazing white light burst out from its whole body, and finally turned into a huge white tiger 10 meters long. Sure enough, yes, a tiger body, some, with God-given marks, Brothers, let's go, priceless white tiger skin. Jin Sinyi roared, urged the little donkey, and rushed forward with a large kitchen knife in his hand. The little donkey rushed into the belly of the white tiger, and the wretched man picked up the big kitchen knife and shouted at the same time, dig the belly. The white tiger's giant claws tore down, and the big kitchen knife burst open. At the same time, the fiery white light instantly knocked Jin Sinyi into the air, causing him and the little donkey to fly out. Although Xiao Chen and the others rushed over in time, they failed to prevent Jin Sinyi from being blown away. After a while, all three of them attacked. The three of them, 2 dragons and 5 beams of light shook the white tiger hard, and both sides retreated violently. At the moment when the white tiger's sword was blown away, the white tiger rode a small donkey and rode a sneak attack. Chop the hooves. The large kitchen knife flashed a bright light, and it slashed firmly on the back foot of the white tiger. Wow! Painful and angry at the same time, the white tiger roared, and its 7 or 8 meter long iron tail drew towards the bounty of 300 million. Hip cut. The wretched man calmly and quickly controlled the little donkey, advancing instead of retreating, and rushed to the base of the white tiger's tail. Not only did he avoid a blow, but he also slashed at the opponent's crotch with a large kitchen knife. Not only does this guy look wretched, but his moves are also extremely wretched. The tricks of opening the ladle, digging the stomach, cutting the hooves, and cutting the buttocks are more harmful than each other. Anyone can see that this is definitely not nonsense, because every time Jin Sinyi swings, the kitchen knife condenses into a hole with him, and the nearby void is not being broken at all, but is being annihilated. Otherwise how can it break through a demigod's protective energy? It was terrible, awkward, extremely awkward. This is how the white tiger feels at this time. This junior actually ignores his defense, as if entering a land of no one, it can completely break through, and can really hurt him. This is unimaginable. You must know that he is a demigod, and the other party is only a master of Tibetan knowledge, and he ignores his defense. If this is also a supernatural power, if the other party grows up, the Hu family will definitely be in disaster. Although the wretched man's movements are really not beautiful, but the kung fu in his hands is really domineering and brilliant. The large kitchen knife, silently, annihilated the space, and ruthlessly lifted towards the white tiger's crotch. It actually forced the white tiger to jump high, like a kicked horse, jumped up in embarrassment, and escaped. Seeing Jin Sini working so hard, how could the other three not show their strongest skills? Dugu Sword Demon's body gradually weakened, and then he merged with the iron sword and turned into a huge divine sword, sweeping across all directions and charged towards Xiaohan with murderous aura. He directly traveled through space and killed the past. Facing Iron Sword Hengkong, the white tiger also changed color. The supernatural powers of these four young masters were stronger than the other, and they were indeed enough to shake demigods. Roaring, he opened his mouth to spit out a wave of white light, and rushed towards the murderous divine sword. The divine sword formed by Dugu Sword Demon's body and iron sword passed through the white air waves, and unexpectedly slashed across, hitting the white tiger's shoulder in an instant. Puff! Blood splattered, and the 10-meter-long white tiger had a terrible wound on its shoulder. Blood gushed out wildly, and the blood stained the sky red. The white tiger roared angrily, and Dugu Sword Demon retreated with a blow. The white tiger wanted to chase after him, but the red-blooded Dragon King's Dragon Clan's ancient combat skills were launched, rushing towards him like a beam of blood, blocking him. At the same time, Niu Ren pretended to be crazy. With disheveled hair, the huge horns on his head grew to more than 1 meter in an instant, and the Bull King's soul in his body merged with him. At this moment, he actually showed signs of becoming a beast. With a roar, he rushed over like a bull. Extremely fast. Xiao Chen, who also has extreme speed, was a little surprised. Niu Ren killed him in an instant like a ray of black light. Boom! Niu Ren, who was like a bull, broke through the white tiger's protective chi with a huge horn more than 1 meter long, and slammed into his left rib, leaving 2 terrifying blood holes on it. Boys, the white tiger was furious. But before he could stand up, Xiao Chen arrived, and the magic power of the 8-phase world was displayed. The 8 phases rotate rapidly, becoming clearer and clearer, as if there are really 8 worlds coming into the world. Heaven, earth, water, fire, thunder, mountains, wind, and water move together. In an instant, the white tiger was caught in the Zexiong in the 8-phase world, and the strong tiger, as strong as a demigod, seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to break free immediately, and was trapped inside for a short time. Roar! Roaring up to the sky, the white tiger felt the threat of death, and rushed out with all its strength, but its hips and tail were a little slower. At the moment of retreating, the 5 phases of water, fire, thunder, mountain, and wind had already moved together. The long tail of the white tiger turned into ashes and disappeared, melting into nothingness in the 5 phases. But the tiger's buttocks that escaped by chance were torn apart, as if they had been crushed by a huge mountain, and the second half of Bai Halao's physical body almost collapsed. Hey, you guys, today have you without me, with me without you. The white tiger was about to go mad with anger. This is really a shame and a shame. It was simply unimaginable that 4 youths who knew Tibet had hit him hard again and again. The white tiger regained its might and stood in the sky, scanning the 4 masters who besieged him. Xiao Chen, Dugu Sword Demon, Niu Ren and the 2 Dragon Kings all looked at him indifferently. It hurts me to death. The wretched man Jin Sini rode on a donkey, shouting for heaven and earth, his hands touching his chest, looking extremely painful. Niu Ren was taken aback, and asked, "What's wrong with you stuttering? You won't be poisoned, will you?" Good, a lot of money. Jin Sini stared at the white tiger's butt, and said, old, the tiger's butt can't be touched, but, it was chopped to pieces by Xiao Xiaoshui, so good, a lot of money is gone, for nothing, the white tiger. Pipipi, lost layers, levels. Niu Ren wanted to stick his middle finger into his nostrils. Even Xiao Chen and Dugu Sword Demon had the urge to curse. The white tiger almost fainted, his body trembling, let out an angry roar, and said bitterly, too much bullying, too much bullying. It can be said that he hated Jin Sini so much that he left everyone behind and rushed towards the wretched man. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Jin Sini did not retreat but advanced, and rushed from the back of the little donkey, holding a large kitchen knife and killing the white tiger. In front of him is the giant of the old white tiger. The huge tiger's mouth is open like a blood basin, and the dense white teeth are as sharp as knives, and it is about to swallow it. Jin Sini's body was in the sky, jumped up again, avoided the white tiger's huge mouth, and slashed towards the tiger's eye. However, he didn't notice that a pair of tiger claws had already been torn apart. The other 3 were too late to rescue them, and watched as the tiger's claws tore Jin Sini's body apart, but the large kitchen knife slashed out unswervingly. Although it missed the tiger's eye, it left a terrible wound on the tiger's head. I didn't hear Jin Sini's screams, but I heard an extremely obscene voice, "Open the ladle." Xiao Chen, Dugu Sword Demon, and Niu Ren were all stunned. Even the moment when the white tiger was in severe pain, he didn't know why, but one thing he was sure of. Hey, the wretched man smiled, his torn body reorganized in an instant, the large kitchen knife flew back into his hand, and at the same time the little donkey rushed over and carried him back to a safe place. How many people at the scene did not know why? Wong 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 Wong, forgot to tell you, my supernatural power is, yes, it's longevity. The wretched man smiled cheaply. Everyone gasped. Longevity technique is definitely the top supernatural power, just like the Destiny Twins, it can only be described as abnormal. Even more terrifying than the Destiny Twins, masters of the same level can't destroy him at all, even if the masters of the older generation are not much stronger than him, they can't suppress or kill him. Pervert, Niu Ren cursed. While the white tiger was furious, he was a little disheartened. He broke into the demigod realm when he was 25 or 6 years old, but he hadn't made any progress in the past 10 years. Now he is besieged by several terrifying and evil young masters. Are you really going to die here? Kill the tiger. Kill the tiger. ... The 4 young masters blocked the 4 directions and shouted together, which made the white tiger extremely angry, and finally raised its head to the sky and let out a roar. The blazing light shot straight at Xiaohan, and all the holy patterns on the white tiger emerged, floating in the sky like an ancient scripture. He roared viciously. None of you can escape, all of you are going to die, the white tiger will destroy the world. The roar of the tiger shook the sky, like thousands of tigers roaring, like a flood bursting a bank, like a tsunami rolling into the sky, the huge sound waves shattered the void, and the white light seemed to boil, completely submerging the world. The endless howls of the tiger, combined together, seemed to be reciting a scripture, but it actually contained the sound of the world. Expand your strongest supernatural power. Xiao Chen yelled loudly, and the supernatural powers of the 8-phase world emerged. Like a ray of light, he rushed out of the boiling white light world in an instant. Dugu Sword Demon, Niu Ren, and Jin Sini, although their cultivation bases are also unfathomable, their speed cannot be compared with Xiao Chen, and they were trapped when they finally rushed to the edge of the white light, but their strongest magical powers were all deployed. Until, half a quarter of an hour later, the sky was clear again, the bright moonlight fell down, and the sky filled with stars emerged. There was only a huge white tiger in the sky, and Dugu Sword Demon, Jin Sini, Niu Ren and the 3 mounts all disappeared. Xiao Chen felt like being struck by lightning, feeling empty in his heart. The white tiger let out a hearty and triumphant laugh. Haha, you guys are too young, as a demigod, you want to fight your way, how can you be opponents? Let go, let your mother fart. A stuttering but extremely angry curse sound came from Yuankong. Mom. Mom, 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 I'm sorry, it's a big deal, 200,000 gold, gold, empty space for gold coins, space, volume, scroll. Jin Sini, Niu Ren, and Dugu Janma were all safe and sound, and they flew back from several miles away on the Dragon King and the donkey. Damn it, didn't you say that killing him is like killing a cat? You miscalculated and almost killed us. Niu Renchi sat on the back of the Black Dragon King with lingering fear. The destructive blow of the white tiger just now was too terrifying. If Jin Sini hadn't unfolded the space scroll at a critical moment, they might all have died in the destructive white light. The wretched man was so heartbroken that he was about to die, and he said bitterly, "Bye-bye. White tiger, I will definitely, sell your skin for a good price. Otherwise, I will pay you to death." The white tiger was already sluggish at the moment, and he no longer had the will to fight, so he turned his head and ran away. A serious illness 10 years ago had severely damaged his vitality. He didn't have much strength to use at all, and he turned into a ray of light and went away in an instant. Don't let him run away. The wretched man became impatient, and urged the little donkey to give chase. Needless to say, Xiao Chen unfolded his 8-phase world supernatural power and quickly chased after him, leaving the 3 behind him far behind. At this critical moment, there is nothing to hide, even if Jin Sini knows his identity, it doesn't matter. Xiao Chen exhibited one of the 4 great Sanshou that has been completely supernatural, slaying God style. The dazzling light, like the destructive white light of the white tiger just now, flooded the sky, and countless swords appeared in this world, and Xiao Chen's hands were left sword and right sword. The extremely sharp heavenly knife and divine sword shone in 10 directions, and the swords clashed, making a burst of clanging sound. Looking from a distance, the sky and the earth were extremely dazzling. A huge light and shadow emerged from the heavenly knife and divine sword in the endless light, and then crossed like scissors, and huge lightning bolts as thick as houses burst out from the intersection. Then the sound of clang became the only one in the world. That piece of heaven and earth seemed to be boiling, and the endless rays of light completely melted that piece of heaven and earth into a world of light. It took a long time for the sky and earth to return to clarity, and a huge white tiger corpse emerged, cut into 2 sections. Scare, scare, scare. Scared me to death. I thought that there was not even a hair, not left, but still, fortunately, a corpse was left. Niu Ren and Dugu's sword demon also rushed over, the 4 masters gathered together, and even Dugu's sword demon showed a smile like everyone else. In the dark world, starlight shines, and the body of the white tiger is constantly changing. The upper body of the tiger has completely turned into a human form, and only the lower body is in the shape of a tiger. He, damn it. Yes it is, half tiger body. Jin Sunyi cursed angrily, and said, let me tell you, why is he so weak? It turns out to be half tiger body. But half and half, tiger, the scriptures on the tiger skin are worth, old nose money. Niu Ren hit him right then and scolded, you stutter, you think it should be better than this. But you fooled us into saying it's not that bad at all, like a sick cat. Wrong mistake, misunderstanding. The wretched man hastily smiled at each other. Suddenly, bursts of murderous aura came from the distant sky, and a powerful coercion made the 4 masters in the sky tremble a little. What's going on? The wretched man spoke smoothly, looking into the distance. Xiao Chen, Dugu sword demon and others also showed serious expressions. But after a while, they let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't a terrifying master approaching, but a group of people approaching. On the road in the distance, hundreds of people rode all kinds of unnamed wild beasts, like heavenly soldiers and generals, coming slowly. They were all Western tribesmen, with long hair like golden sunlight hanging on their ancient armor. In the middle is a girl riding a snow-white unicorn, like an angel descending from the mortal world, indescribably flowing out of the dust, so beautiful that the bright moon in the sky is dimmed. Zhao Linner. Xiao Chen was really surprised.